All right, welcome in, welcome in. So I guess we're live here. So this is a test stream. Uh so keep that in mind. I'm just testing things out. I'm going to go back and watch this when I get done, see how the audio is, and that's about it. So I'm not sure how long I'm going to run this. Maybe some people I'm friends with will join up, can have a discussion. I'm gonna play some audio. Uh, I'm not a big monologue guy, so not sure how long I'm gonna keep this running and how long I want to talk. But I'm just gonna hang out. Don't expect anybody to see this necessarily. Just again testing things out. So I don't want anybody to crash out over the content of the stream. So that's it. I did share it to a couple of friends. Um, Let me share my screen. Hey, what's up, Marchese? Glad you joined. Glad you joined. Well, I guess I'm talking to you now, Marchese. So actually, let me drop a link in the chat. So that way, if you want to grab a mic, you can, bro. You don't have to download anything. Don't know if you've done this before. You don't have to download anything. You don't even have to log in or sign up. Well, I do want to have a panel. I kind of want to discuss what, uh, like gold pill, manosphere. I kind of want to have a discussion. I did get blocked recently by Paul Elam, Peter Wright. I think they're great guys. I just want to premise the stream with that. I think they're great guys, especially when they're talking about divorce. I haven't listened to them for tens or hundreds of hours. Typically, when I have if I'm going to make an opinion about a some influencer online, I want to listen to them for 100 hours, couple hundred hours or more, just to try to get the full scope of what they're talking about. So I don't, I haven't with these guys. So there was one post that Peter Wright did that I figured I'd comment on just because uh, it seemed to uh, kind of go against what I envisioned them, what I envisioned him, his personality being like. Thought he'd be more inviting to his platform. And again, maybe he is. Maybe it's some stuff I'm taking out of context. Maybe he's having a bad day. Could be a lot of reasons. Maybe he's just shit posting. I shit post all the time. So again, Marchese. I think I'm also going to be streaming. Somebody is going to, if I'm not mistaken, today, another account, another channel will be playing Paul Elam's video with It's Complicated channel. So actually, that's kind of my motivation for this because I wanted to watch that uh, on my channel, kind of like simulcast. So let me get back to my chat real quick. I had a question for you, Marchese, but um, it escapes me. I'll ask in a second. I have comments. How do I have comment? Oh, okay. Here we go. Um, okay, okay, gotcha. You can't join. That's fine. Yeah. Yeah, I do plan on doing more live streaming. But it I'm not sure if it's gonna be manosphere stuff. If that's why if that's what people like to hear me talk about, yeah, I may do that. It is interesting. I did see your comment, Marchese, on the that you did there on the post I did. I'm gonna share the post in a second, but uh we also did a me and another gold pillar had a conversation on X Spaces. That was interesting, so I might play that. Uh, oh, look who's you know what? I'm gonna tell my buddy Common to come in here because I just saw him engage with me on X. So let me do that. All right, well, uh yeah, hang out. Guys, hang out. StreamYard. Let me pin that StreamYard link in case people want to jump on the panel and see here. Okay, well, I guess I'll do that. Star. Okay, maybe that does something. Oh, that's what I wanted to ask you, Marchese. Are you still watching? I don't even know if you're still watching, but I wanted to ask you how my audio was. That was what I was going to ask you. Um, so see if you're still watching. Yeah, so this is my first live ever, so have no idea what's going on. I don't want any fans because you never you never know when I'm just gonna quit this shit altogether. Thanks, Marchese. All right, it's good and clear. All right, so mission one is accomplished. I like it. Yeah, I got a decent mic, so I think I got it. I got it. Shoot, it's been like 4 or 5 months, so that tells you kind of how dedicated I am to streaming. At this rate, I'll be fully up and running in about 3 years. uh, so let me share this with Common real quick. Hold on. Maybe he'll join. I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna play some audio here though too, Marchese. So if you stick around, it's something you can listen to. You can listen to this gold pill conversation. Um, I'm interested in your take later on about the comment you made. I'm being careful, a little bit careful about what I said because or what I talk about because I don't want anybody to get offended or think I'm hating on the gold pill or hating on Paul or hating on I don't I don't want anybody to get offended about like that I'm hating on anybody because I'm definitely not. This is a test stream. I don't think I'm gonna save it. If it gets some views and stuff online, I might save it just because why not? Sounds like people may be interested. But uh I'm reading your message here right now. It gets heated with them at times, but there's a lot of talking over one another. Yeah, yeah, it is. And that's the only reason that I might continue. Hey, what's up, dude? I'm gonna add in here.
What up?
Hey, not too much, not too much. Marchese, will you tell when Glenn speaks, will you tell me if like go if it's coming through my speaker?
Who are you calling?
No, I'm just responding to Marchese in the chat. He's in the chat. You know him, right?
Hold on.
And I'm gonna let's see here. Let's how do I want to set this up? Set it up like that. That sucks.
Oh, you'd have
Oh, you
I have to
have
show you how to do all your StreamYard setup, huh?
Yeah, depends what you're gonna charge me for all that, buddy.
Let's see what's going on here. I'm just do this. And then
Thanks for joining though. Oh wait, you're live, Glenn.
I'm not live.
What?
I'm live on your screen, but it's not my channel.
What?
Is my channel live?
Oh, your channel. Let me. Hey, Marchese, do you see Glenn?
Of course he sees me. I'm on your screen.
Oh, so why are you saying you're not live?
I'm not live on my channel.
Oh, no. I know. I mean, I don't know, but I'm just saying I didn't know you would even were going live or thinking about it, but
No.
wait, are you okay, cool.
I'm not doing anything.
All right, gotcha. Okay, yeah. So audio is great for both of us. That's good. So I was just addressing Glenn just to catch you up. I was just telling the audience it's a test stream for me, and obviously my first stream. I was going to discuss the topic at hand though, which was I did get blocked by gynocentrism at gynocentrism on X, which is Peter Wright, and I think it was I'm just to be transparent, I was like shit posting, kind of being. I think they thought I was being bad faith, and that's fine. I get it. I'm saying my claim is that I was matching energy, and I was being. I don't think I was being bad faith. I had real questions about their worldview, but I was kind of being lack of better. I mean, I just was being rude, I guess. I was just being rude, and they didn't like it, and it is what it is. But but I wasn't. I don't think I was being bad faith though. I thought that they were kind of rude. Let me share the original post, because I don't even know if you've seen that, Glenn.
Probably haven't. I was debating yesterday, so.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, let me see if I can share it without like sharing my fucking bank account or some shit.
How about you share your bank account with me? How about you do that?
How about I do what?
Share me your bank account. That'd be great.
Right.
I need the routing number and please, sir.
Right. All right, give me a second. I'm gonna share it now.
For some reason, I cannot stream this to my audience. Or
yeah. Oh, okay. Let me know if there's something on my end I got to do. So you're saying you're trying to?
If I because I'm signed into my account, I should be able to stream to my audience, but unless you have it set up that way.
Gotcha.
But you also may have just the free.
I do.
Okay, so then yeah, it only streams to one. I think it only streams to one place.
Okay. So if there's somebody else's channel YouTube that's starting here in 14 minutes that I want to watch on my stream, can I?
You can share the screen. You can share the screen.
Yeah. Okay. Hopefully, if I do that, the audio isn't crazy, but isn't terrible. But all right, let's see here. All right, how's that? In the chat, Marchese, what do you think? Is that showing up good?
What?
So I'm sharing right now. I'm supposed to be. Hold on.
You don't have anything on screen except me.
Oh shit! What?
Go to present.
No. Okay. Hold on.
I'm trying to walk you through StreamYard.
I get it. Oh, I got to add it to the stage. Yep. There we go. So catch everybody up. This is what started the cascading crash out. Again, I'm going to be a little bit hyperbolic on the stream. Just disclaimer, not trying to offend anybody, not attacking Gold Pill, not attacking Paul, not attacking Peter. I would love to have somebody on stage that knows these guys and can talk about them honestly. But what I do know is that they talk about men's issues. They talk about divorce issues in the current situation with divorce and relationships, and they do a great job about that. I like it. I was really just only commenting on this one post because I didn't like it. I didn't think it was fair to some men that he's talking about, some of the men, some red pill guys. I didn't think it was fair because some red pill guys are kind of young, and I just felt like they may get confused by this and may feel that there's other men that are not on their side and they're not empathetic to their situation. And I felt like I felt like that could be problematic for the gold pill, right? Because is that going to attract people to gold pill if you're getting shamed for thinking a certain way?
I don't even know what gold pill is. I stopped popping pills a long time ago.
I popped one before the stream. I'm gonna be demonetized like by Tuesday, but if I get monetized, I'll be demonetized soon after. But yeah, thanks for the feedback, Marchese. So let me go ahead and throw this up there, see what he's saying. As far as I know, their main thesis is that red pill and et al. Are tacitly subordinate to women. I read that like a black man. I don't. I
Yeah,
actually
you
don't
did.
know.
That
I don't
sounded
know.
like
I don't know what that means. Tacitly. That's how you say it. Tacitly subordinate to women, and presupposing that male value is arbitrated and assigned by women, which would be true, but they come off. Oh, I think he wasn't done writing.
I don't think it's true at all.
Yeah, well, before I get to the actual tweet, let's chat about it. Or if you want to give what you're.
Well, I mean, like, I don't think male value is assigned by women at all. Why do you care what women say?
Yeah. I mean, I think
I think it's in Corinthians. Paul writes, man didn't come from women, but women came from man. Therefore, man wasn't created for women, but women for man. So why do I care about what the opinion is of the thing that was created for me?
Yeah, fair. Yeah, I also think that again, my opinion is that it's actually what do they call it? It's essentially, to me, it plays into gynocentrism, honestly.
Well, red pill is basically feminism. I don't care how you cut it. I mean, red pill prioritizes women's opinions over everything. They still put women as their mental point of origin. What women's behavior is. What are women doing? How are women acting? Their whole world revolves around women. There's a difference of like knowing how when female nature is. Okay, you know about it, but then you go about your journey and you don't let what women doing dictate or determine your outcome of your journey. You still pursue your purpose, your journey that you're here for. It hasn't changed. That doesn't change for women. They're supposed to be your helpmate, not you appealing to them. No, they're supposed to appeal to you. It says in Isaiah 4, I think it's 4:1, where it says, at this time, 7 women will come to one man begging them to take him as a wife. They said they'll feed them, they'll clothe themselves, just be, call us by your name so we could be removed from our disgrace. Right? Like, so the biggest cope is that, in my opinion, is that men can't do nothing about it. You could do something about it. You just the best way to do something about it is you don't acknowledge the behavior of women that are unbecoming. If you find, whoa, why did I get full screen?
Oh, my bad. Oh, I thought I was making it full screen for me. Oh, but you should be. You're talking anyways. But go ahead.
If a woman's behavior is unbecoming for you, if you're like, oh, this is not somebody I would want to get with, why the fuck entertain it? Why talk about it? If she's not a woman of value that you would want to build a life with or build a family with, why do you fucking care? The easiest way to persuade women's behavior is not give them any fucking attention that are not behaving correctly according to your standards. Simple. Sure, she may find some other like simp to do it. That's his problem, not your problem.
Fair. I'm sorry, I'm not commenting because I'm just playing in here. But yeah, you definitely can get on your soapbox all you want. I'm going, it's not that I'm not going to engage, it's that this is why my strength is certain platforms where I don't have to like actually do any production side of things because I can't pay attention. But I do want to see what the chat's talking about here. You can go ahead and read it. You're almost kind of having a conversation because you're speaking with Marchese. You're kind of speaking to him. If you don't know who he is, super cool guy.
I think he's on X. I think
he is, yeah.
I think I've seen him on live on X one time. I think I hopped in his chat before when he was doing a live stream. Coping and seething about it because most of the red pill is past the whole get laid and be a man thing. Rollo and Myron are the only ones essentially still touting stuff like that. Don't get me started on Rollo.
So, before you do any slandering, I will jump in.
I don't slander. I just tell the truth.
I know. I'm just being hyperbolic, but let me. I do want to speak to this though because, though the men getting laid thing, if the red pill is past that, or whether they are or they aren't, whatever. I could debate this because I was in another in an X space. I was having a conversation with someone about this, and I might actually play that audio as well. But I think that there is dating and relationships. There is a chronological process and path and steps, and before you can talk about marriage, family, and all of that, you have to approach someone. You have to know how to approach someone. You have to be attractive. There's certain steps, and maybe if you could maybe argue, hey, that's the only thing that red pill gets right is they kind of teach you how to whatever it may be, have more confidence or approach women or talk to women better, or and that you nothing. I was also saying that gold pill doesn't exist. It can't happen without the actual aspect of approaching a woman. And so things in my hypothesis here, you don't have, there is no gold pill without approaching a woman. So
well, my thing is no matter what pill you pop, if you're gonna say red pill and go PUA and become like a pickup artist, right? You're running a script, right? That's a script. PUA is a script. Here's a script of things that we have learned that we're, so it's not even you. You're just playing a character. Like the great thing that what RP Thor, my mentor, would talk about was become a man that has a dominant masculine presence. It's you. It's not a fake. You're not running a script. You're being you. but you're a dominant masculine version of you, and you own it unapologetically. You don't bend to the world. Like, I don't give a fuck what women say, and I still get women. It's that easy, because I don't care what their opinion is. Their opinion of me is very. I'm not going to change my direction or my path because of a woman. Why do that? That's stupid. That's selling yourself out for vagina. Vagina comes and goes, and a lot of it is due to poor leadership. And nobody wants to talk about that aspect of it. Like, there's a lot of guys that could get women. Can they maintain that relationship? Can they maintain her desire? Are they consistent? Are they competent? And I'll be honest with you, a lot of men are not. That's why we see partially that plays a role in the high turnover in relationships.
Hey, I just want to welcome a guest in here. Sufyan, you should be on stage. Welcome in. Glad you could join. No, you're not feeling amazing, so I hope you feel better. But
can you hear me?
Yeah, totally can.
Okay, yeah, this is very similar to Spaces, actually, the way it's.
It really is. It really is. Totally is. Like I said, this is totally a test. I'm not necessarily gonna keep this up. I might delete it or whatever. It might turn out good to where we can keep it, but I did preface, and I will do the disclaimer again, just for people who didn't hear. Not that I don't even think there's anybody watching this really, but I do want to make it clear that these are good men that we're talking about. Paul Elam, Peter Wright, but you were there, Sufyan, for this kind of crash out, whether we want to say it was just me crashing out, whatever. I'm just calling it a crash out, but you were there. You read through some of these tweets. I have it up there on the screen. And I don't know if you wanted to speak to what Marchese was talking about or what Glenn was talking about, or just surmise whatever you want. But you are a representative, if I can say that, about a representative of Gold Pill. So more than welcome to chat.
Well, thank you. I didn't get to hear everything Glenn just said. I heard the tail end of it because I was still setting up the Streamlab thing. And I didn't hear anything Marchese said, unless you're referring to things he left in the chat.
I'm just referring to things he left in the chat, but he actually said he could join in 30 minutes. So that's pretty cool. So he'll come on stage too. So Glenn, can you do me a favor?
I thought you were asking me to.
I am. Let me mute. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So what's going on, Glenn, by the way? Long time no see. Hope you're well. Tom and I have been talking about this for a couple of days now. Started out by just following some of the comments he left on posts that Paul Elam or Peter Wright have left. Others
real quick, Tom, can you drop Marchese's comment so we could see who's talking?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. I'm just saying, like, we can't see who's talking. Normally, you could see like.
It's Sufyan speaking.
Oh, I know, but Marchese's comment is above you. It's kind of not showing you. There you go.
Ah, okay. I see what you mean. So we went back and forth a couple of times over the course of a few days, and then at a certain point, we decided to just have a space and talk about it. It was really just supposed to be an informal conversation, as this one is. But then it ended up being a really good conversation. I actually really enjoyed that conversation because you showed me some of where I need to strengthen my arguments. And I think you benefited from it as well, if I remember you said that. So it's good that we're doing this, right? I think it's good when men come together and talk about things, especially when we believe that something is missing from the bigger picture. To comment on what you said about being a representative of the Gold Pill, I wouldn't necessarily put myself. I wouldn't necessarily use that phrasing. I'm just the guy who's considered the ideas, and I understand them. I'm still challenging them. I'm still trying to understand it better. But yeah, I would represent it just in in the context of this conversation, since you guys are maybe a little more leaning on the red pill rather than on the gold pill. Then I would say I can do my best to represent what I understand and see where we can grow from there. So thanks for having me so far. So yeah, I'll just mute myself for now.
Yeah, all good. I think that was a good summary, introduction. Appreciate it. So for the audience, those who listen to this after the fact, uh, I'm just going to I don't know if we're going to talk about this tweet, or I'm not sure if I want to keep talking about this tweet. I might go to playing some audio. And yeah, I'm gonna kill a little bit of time. Glenn, you haven't heard this, so I'm going to play this audio, and you can kind of listen to it. I think it will be interesting for your take on it, because since you said you don't know about Gold Pill. Oh, that's what I was gonna ask you for a favor, Glenn. Since the audio is working and everything, see, I'm not having any technical difficulties right now. If I send you the thumbnail, would you be willing to post it so we can get this out?
I already shared the stream.
You shared it. Okay.
I shared it
Cool.
to my audience already.
All right, cool. All right. So yeah, we'll get some people in here then.
Hey, just
So
real quick, Glenn, did you get a chance to listen to that to the recorded space that Tom and I did, or
no, that's what I'm gonna play now. He didn't listen to it.
he did? Oh, he hasn't yet. Okay.
Yeah, he doesn't know what Gold Pill is either. So let me see. But I see now I don't think I have anybody in the audience to tell me if this audio is good or not. So let me play it though and see. You guys can let me know how
If
it
we
sounds.
are able to hear it clearly, the audience will hear it clearly.
Okay, cool. So let me go ahead and play.
All good, man. I don't have too much time, so I just figured.
I don't either.
All right, let me mute my mic for a second.
Are you planning on playing the entire thing? And
no, I'm just gonna play bits and pieces, and pause when anybody just chime in when you have some input. That's what kind of makes it the whole stream kind of interesting.
We've been going back and forth, replying to each other's posts, and we might have reached a point where it might be easier to just talk about the differences and some of the things that I believe you're missing about the Gold Pill. And if you feel I'm missing something about Rolo's Red Pill, then we can kind of flush out those differences. And
I'll correct you there. I don't think you're missing anything. You might be more well versed on both. I just think that there's a little bit of confirmation bias and going on. In my opinion, it's something I haven't done any work in the space. You've done work in the space, so it's inherently good. So maybe confirmation bias isn't the right word, but you've done work in the space. So anything you've worked on, you're likely to not just throw it away. So you're going to have a bias baked in.
Yeah, so it's honestly, it's a little even quiet on my end. It's actually kind of hard for me to hear. Sadly,
I can hear it fine.
That's good. Sufyan, you too? You can hear it fine?
Yeah, I can hear it. It's a little low, like you said, but it's understandable.
Gotcha. You know what? I think there's a setting for this. Let me go in my settings real quick.
Not through StreamYard, there's not. You would have to bump up the audio. Well, I mean, your audio for your like Chrome or whatever should be 100% anyway. So,
It is.
It's just the way that it is.
It's just the way, yeah. But I did turn on closed captions, so let's see. Maybe that'll help the audience as well.
What if you have a second device and you play it from your second device through your microphone?
That could cause distortion.
It can cause distortion. So
yeah, it may not be as clear. Like it's clear the way it's playing is just the volume is may not be as loud as you want it, but at least it's like understandable.
Clear. Yeah,
I think it's
it's
fine,
not.
Tom. I think you should just play it. It's you know, we can hear it.
Yeah, yeah. No, I am. I just wanted to pause for a second. But yeah, I'm gonna get back to it. Here, give me a sec.
I mean, I get why you would think that. It's kind of like the claim that you were making, I think, to John when you earlier, I think it might have been yesterday, when you said that how's the gold pill not an echo chamber? So you're essentially saying the confirmation bias is that I've spent so much time thinking about the gold pill that I'm going to defend it precisely because I've invested all this time in it. It's like a cost sunk fallacy kind of thing.
Yeah, there it is. Called
Yeah.
cost sunk. Yeah, sunk cost. Yeah.
Sunk cost, rather. Yeah. No, I would say that's actually not true. I have considered that, but I don't believe it's true, and I can explain why. First of all, you're right that I have spent a lot of time thinking about these topics in general. I don't know if I ever told you this, but I've been the first time I read Rollo's book was back in oh gosh, probably 2014. Whenever he wrote it, like it was like 6 months after he wrote it. He wrote the first book. I picked it up, and there's a reason why I picked it up. And here's the other thing I didn't tell you. Between 2010, so right after I graduated from university, and I got a job, one of my first goals was to find a person to get married to improve my social skills because I'm still a nerd, but I was very nerdy back when I was like 22 years old, and I didn't really know how to communicate with women that well. So I came across some content, just helping men learn how to improve their, for lack of a better way to put it, like their social skills, their charisma, stuff like that. So around 2010 was when I first started paying attention to improving my social skills to potentially find a partner that I can marry and start a family. And then 2014, after about 4 years of reading relationship-related material and pickup artist-related content, I came across Rollo's Red Pill. So we're talking about 4 years of learning about relationships plus about 14 or let's say 12 years of being immersed in like Red Pill content. Between reading Rollo's book, watching the Red Pill documentary, which features Paul Elam, and then coming across men's rights stuff. We're talking about nearly 2 decades of experience with this stuff. So when you say confirmation bias, it's if I had only come across the gold pill and that was my only point of reference, then sure, I might agree with you that my understanding is very limited. But when you consider 18 plus years or not 18, let's say 16 years of exposure to this material, it's kind of hard to make that claim that it's confirmation bias. Wouldn't you agree?
Are we talking about sunk cost or confirmation?
Well, because you're the one who made the claim that it's I mean, I think they're related, both sunk cost and confirmation bias. But
Yeah.
but you're saying, in other words, that because I've invested so much time in the gold pill, that I'm going to defend it even if it's incorrect. But my refuting to that is that I've spent a lot of time reading all kinds of stuff related to surrounding the gold pill, right? So the gold pill is only a new concept that I started thinking about.
Yeah, it makes sense. You just
Yeah.
looked at a bunch of different ideologies and you found one that you like the best.
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say ideology. I would just say information, right? I looked at a lot of different information, and I finally found a philosophy that works. Not even works. It's just it explains the dynamics.
What is the
better,
definition of an
and actually explains why
ideology?
things don't work. Maybe that's a better way to phrase it. So
Okay, I'm listening.
okay.
You want to pause it there for a second,
yeah,
Tom?
I mean that's a fine refutation.
Yeah,
Like I think like before you go further, you have to like define ideology.
I don't think we do in this case. We could, but
I can quickly look it up.
we can look it up. But we both, as long as we both know what we're talking about, whether you say it's philosophy, ideology, or just something that a frameworks in which by which there are tenets and pillars of. But go ahead and if you want to look it
So
up.
here I have the definition in front of me. It says, according to ChatGPT, ideology is a system of ideas, beliefs, values, and ideals that shapes how individuals or groups understand the world and how society should be organized. In simple terms, an ideology is a set of principles that guides people's thinking and actions about political, social, economic, or cultural issues. That's the definition. It gave me some examples, but I don't think we need to go through them. Would you both agree with that definition?
So I would say the ideology is more of a practical or political worldview. You're determining how you're interacting with the world based off of your ideology, right? Based off of this belief system that you have decided to be true for you, right? Like take Christianity, right? That's a ideology. I think when it comes to like the red pill or any world view, you have decided to look through the world and judge the world based off of this belief system that you believe is true. So it's an ideology. I think red pill is an ideology. I think you know anything that says this is the outcome or this is how things are without seeking the truth, and when they try to like to blanket statement, that's an ideology. So this is where like I believe Rollo has created an ideology, even though he calls it a praxeology. I think
Yep.
Rollo like to be loose with terms, and you know, like he created 9 iron rules, but then says he doesn't make prescriptions. What the fuck is a rule then, if it's not a prescription on how to live?
Yep. Yeah, I'm glad that you see that. Yep, that's exactly what it is.
So, but I would probably say the gold pill does the same thing. It probably is an ideology. Um, and it's fine if it is. I just think that, people should acknowledge that if it's a prism on how you view the world and how you make your decisions based off of this lens that you see the world through, then you have to acknowledge it. It changes your worldview and therefore is an ideology.
So that's an interesting observation. So I went ahead and asked ChatGPT why ideology sometimes is associated with a negative connotation. And I'm going to go ahead and read what it says here. Because people often use ideology to mean a rigid set of beliefs that someone follows regardless of evidence or reality. For example, a belief is, I think this policy works because of these facts. The ideology, the negative sense is, I believe this policy works no matter what the facts show. So I guess I could also ask ChatGPT, is an ideology or is a certain worldview an ideology if you've considered multiple ideas to come to your own conclusion? I think if I had to guess, I would say ChatGPT would say, if you've looked at the evidence, then it's not just an ideology, it's an observation. That's what Rollo claims, right? He often will say that this is
Well,
just
how about you just ask ChatGPT, is red pill an ideology?
is red pill an ideology? Okay, let's do that. Is red pill?
Because I have the answer right here. I just asked ChatGPT. Said yes, red pill is an ideology. But I wanted you to do it so you had it. You have an answer for yourself. I mean, if it gives you a different answer, then that's great because ChatGPT is not always correct. So we could look further into that. But
yeah. It says to me, it says the same thing. It says yes, the red pill can reasonably be described as an ideology, although supporters and critics may disagree about the label. It's an ideology in the broad sense because it offers a set of beliefs about male-female nature and relationships, an exploration of why society functions the way it does, a framework for interpreting social interactions, prescriptions for how men should behave and make decisions. So yeah, I think we're in agreement there.
Yeah, mine says red pill is an ideology, but it started more as a lens of awareness or framework. As at its best, red pill says wake up, understand female nature, male responsibility, sexual dynamics, incentives, and the reality of dating and marriage market. That part is closer to a philosophical observation or practical realism, but red pill becomes a complete worldview. It means an ideology with fixed claims like all women are like this, marriage is a bad deal, never trust women, everything's about sexual strategy, men should only value women for youth, beauty, and submission. That's when it's an ideology.
Yeah, I would also say I would add to that. I mean, I agree with everything you just said, but I would additionally add that if you're simplifying or oversimplifying certain concepts, like a lot of the red pillars will do with evolutionary psychology, they'll rely on it like it's the holy grail. Like like nuance cannot be added. Like we can simplify, hundreds of
Oh,
thousands
no,
of years of
I
human
agree.
evolution.
I think Rollo does a bastardized job at that.
Yes,
He misrepresents evolutionary psychology. He
right.
misrepresents the 80-20 rule.
Yep.
Like that was based off of OK Cupid, and then he doesn't even give you all the evidence of it. The full evidence shows you that men and women equally, go after the highest attracted people at the same rate. So I mean, there's a lot of things there that I would agree that say that
Yep.
they're bastardized. But my concern of any type of ideology, and I don't have a problem with ideologies, I'm just saying I think all ideologies are flawed.
Yes, absolutely, 100%. Everything is flawed, and that's the reason we have these conversations so that we can find those flaws and see how we can expand from there.
So would you say the gold pill is an ideology then?
Based on everything we just said, I would say yes, it is an ideology. But
Okay, cool.
what differentiates it from the red pill is that it is open for discussion, right? I'm not coming here saying like, hey, this is what I've got, and I want you to take it regardless of the evidence that you will provide here. I'm saying let's have this discussion, because if I can poke holes in the red pill and show you something valuable, and you can poke holes in the gold pill and show me something valuable, then we've kind of elevated our consciousness in a sense.
Yeah, I would say the red pill made the biggest mistake when they said that, well, it wasn't a mistake. It's just the fact that they never put it in practice when they said that the red pill is written in pencil, and it changes with new data. Well, there's been tons of new data that have come out that shows that there may have been flaws in the original observation or the data collecting of these findings, because none of these findings are replicable that they're claiming. In when things change, it's supposed to be erased and written in pencil. Well, I think Rollo has written it in pen or blood, and he has not updated anything that has changed. And if the data is showing new results or different results, then you cannot cling to the previous results as if it's the holy grail if you're saying that it's supposed to change with the times when the data supports the change. And this is where I think he falls short, but he's clinging to, he has to have a boogeyman. He has to have a bad guy.
Yeah, I agree, and I would say that if you're observing, if your philosophy is based on observations of people that are following an ideology, then that in and of itself makes it an ideology, right? It doesn't. It's not a praxis if you're just observing, the physical properties of a material. For example, you're observing a changeable reality based on ideology that exists in the culture. Is that kind of making sense?
Yeah. Like, I mean, things change, for whatever reason. And if you're not observing that and making the necessary changes along with it, then, and you're sticking to the old data, then it's not written in pencil.
Yeah, I mean, in other words, he claims to make observations about female nature, and this is the problem that the biggest problem that I have with Rollo's red pill, is that he calls it female nature as if you are born this way and that nothing can change. But he's ignoring the fact that females are this way currently because of, let's say, feminism. That's definitely got a big part of it. And I would go further and say that it's also because of gynocentrism, the underlying structure that gave birth to feminism. So you are describing a cultural change, and it's not nature. It's not just nature. Part of it is nature. Yep.
Why don't you hold any weight to female and women's brains being completely different, and you don't hold any weight to their body being different, meaning we don't think about being pregnant and unable to fend for ourselves for 9 months. That obviously never crosses your mind. So this literally inherently nature. I don't know why that's discounted as
How
like
is it
myth.
obvious that never crosses my mind? Because based on the conversations that you and I have had,
It's
I've
crossed your mind that you're going to be pregnant.
well, maybe I'm not understanding what you're saying. No, obviously,
I'm
men
saying
cannot
women
get
women
pregnant.
get pregnant, so they
I'm talking
obviously,
specifically about hypergamy because hypergamy is a natural impulse,
right?
right?
Yes. So
Both men and women can be hypergamous. Hang on.
if you know you're going to be pregnant, you don't want to get a homeless man under the bridge. You don't want to get pregnant by him. You want to get pregnant by someone that's got resources. And
Right,
so
but
that's
malignant hypergamy is the problem. See, that's the thing. There are,
You're
I,
talking about open hypergamy, where it's just
right.
like they're using sex as in a way as like climbing up a ladder. They're capitalizing on their sexual availability to get the most male resources as possible, and then being like a leech and moving on to the next one. Right?
doesn't matter which. I don't see why which is why. Yeah, I just don't know why that matters. What I'm saying is they are born like
Well,
with a
it's like the way I look at hypergamy. This is, and I've said
well,
this.
forget hypergamy. I'm just going back to what Sufyan said about, yeah, women are female nature. Yes, there is a female nature. This is
I,
a female.
that's not what I'm saying, though, Tom. I'm not
Okay.
saying to
Okay. I
deny
missed.
nature entirely. I'm just saying that if you point to their behaviors, which I think we can all agree are destructive behaviors, and make excuses for it by saying, well, there's nothing we can do about it. This is their nature, and we have to adjust to it, which is what I believe Rollo is doing. Well, then you are succumbing to ideological thinking, right? Because
So I
you're
can
not
point to an
understanding that
example.
you're
I
not
can.
understanding that the malignant nature of this hypergamy is birthed essentially because of the culture that has allowed it to happen.
Well, I would say hypergamy. You can see hypergamy all the way back from the biblical times, right? Let's just take Bathsheba for example. She was married to like the second man in charge, basically, Uriah, King David's good friend, and she seduces the king. She gets pregnant by the king, and then she basically has it, not necessarily has her husband killed, but due to the culture that they're around, like they have to cover this up, or she gets stoned to death with his unborn baby. So what does King David do? He sends Uriah to the front lines to basically get killed in battle. There's hypergamy in its, if she was just faithful to her husband, right? You could say that was her operating in open hypergamy, right? She moved up the ladder, so to say. That's an example. It's nothing new. I think that there's always been buffers in society before. But there's also men that, if we're going to talk about female hypergamy, you got to talk about male sexual, bad behavior as well, raping women or graping women. Since we're on YouTube, sorry, Tom. That would be the negative aspect or the bad aspect of male sexuality, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would also add I don't know if hypergamy, the term itself, can be applied to men.
It's not applied to men. I don't apply it to men.
Well,
I'm just saying,
yeah,
like,
but
the
there is a
negative
term that I
sexual.
believe might be missing in the discourse, and I don't know what it is off the top of my head. But let's just use the term hypergamy just to describe the male sexual strategy, which is essentially best portrayed by what Leonardo DiCaprio does. Right? He dates women between the ages of 20 to 24. And then he leaves them, and then starts dating women that are 20 that are younger again, right? Like he essentially always trades up, or trades down, trades younger, because he has the wherewithal, he has the money, he has the status, he's got everything that women want, so he can do that, and that is destructive for society in the same way that female hypergamy is destructive. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I mean, I think both point to hedonism, and I think hedonism is destructive for society overall.
Yeah, and actually, you probably don't remember this, but I frequently use this example. It might not be the best example, but I'll bring it up anyway, just to see if there are parallels. If you have a child, and the child, is left in a room with a pile of candy in one corner and a pile of vegetables in the other corner, you can make the argument that it's natural for this child to just go for the candy, but then eating candy is going to lead to destructive outcomes in his health. And you might actually end up, he might end up being dead on the floor because his biology is not telling him to go for the vegetables. It's telling him to go for the candy. But if you teach that child why it's important to go for the vegetables, he might not, eat it right away or by himself, but eventually as he gets older, he understands there needs to be balance and how to sustain himself to live a long life. So in a sense, there is a relation between, these impulses that exist in our psyche, call it a dopamine rush, call it a, endorphin, whatever you want to say, like, but it shouldn't be the guiding principle for how we deal with relationships. We shouldn't focus primarily on that as if this is the holy grail of, understanding how men and women have gotten together throughout history. There's always been checks on hypergamy in the same way that we've always had, parents teaching children not to eat candy.
Yeah, I mean, and I could agree with that. And I would say that, well, you have to remember who removed those checks on hypergamy.
Who would you say removed those checks?
So I blame both men and women on this. Let's go to, I'm gonna just start from the 60s, right? Let's say like the sexual revolution. The pill came about. Guys are like, hey, to their girlfriends, now we can have sex and just like we were married and don't have to worry about having a baby. And that persuaded women, saw that the power of sex. Men commercialized sex with Playboy, Hustler. We broadcasted it out. Not only that, we started selling sex left and right in every Carl's Jr. commercial, right? So we exploited them and capitalized off of their sexuality as much as they have. And I think nowadays it's gotten to the point where men are not able to capitalize or commercialize it as much as they once were. And now it's like, now we're crying foul. Not realizing that they have taught young women to be sexy, to show ass, to show cleavage. Guys in high school would reward the naughty girl because she would, do things with them that maybe the more I would say religious, or maybe the more woman, the young lady that had more values to herself or more scared about sex didn't do. And that girl got overlooked or overpassed or was called a prude. But nowadays everybody's like, oh, she's marriageable. Well, 15 years ago, young men didn't consider her marriageable. They thought she was a boring prude that was no fun to be around and nobody wanted to date. And now we're saying, well, no, we want that woman again. Well, we have rewarded bad behavior from women because as men to capitalize on the sexual prowess or the sexual conquest of young men. And young men were taught to do that. They were like, hey, attaboy, give me high five. Oh, you got laid. Good job. Nobody was teaching them, okay, so here's the responsibility of this. You are supposed to take care of her from now on. I mean, some religious groups will even say the moment you have sex with a woman, that's your wife, right? Like it would be that would be the thing that tied the covenant. So I mean, us individually, but we'll say male sex as a species have championed for removing said safeguards when we thought it was when it was beneficial to us, but then now it seems like we don't have a grip over it and it's no longer beneficial, and we're trying to shame the same thing that we let loose and that we were praising. And this is where it's problematic, because then when people say, well, it's all women are just like that. Women are receptive, they're reactive to the leadership that governs them. So if society that governs them is telling them it's okay to be a hoe, that we're rewarding girls shaking their ass and twerking, right? Then how can the same society that praises women for doing that now be like, hey, you're unmarriageable, you filthy slut? And it's like, well, wait a minute, didn't you want them to be filthy sluts? Did you create this? Like every movie you have out there is sexualizes them. I mean, even kids TV shows these days sexualize them. So it's like, if we are championing this as a society, then we have to look at those that are shaping and molding society and hold them accountable. And then if you follow the dollar, right, it always leads back to some male organization or male ran business. And, I find it interesting because I think we could fix it on a micro level. You could fix your home, you could fix the people you influence. But if you want to address it on a macro level, on a worldwide level, you have to look at the sources that are funding, promoting, sponsoring, championing this behavior. And even if you look at feminism, feminism has only thrived because men have paid into it. Men have defended it, men have championed it, and not all men, but there have been enough men to financially support this and fund this and promote this. Like even the Gillette commercial, right? So, I mean, we have to call out the bad male behavior just as often as we call out the bad female behavior.
Yeah.
Hey,
that's
Marchese,
fantastic.
you're live on stage, buddy.
Yes, sir. I see you.
All right. Go ahead, Glenn.
I landed my plane there. I was good there.
I can add something to that. I would say I agree with you on that, with some caveats. Yes, it's true that men are to blame or can be, part of the blame in all of this. And there does seem to be a lot of talk within red pill spaces that focus entirely on blaming women.
Well, it's
not
not about.
focusing on
I
men.
want to. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I don't want you to think I'm blaming. There's a difference between blame and responsibility. It doesn't matter who's at fault. It matters who has the responsibility to act. And the way I look at things is like, ultimately, if we want to change society moving forward, then we have the responsibility to act and put those buffers or put those safeguards in place and say, hey, we're not accepting X behavior anymore.
Well,
right?
how are you going to? How are you? That's an interesting point. But how would you convince someone like Leonardo DiCaprio not to engage in his version of hypergamy?
Well, one, I think Leonardo DiCaprio is an anomaly. And like we speak in generalities mostly, right? So since we talk about these topics mostly in a general sense, I'm going to talk to the average man because the average man is not doing what Leonardo DiCaprio is doing, right?
Right, but if I mean, I would say yes, he's an example, not an anomaly. There are actually
I would say
NBA players that
would
are
you
all
say
doing this.
he's an exception that proves the rule?
Fair enough, but just bear with me for a second. I would disagree that it's an anomaly. It's probably not, it's probably not as large of a percentage as you think I'm suggesting here, but it's still large enough of a percentage. And on top of that, a lot of the manosphere is offering advice to be, a person resembling Leonardo DiCaprio, right? They're basically saying you have to be high value. You have to, earn her love. You have to essentially put her on a pedestal and treat her like a prize. And that's kind of the same thing as the same advice, or the same sort of holding a person like Leonardo DiCaprio accountable should also be, reinforced in the advice that you're giving men. But the red pill is doing the exact opposite.
Well, so if you're asking me, and shout out to Uncle Guns, I see you in the chat, my boy. What advice if you're asking me? Because one, I don't have a problem with patriarchy. in all forms of patriarchy. So I don't have a problem with polygyny. I don't have a problem with monogamy. I think that we in society or in history we have seen both coexist, and I think we have seen
But wouldn't you say that's contradictory to what you were saying earlier, that men have to
no.
also be held accountable and not treat
No,
women
no,
like
no. I
whores?
don't. I don't think polygyny means that men are not being held accountable. I think in those cultures we have seen that men are actually held to a very higher level of accountability, because they're accountable not just for one person; they're accountable for multiple. And in many of the cultures that practice that, they have to maintain the same
Right, but we're
standards
not
of living
talking about
across the world.
polygyny though, Glenn. Sorry to interrupt, but we're
Well, I'm just
talking
saying,
about
like,
behaviors like what Leonardo DiCaprio and what all these, high value men, these NBA players, all these men
yeah,
that women
I
are
would
going
hold them
after.
accountable too. I have no problem with
Right,
holding
but
them
but again,
accountable.
you didn't answer my question from earlier. How would you do that? If you're telling men that they need to be high value to resemble the NBA players and to do all these things to make them attractive to women, how are you holding them accountable by giving them that advice? It's contradiction.
Well, I think it would be how you define high value, because I don't define high value the same way that probably Rollo does or Andrew Tate does. I look at historically what it makes someone of value. Charisma, right? The ability to influence and power. None of that has to do with money, Bugattis, bitches, or anything. Look
Okay,
at
fair enough. Would you agree with the idea that women are born with value while men must earn their value?
um I get that hypothesis. I would say that women are born with the value of being incubators of life, right? Because that's the way that God designed them.
But is that the
Um,
only value that men should focus on?
no, absolutely not.
So then what else would you say men need to focus on if you want them to be religious, if you want them to follow certain rules that are not going to lead to destructive outcomes in our society?
Well, one, if they're religious, I would say, if they're Christian, I would say you need to try to live a Christ example life, right? And conduct yourself in said behavior. I would say, look at the character of God would be a perfect example. How did God, his character throughout the Bible is depicted, and you would see that's consistent. Um,
So
so
would you alter your advice and say both men and women have to earn their value and not and one of them is not born
so
with
I
this
would say this: all life is of value. Now, whether or not a person is valuable enough for me to make them my spouse, right? That's a different topic, because that means they have met my must-haves in a relationship in order for me to deem them worthy of the investment of a relationship.
I'm just saying that if you tell one gender, i.e. men, to work and sacrifice and do all these things so that they can become valuable, but
No,
you're
no,
not
it's a
telling
duty.
women to
They
do the
have a
same. You're
duty.
telling them that they've got this magical womb and, they've got this ability to have children and it's priceless and it's amazing and they're born with it. Well, then that's problematic, wouldn't you say?
I'm not saying that, and I would hope that you're not trying to mischaracterize that as me what I'm saying, because I'm not saying that. I'm saying that yes, I think every life is of value. Now, whether or not a
But
woman
didn't
is,
you say earlier? Sorry to keep interrupting, but didn't you say earlier that
you asked me if women
women have
have
their
value.
womb? I mean, I used your terminology. You said that they have this ability to give children, right? And that's essentially the
I
value,
said that they're the incubators of life, but they are not the givers of life.
right? But the fact that they have this ability to incubate life is that
That,
is
that
what's problematic. If we're going to focus on that
no,
being the
but say I'm
sole
not.
thing,
But
the sole value.
what is the incubator of life without the giver of life?
Well, I think if I could jump in within that context, red pill dorkoids. Now, you're right to pick up on how they use the word value and they don't specify sexual
That's an.
value
Are you
because
calling me a dorkoid here? I mean,
no, no,
what's
no, 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 no. I'm the other the red pill
No, he
dorkoids
said
I'm
red
talking about.
pill Dorko. Yeah.
oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. I'm not going to spur at you, at least not yet. I'm sure we'll get a little
Oh, we'll
butt
get
heads.
there.
But
Yeah.
yeah. In the meantime, you're right to detect that there is a subset of dorkoids that have um, co-opted the red pill, and I know you've heard that sort of point a million times, and it's sort of trite, but you're right to pick up on how they use the word value without any sort of specificity, and that is sort of like a Freudian slip that indicates their mentality that is the only expression of value ever is in sexual or survival reproductive utility, essentially. And so when they say that, they're wrong to think of it as that is their value overall, interpersonally, psychosocially, even for relationships. But when they say that women are born with their value and they intend it as they're born with sexual attractive value, like instantly, like most, like tons of women, you look at them instantly, they cross the categorical threshold of you would hit. And that's what they mean. And that's where their conjecture therein is subsequently, or consequently, I should say, a lot of them feel entitled and they get treated and pedestalized, to your point, because the eternal dorkoid is perpetually preoccupied exclusively with sex. And Glenn sort of made the distinction that there's a separate category for relationship, which is something that they actually do have to work at. I mean, their chief complaint is that they are struggling to get men to relate to them or commit to them. And even within the sexual thing, you know, they say that too because they're preoccupied with, like, you know, lucky genetic hot girls. Like there's tons of girls that kind of do have to work at their sexual value by working out and not being a pig and everything. So I think Glenn was sort of making that distinction there, that there's sexual value they're born with, but everything otherwise is up for grabs.
Yeah, so let me define value, because I think you articulated that well, but I don't think you're correct. I think value it has an objective definition, and I'm going to uh, state it as something that people care about. And so I think that doesn't have to be tied to sexuality. It's just something that people care about, meaning I'm doing a live stream now that nobody really cares about because it's subjective. I only have a few people watching. Other people are doing live streams now with tens of thousands people watching. So it's what you're so we can I just literally said watching, which uses your eyes. So I'm talking about something I'm attributing value to what your senses care about. And I know this seems like, okay, it sounds complicated. It's really not. And so the reason why women stands out and can be used as like low hanging fruit is because people care with their eyes. And maybe it's even the smell, and it works both ways. Like if you walk into a Airbnb,
If a woman stinks, I'm sorry, she has no value to me. I can't.
Yeah, but that's not true, because if you put 1,000 men like that, especially in a percentage of those men, let's say 60-70% do not have sex, then they're going to find value, and they would certainly find value in that woman if it was a smelly woman versus a smelly man, right? Because we're not talking about gay men here. And so let me keep going. Let me keep going with value. So if you walk into an Airbnb and it just smells like shit, well, the highest thing you're going to value in that moment is finding what smells like shit. So that is valuable. So it is something that can be described. And it just so happens when you're comparing genders, the value lies in the woman, because again, if a woman that is more likely to not be homeless, a man's more likely to be homeless, just like an attractive woman, because men and women will see this woman on the side of the road and be like, darling, what's going on? We need to take you in and like fix you up. A billionaire is going to find that works the same way when you hear the analogy or hypothetical that a 19-year-old woman can be on a yacht faster than a 19-year-old man can be on a yacht. And so there is, like, it is an objective thing. So Marchese, I'd like you to respond first in like debunking this idea of value. Now, can it be used incorrectly, or can people take it the wrong way? Of course, but like there's value there, more so than, you know, a man, I guess, when you're comparing the genders.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, well, that embedded in that is we want to hold ourselves accountable when you use like the watching example, right? So that we can't cope and say, oh, I'm just as cool as whoever who's a big live streamer and all that. Now there's an accountability in all that, but there's heuristics in that are good significant portion of the time, but not always so good. And if we go by this, you know, number of people that care about it in some fashion or something, arguably porn stars are the most valuable people in all of the world because they're the ones who garner the most attention, the most care in some fashion, and simultaneously
So
something
you're the
like
one,
hang
so,
on,
and that is
hang on,
value.
I got you, hang on.
Okay, go ahead.
And then I'll say simultaneously, by that logic as well, something like math, science, whatever is intrinsically like not valuable because nobody really cares. Everyone hates math or something like that. But obviously, these things have produced I think what I'm getting at is there are sort of separate stars in constellations of value or separate spectrums of value to be assigned that force sort of a different sort of rating. It's kind of like in a video game. If you're like a NBA 2K, you know, there's the value of your shot, whatever
I
skill
get it.
tree, and then there's
I
the
get
other
it.
one.
So you're saying two things can be true at once, which doesn't debunk these red pill bulls you're talking about. It doesn't debunk what they're saying, though.
Well, you're
Can I
saying
jump in
that
here?
by that, real quick, you're saying by that what red pill are saying, that still within that they're saying that women hold a higher quantity, aggregate quantity of value than men.
But see, this is where I would differentiate and say, like, actually, the red pill does not hold women of high value in that sense. And the reason is because they're not telling them to procreate with them. They're telling them to fuck them and dump them. They're not telling them to make them wives and make them mothers. They're not telling them to. No, they're Rolo says he doesn't, support marriage. One of his tweets was the quickest way to become a high value man is to get a vasectomy. Don't have kids. So that right there depreciates the value of a woman to just a sexual object, right?
Well, in addition to that, too, I mean, I would say we all understand the concept of a depreciating value, and we understand. Like, I'm glad that Marchese brought up the example of a prostitute or a hooker. I forgot how you said it, maybe a stripper or something. And I think every man on the planet would understand why it would be problematic to marry a stripper because her value, she might have immediate value. You get your nut up and you move on, but she would not be a good mother. And so
She's
when you
a
take into
community
account,
resource.
Yeah.
when you take into
Either
it,
way,
just a
it
second,
doesn't.
let me
So
just land
far,
my
I
plane.
have.
I'll
Yeah,
land my
I'm just
plane
gonna.
real quick.
You can land your plane, but none of this has debunked anything I've said. So, but go ahead and land.
Well, I mean, actually, I think you're have to look at values as a value being subjective, right? And depending on the certain situation or the context that it's in, right? If I'm in a battlefield and I had to choose between you, Tom, and a woman, I'm gonna choose you. You provide me more value. You probably carry similar weight. You could probably do as similar damage as I, right? That means that we would strengthen our odds of success a lot greater than if I'm dragging a woman along, right?
Yeah, I mean that is definitely part of the point I was making. But
Yeah.
if the red pill, and I'm not saying it sounds like you've actually, that you and I are actually more aligned on this than I previously thought. But what I'm saying is that if the red pill is telling men that women are born with value, but they're not necessarily talking about things like depreciating value or, as you phrased it, like a community, community whole, then those men will, essentially, they will rely on a framework that essentially says like, okay, it is my job to do all the work and she has to do nothing. And that's why you see NBA players marrying women that previously worked at Starbucks. She might, and it's also why you see those men divorcing those women when they reach a certain age, because if their value is only in how attractive they are and they haven't developed their psychology, they have nothing else to offer, they're not going to be good mothers, well, then what differentiates her from the stripper that Marchese was talking about?
Well, Tom, when you're talking about, they talk about the depreciating value, they're talking about once they hit the wall and they're no longer biologically valuable to
or have kids.
Yeah.
Like baby dad.
And that's,
they'll be good mothers. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, and that's different. And so
it's not different. It's not
hold on,
different.
let me land my plane. When I say that everybody has value, both men and women's lives are equally valuable, right?
Equal dignity, maybe.
No, equally invaluable, because a woman cannot birth children without a man impregnating her. So his sperm is just as valuable as her egg at the end of the day.
And she can't raise her children without a good father, which is
exactly. Well, she can raise children. She can't. The odds of her raising successful and productive children and members to society is greatly depreciated or diminished without a father there. Absolutely.
And the value of the father has been
exactly. The value of the father is
are born with value.
The father is the dictator of value or the success of that family. That's the only common denominator. You remove that, and you can see how much a change of the value system is there, right? Of being a member of productive members of society. So I'm not saying that women have lesser value. I'm not saying men have greater value. I'm saying they both have equal value in the grand scheme of things. Now, if we're saying that, women just are because that's men prioritizing sex over other things that are important to values. Now, a woman having sex with you, guys prioritize it as the only value. And I tell guys all the time, stop. Just because a woman touched your pee-pee doesn't mean that she deserves your dick or deserves to be the legacy of your, the birth of your legacy, right? So there's the difference in value. Like, in that sense, there's the woman that you choose to invest in, she has demonstrated that she has value that you find worthy enough to invest in to create a family with. Do you see the distinction between the two different values?
So far, what I've gotten from the speakers, I'll do a little housekeeping too. Welcome in for those of you who joined. Yeah, we will touch on manosphere, red pill, gold pill. I've got a representative from gold pill. I've got some Christ pill representatives. I got red pill representatives. We all frequent X platform. You can find us there if anybody's interested in that. But we're playing some audio today, possibly somebody else's YouTube stream that might be talking about gold pill. So got a few things happening today. So what I think what I'm concluding from the different speakers so far is that what is subjective, because I did say that value is objective, and I can explain that. So in Glenn, you said, well, it's really subjective. So Glenn's right. So it is subjective, and even in some of my description, I mentioned some of the examples I gave point to it being subjective. So it is subjective depending on the subject you're talking about. Just again, topic. But what is objective is that value is, we know it's a word that exists in our vocabulary that can be attributed to different things, and different people will find value in different things. But when you look at as a whole, like for example, 1,000 men and a few different women, these 1,000 men might gravitate towards one specific woman because they find more value in her appearance in that setting. If you have 1,000 people, men, women, whatever, looking at a piece of artwork, there will be an attribution of value for that as well. So where the straw man comes in is when someone is talking about the red pill and saying, yeah, most red pill guys think this, or most red pill guys think that, or attributing value here and there. But I'll land my plane there, because I think some people want to probably jump in, and we can move the conversation along as well to something else we need
Tom,
to.
I think like when you're talking about that, you're talking about that they're only attributing value to the sexual value, right? And I would say that, or the physical attractiveness, of value, right? Is when they're referring to when you said what, like 1,000 guys or most men.
Yep. Exactly. That's one example, right?
Yeah.
But you can have an attractive porn star. You can have an attractive girl next door, Amish girl. And
So
so
this is
they
what
both, so that value scale will change depending, because you have multiple factors. So red pill men aren't necessarily, they're very clear about this, just looking at value as beauty. They're looking as, okay, well, what is your history? What's your body count? That there's a value attribution to this. And I don't want to forget, but people are saying a couple things in the chat, and I did definitely want shout out 1979. That's an amazing year.
That's my boy, Catechist.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah, that's an amazing year. 80s babies, 70s, 80s babies. I'm gonna read your comment here in a second, but go ahead, Glenn.
No, so I think that there's traits and characteristics of actual femininity that at a base level for women for higher value and attractiveness, and like these qualities can make like a 5, which you could say a 5.5 on the sexual market value. So just her physical appearance turn into like an 8 to a 9, right, in relationship market value. So I think that we need to differentiate relationship market value and sexual market value, right?
Fair, but you said the key word differentiate, and no one on the panel seems to be differentiating.
I've already did that. When I said that there's some women that may be attractive, but they're not worthy enough of carrying your legacy.
So, but the point is, there's a differentiation between Myron. There's a differentiation between Kevin Samuels, Rollo. There's differentiators.
No, they don't differentiate. They don't differentiate. They primarily focus on sexual market value. None of them talk about relationship market value.
Well, sexual market value, you're not going to have a relationship unless you, if it's, one thing I will agree when you're talking about SMV is, and I'll read this comment in a second because it's about SMV, is that I would agree that men need to pick more like 4s and 5s on the actual beauty scale. They're running into
let me can I list the traits? Because me and Thor were writing a book before he died about this, and I have all the traits and characteristics that after all the interviews that we've done from men that have been happily married for 20 plus years. And we asked them what were the traits and characteristics in their wife that they found attractive.
Okay,
right?
Well, instead of listing it, let's get it to somewhere where we can get it on the screen so we can analyze it. So type it somewhere.
Hold on. I'm gonna screenshot it to you.
Okay, cool.
And then I'll send it to you.
Let me read this
I'm gonna text it to you right now.
Cool. So the commenter focused on descriptors, SMV, sexual market value, access to sexuality, morality of sexuality are all focused on, but not clear criteria of high quality marriages that last, focusing on the mechanics, not holistically.
Did you get the screenshot that I sent you?
Yeah.
All right.
I couldn't lie about it because everybody probably heard my iPhone go off, so I couldn't lie. No, I don't see it. No, I'm joking. All right, this is a big list. Let me see how I want to present.
So I think
you can present the whole picture and it'll fit on screen.
So I think on this part, Tom, I'm like in agreement with you that there's a differentiation there, and this is where I probably disagree with Glenn and Sufjan insofar as there's this uni culture to red pill and all that. It just is unfortunate that the most prominent voices, and they do this, and for them, this is like a low self-esteem pathology wherein they play the game of, they gauge their sense of masculinity and value by how hot the girl is they get with.
Consequently,
they're neurotically trying to level that up and play all these games, and
doing so, they still put the women as their mental point of origin.
Right.
They still have her on a pedestal.
Right. Now, but and it's unfortunate there isn't much of a way to categorize them as anything other than the red pill label. But I mean, the original like red pill stuff, and especially the original PUAs. I don't know if you guys know Sam Hyde. He interviewed one of the original PUAs, or at least post mystery PUAs, if you even know who Mystery is.
Yeah, I
Uh,
know.
the-
I know who Mystery
yeah,
is.
his name is RSD Tyler.
Yep.
He's not so famous now. Like these guys, these RSD guys, their brand was called Real Social Dynamics, RSD. They were principally preoccupied with this sort of more transcendent version of things like outcome independence and self-amusement, and ultimately it reduced to frame in the way that you guys actually prescribe, which is the frame of, this stuff doesn't actually matter, or become a character indictment if you don't get laid or something like that. And so there is this distinction. Now, the problem that I have is that in not making that distinction, we risk excusing ourselves from, and excuse me if that's a negative connotation word, but we risk excusing ourselves essentially from the actual important parts of red pill, which was outcome independence, which was really inevitably you do have to quote unquote do something about the woman question in your life, whether that's with one or several. It inevitably has to be, it's a biological pre-programmed mandate. It doesn't mean the problem, the neuroticism, and I'll land this real quick. The problem is conflating self-value with the level of pussy you get or something, which we all seem to be in agreement on. But if we categorize them as red pill, we ultimately neglect the important fundamental parts that were like about accountability, discipline, and outcome independence and everything.
So then why don't we just relabel them as pussy pill?
Hey,
yeah, actually, that's pretty funny.
Sorry, because there's no hands here. I don't know. I don't know when it's my turn to talk or whatever. But Tom, you said earlier.
Real quick, I just wanted to see if Tom could put that image on the screen, because then it explains.
I'm working on it. Go ahead, Sophia.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to correct something you said about, maybe 10 minutes ago now. You said that no one on the panel is making that distinction between essentially the sexual market value and the relationship market value, right? So if there's SMV, we have RMV, right? Relationship market value. We spent, 2.5 hours yesterday in a space that I hosted titled Are Modern Relationships Family-Centric or Sex-Centric? So I don't know how you can make a claim that no one is representing the distinction there when we've literally spent 2.5 hours doing
No,
that.
you're just saying you're saying all red pillars are sex-centric only, and that's not true.
But that's not so the part of the red pill that does focus on sex is the majority of the red pill, is what I'm saying.
No, you're assuming they're focused on sex. If that were the case, they would just be telling you, hey, here's how to hook up with a porn star, because they're going to definitely be easier. They're going to give it up. There's going to be no friction when trying to get laid. No,
Have you not heard Michael Sartain?
Sartain.
So what would you say would be advice that focuses more on relationships? Because I think that's probably where
making sure she doesn't have a high body count.
Right, but we talked about this yesterday too, and it seems like you've forgotten, right? How many women out there don't have a high body count?
That's irrelevant to the. That's irrelevant.
How do you change that culture if there's if there aren't enough women that are virtuous women or that are marriage material women? Then what exactly is the advice that is given to women to understand what they need to bring to the table in order to be worthy for the man? That's what's missing from the red pill.
No, their mothers and parents need to talk to them about that shit. But there's also red pills for men, dude. Stop. I mean, I'm not interested in what women need to do or not do. It's for men. So we got to be careful about trying to, and the same thing goes with gold pill. We can't mischaracterize gold pill either. I think it would be unfair if red pillars mischaracterize gold pill or try to mishmashed things together, and yeah, so.
But if you're saying that part of the red pill, I'm not going to say all of the red pill, but part of the red pill is telling men like you should look for virgins, or you should look for a woman that just wants to stay at home and cook and clean. That to me, in my view of the world, is problematic, because it's not enough for what women need to bring to the table. Men need to be expecting a lot more from women.
Sure, I get you have an opinion. This is going to open a whole can of worms. So I'm going to pause there, and we'll get to Glenn's list. I'm going to pull it up in a second. I'm still working on that. I just been wanting to see this through. But when you get into prescriptions and just getting into like I said, it's just going to end up being a lot. And we talked about some of it on the X Space, which I'll play some of that too. But I think probably either Glenn or Marquise probably have a lot. They probably want to add something at this point. Maybe not, but.
Well, I'll stand by for you to pull up the thing if you got it, and
okay,
don't miss that. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna still work on pulling that up. In the meantime, I'm going to.
Do you want me to read it off while you're working on pulling it up? Because I have it in front of me.
No, what I want to do is I know I have it in front of me too. I just been figuring out what's the best way to do it without, messing up. But I want to do an intermission only because we've been talking about this a little bit, and I think we've only gotten through a few minutes of that audio, and I think it's going to spark some other conversation as well. Only reason I have Andrew Tate on my screen is because I don't know if this is just slop or what, but it says here he's been charged with raping and trafficking multiple women. So I don't know if that's new or slop or whatever, but I figured since somebody name dropped Andrew Tate while we were talking here, so I thought that was interesting. So
I will say this about the Tate thing, and I've said this about every case. I will wait till the dust settles and it has its day in court, and he's judged by a jury of his peers, and all facts are released before I render any verdict. But I will say, when there's smoke, there is fire, and always be aware of the smoke. But it doesn't mean there's necessarily he started the fire or the fire that is being presented is accurate.
Fair. So yeah, gather your thoughts. We are waiting for the next step. We're going to be waiting for this list. Can you just do an introduction to the list? Because I forgot why you wanted to talk about it. And then I'm going to play some of the audio, and then we will present the list. It might even tie into some of the discussion that, from this X Space. So go ahead if you want.
Yeah, I forgot who was mentioning that the red pill primarily focuses on a woman's SMV rather than RMV, right? And it's true. I think red pill is great at short-term sexual mating strategy, but short-term sexual mating strategy is detrimental to society and culture. We should be focused more on long-term relationship strategy, market value rather than sexual market value. Now, you do need to have some sexual market value to enter into a relationship. Obviously, attraction is key. Physical attraction is definitely key, but there also that doesn't outweigh the relationship market value. I mean, the Bible talks about it's better to live in the corner of the roof of your house than with a nagging woman, right? She could be hot as fuck, but if she's a bitch, you're better off living in the corner of your house, right? Than living under the roof with her. There's numerous accounts in Proverbs where he talks about that. Proverbs, 1/3 of Proverbs, it talks about getting with the bad type of woman, right? So this is where relationship market value is important. And I think the list of characteristics of traits I'm about to provide you are valuable and increase a woman's relationship market value. And it helps guys to not be so focused on the sexual market value. Who cares if you have a 10 if she's not fit, friendly, feminine, polite, pleasant or peaceful, and the list will continue on. Once you put it up, we can get into that. But that's what the list is for. The list is more about relationship market value, not so much highly like overtly dependent on the sexual market value.
Was that in Proverbs? You said it's better. Can you repeat that for me? It's better to live in the corner of a house.
Yeah, it's like it says something along the line. I'm paraphrasing. It's better to live in
Yeah,
like the corner of your house than with a nagging woman.
a
There's
nagging
another
woman.
one that says like it's better to live in your roof, like with the leaky roof, than it is to be with a scornful woman. There's
See, I would say
multiple
those two
iterations of
that you
them.
just mentioned there, and I'd love to have a conversation with you, a separate one, discussing like I mean, is that in Proverbs? Because I know there's the Proverbs
Yeah.
31 woman. Okay,
Yeah, no, there's
so
Proverbs 31 woman, and then there's other Proverbs. I think Proverbs 5 talks about it. Proverbs 7 talks about like getting with like the promiscuous woman, the adulterous woman, right? That in her bedroom there's dead man's bones. Like she has had kings, like kings have died in pursuit of her because they valued her, and she was basically like a demon, right? Like she lured them in sexually, and then in her bedroom, there's a grave of dead men's bones.
Dude,
Um,
that's amazing. I'm glad that you're bringing this up because what I'm hearing here is a lot of these verses that you're paraphrasing are actually gold pilled because they're essentially telling men what to expect or what not to expect from a woman. So and you see a lot of these narratives sort of repeated, like Joseph Campbell in The Hero with a Thousand Faces. Carl Jung talks about the different archetypes. If you turn the knob in one direction, you have positive versions of those archetypes. But if you turn them in the opposite direction, you have things like the femme fatale, the eternal mother, I think, or the eternal daughter, the devouring mother. Those are all sort of aligned with gold pill because it does kind of give you a glance at what to avoid and what to look for. Wouldn't you agree?
yeah, I mean, I think the warnings of men need to be walking out for a certain behavior, and I'm pulling up the scriptures right now for you. Um, Proverbs 21:9. It's better to dwell in the corner of a roof of a housetop than with the brawling woman in a wide house. Right. Proverbs meaning it's better to live alone in discomfort than live in a big house with constant contention. Right. Proverbs 25:24. It's better to dwell in the corner of a housetop than with the brawling woman. Oh, I'm sorry. 24 or 25:24. Better to dwell in the corner of a housetop than with a brawling woman in the White House. Almost same wording as Proverbs 21:9. The repetition matters because the scripture is emphasizing a point. Proverbs 21:19 is
Okay,
better
I'm
to
gonna
dwell.
stop there because I'm Christ pill would be a different stream. I'm not doing Christ pill because there's a specific reason because I care about even secularists having success with relationships. So I need people who don't even believe in God to be able to, especially men, secure women, have long-term relationships, even though we know based on the data they do not. So it's not that I don't want to
Well, I
do right.
mean, you don't even have to say you could a proverb. There's Chinese proverbs. There's different proverbs. Proverbs are just words of wisdom to live by. This has
No,
nothing.
no, I get it.
You, you,
I
you,
get it. People don't want. I mean, quotes are great, but people just want real world solutions. At the end of the day, there's the young men that are dealing with stuff, and they just want it. And it kind of. I'm not trying to like emphasize or I don't think people should be taking shortcuts. So by any means. I know we have Christ pill people on the panel, but I know where these conversations lead, and it gets into the weeds, and people don't understand. But you made your point, and I'm not even a big quotes person, anyways. In general, I like proverbs. I like some quotes, but I don't use them a lot of times. Because they just can be a little bit problematic, like kind of reductive in a way. But obviously some of them are genius. Um, I actually reference Bob Marley's quote when he talks about, I'll bring it up, but it's like, it's better to,
Can I
yeah,
say
go
one more?
yeah, go
I would
ahead.
say like a continual dropping in a very rainy day and a contentious woman are alike. Okay, like meaning a contentious woman is compared to a constant dripping of water, irritating, relentless, and impossible to ignore. So these are all warnings, right, for young men. And and this is what the red pill does not highlight. It promotes, I mean, look at all the shows, right? Access Vegas, whatever. They don't, I mean, well, whatever podcast puts on some ugly women, but Access Vegas would be one that does not put on any ugly women. They only bring on models and superstars.
I think they should only put on busty women, but that's just me. But
I think they should put on the average American woman, 185.
They do. Again, it's another
whale.
mischaracterization. They do. And they kind of get irritated.
Hold on. What episode of Access Vegas have you seen a fat woman on? Because I can tell you right now, none of them were there when I was producing.
Access Vegas, but specifically whatever Ann Myron show. He gets so irritated because they have 10. Oh, you did say whatever? Okay.
I said besides whatever, because they have
my bad.
women before.
Besides whatever, besides Myron's podcast, I mean, Access Vegas is one of the few, I think, that
I would think that, well, even Myron, I think they still split it primarily more on the attractive side of women than the ugly women. I think they get more attractive women than the average woman.
Are you gonna allow fat women on your podcast, Glenn?
Hell yeah. Big bitches need shame too.
Oh, well, I guess I am gonna get laid after all. Hell yeah. So let me I'm sorry I cut you off.
No, go ahead. You're gonna play a little bit of it, and then we're gonna go to the list.
Yeah, I do have the list as well. I'm gonna play a little bit. There was some chats that came in. Let me just pull those up because I don't want people to feel left out. So this is one of your boys, I think, Uncle Guns. Quality women cannot be bought off the shelf. They do not arrive pre-made. Quality women are recruited, led, trained, shaped, molded, which is actually goes against gold pill. So we can come back to this chat.
That's right. It's called Build a Bitch. Uncle Guns knows the program. It's called Build a Bitch.
A woman has zero value until the man made her that way. Oh shit! This is gonna cause some drama. Oh shit, Uncle, what are you doing, bro? You're gonna cause fucking drama on my stream, bro.
Do you want me to tell you where you get that from? Let me tell you. You know what makes a high value woman?
Yeah. What?
When a man of high value chooses to invest in that woman, because she absolutely has no value that other than what the man invests in her. The man taking the risk on that woman being his wife.
Yeah, I'm gonna crash out. We gotta be careful. Come on.
Yeah, I find that very problematic myself. Listen. I'm enjoying the conversation. I don't know how much more time I have. These are conversations that need to happen. So I'm glad that they're happening. But they can also take a really long time, especially if we're going to play this video and
yeah, that's why I'm trying to like keep focused and stay on track and not read the Bible from front to back. But I have the audio. We don't have to get through all of it, but it's even just going through a few minutes, it sparks so many interesting questions and topics. So somebody else chatted in long-term relationship market value is the best relationship ROI, and then
my boys are coming out deep today. You see them?
Yeah, Glenn, I do.
Well, I'm glad you guys like the RMV acronym, relationship market value. That's definitely an acronym that I think should be introduced in conversation.
It's been out there. It's been out there.
2 years. I've been writing about it for the last 2 years as I've been working on this book.
Well, see, we came to the same conclusions. That's great.
A man cannot determine any woman's relationship value, cannot be determined by conversation. It's determined when she competes with other women for the privilege of adding value to that man.
Facts.
So I might put up a poll because I don't know in the chat who's gold pill, red pill, and all that. But interesting. All right, let me stay on task here. Give me a second.
Suffer from some cost fallacy.
Yeah, in other words, I've thought a lot about the concepts that Rollo Tomasi writes about. I've spent a lot of time watching content surrounding that subculture, not just from Rollo himself, but from various other content creators, red pill creators, PUAs, even like Christian, religious related content that addresses relationships and family dynamics.
Well, let's get to the brass tacks, because
Okay.
your last reply talked about screening for good mothers, family centric, right? Screening for good wives. Well, I don't know necessarily wives, but mothers. What else was it? Screening for?
Yeah, mothers? I would say mothers, wives. A person who is going to build a relationship with you that will work and stand the test of time, and essentially a person who not a short term relationship. Right?
Now, this isn't really a gotcha question. This is a good faith question. Can you have any of that without picking up a woman?
Can you find a wife essentially without picking up a woman?
And a mother, yes, i.e. having sex with a woman. Can you do any of that? Like, is relationships one that can be done without working chronologically? Is there such thing as a relationship that can work without going chronologically, like step by step?
What do you mean by chronologically? Because
that's
I'm
a good
kind of
question.
I'm kind of confused
I
by
would say-
chronologically. Are you saying chronologically you must have sex before you can enter in a relationship?
No, I'm saying that, and guys, tell me if the audio's too low, or if it doesn't make sense for us to play the audio. If you can't hear it,
No, it's fine, man. I mean,
no,
it's
I'm
fine.
not asking you. I'm just in the chat. I'm just asking, even though I think it may be. Glenn said it's the same volume, but just let me know, guys. But I'm saying chronologically, there's steps. Like, it doesn't make sense for there's weak people call them incels online, or even black pillars saying, oh, like I don't want to have kids, and kids are problematic. It's like, dude, you don't even have a girlfriend. You haven't been out of your basement. You haven't asked anybody out. Thanks, Tacticus, for telling me it sounds clear. That's good for the stream and future streams I do. I really appreciate that feedback. So it has to be chronologically. So we're talking about example relationship market value. You don't have relationship without getting out of your basement and going to talk to, without having skills and confidence, and having even pickup lines, whether like them or love them, whatever, hate them or love them. You have to have, even if it's like, hey, like, how's what do you think about the weather today? That's a pickup line. You don't give a shit about the fucking weather today. She doesn't. So not even just a pickup line, this, because it's not a good pickup line, but it's an actual, you're being disingenuous. You don't give a fuck about the weather. You just see that she looks attractive. She doesn't give a shit about the weather. You're just breaking the ice. So that's what I mean by chronological. You need to have the approach, have the girlfriend, have the monogamy, the fiance, the marriage, and then the children. It all works in steps, and there's different things that happen along the way for each. So does that?
Yeah, but Tom,
clear?
no one is disputing that. No, and
I didn't say
said
you
so
were
yesterday.
disputing it. I'm just answering
Right.
Glenn's question. I'm answering
Okay.
right now.
I was just trying to figure out what chronologically was when it comes to relationship.
I think what I'm hearing, if I can explain it in my perspective, because we did have this conversation yesterday, is that you can't just expect to be a guy who lives in his mother's basement. You can't expect a woman to be interested in for you to be even ready for a relationship. Even if she was interested in you, you might end up being a really bad husband and father. I think that's what I'm hearing by chronological, right? You have to work on yourself and be a person worthy of marriage. Otherwise,
even if
don't
she
cry
was
about it.
interested, you kind of have to ask her to, and this could be a whole other stream in and of itself, to be your girlfriend, right? So she may be just waiting there. She may have two guys to pick from, both she likes. One guy actually asks to, be her boyfriend. And so that might get him over the hump, versus the other guy who just keeps kicking the can down the road. He doesn't actually ask. whatever. You'd be surprised at how women feel about just something simple as that.
Yeah, I mean, it starts to get into hairy territory for me because on the one hand, I understand that that's how things work. That, you know, in the current state of affairs, the man does have to be the one to approach the woman, and essentially by doing so, he's putting her on a pedestal. He's basically saying like, "Hey, I'll take the burden of performance. I'll be the one to risk getting rejection. I'll be the one to initiate the conversation, to keep the conversation going. Eventually, it can lead to I'll be the one to pay for the date. I'll be the one to open the door. And then when it's time to get married, I'll be the one to shovel, you know, thousands of dollars for a ring, get on my knee and ask you for marriage." So it's kind of a slippery slope is what I'm trying to say. And it gets hairy
That's fine.
because
We can debate all that. You're right. You're smuggling in gold pill right now, and I get it, but we're not quite there yet. So
okay,
let's see
fair
how
enough.
you answer my. let's, let's see. Yeah, I'm just joking, by the way, but yeah, let me
Check
play a
your
little bit
phone.
more.
Check your
Yeah,
phone.
okay, I will, buddy. Give me a second here.
You definitely need to be ready for a relationship and understand what it takes to be in a healthy relationship. I don't know if that answers your question, but
Well, I mean, you're adding a step, but it's still a step. My question is, does it have to be chronologically? Like, can you have a wife without first picking her up?
I mean, yes, you can.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say
So
you don't need,
that would be
you don't
news to
need
me.
to learn pickup to.
When I say picking her up, I don't mean pickup artistry. Nothing related to pickup artistry.
Okay, well
I'm
then
talking.
you need to describe what you mean because that's what I thought you meant.
Oh no, I mean without like um communicating.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, you no, you need to communicate with someone,
Yes,
of
you
course.
need to like ask her out. So that's what I mean by pickup. Like you
Okay,
need
let
to.
me, if you don't mind, I want to take a step back, okay? Because the point, the primary difference in my study of this stuff between the red pill and the gold pill is that the red pill and pickup artist material is good when it comes to understanding short-term dynamics or short-term relationships, like relationships that are built around, just attraction, sex, essentially sex, something that's not really designed to work in the long term. But that's where the gold pill comes in. The gold pill does focus on what a man needs to understand, not just men, actually, women as well. What men and women, young men and women, need to understand, they need to bring to a relationship in order for a long-term relationship or a family, to be built and sustained. So it doesn't mean that you can't, or that that you don't need to work on yourself and improve your social skills and, do all of these things, approach, have a conversation, etc. Of course you do. That would be silly to just assume that someone with no experience at all, um, can start a family and have that family be a successful one. But that should go without saying that this advice applies to both men and women. Women need to know what they need to bring to the table, right? If they need to communicate better, then they need to learn how to communicate better. If they need to understand how much work goes into building a family, well, they need to be taught how much work needs to go into building a family and sustaining a healthy family. So that's the kind of that's what I would add. That's the type of nuance that I would add to your question.
Okay, so you answered the question. I appreciate that. I would like it's so instead of so you said nuance. I don't know that it was nuance. What you were doing is explaining to me more about the gold pill. That's what you were doing, and that's fine. I'm just outlining what you weren't adding nuance. You were more just explaining about the gold pill. And that again, that was my fear about the sunk cost. And that's not a problem. I'm not saying you're a victim of sunk cost or that you violated sunk cost. I'm just saying keep it. I want it with the flow of conversation. What happened? How it's gone so far is I asked the question. Your response was, okay, well, like let's back way up and let's go into more about the gold pill. Well, that's why sometimes, and I was tempted to interrupt you, but I didn't because I didn't want to be the same old me that just interrupts all the time. I wanted you to, I know you hate that. I wanted you to get it out, but this is kind of why I interrupt. And I'm just giving an example of why I interrupt because it didn't need to be like go back to the gold pill. But since you've done that and explained more about it, let's talk about that. So who needs to, you're saying that this gold pill is good information for men and women. I haven't gathered that it's for women at all based on listening to Paul Elam, but let's assume that you're giving the accurate information. Who is explaining to women this information?
Well, before I answer your question, I just want to, bring up what you said earlier about, going back and the cost sunk fallacy and, bringing up the gold pill, even though that's not what you asked for. I disagree with that. Actually, what I did was I did in fact include nuance there because when you ask a question like, do men need, or I forgot exactly how you asked
Do they
it.
need to approach? Do they need to approach? Do things need to go in
Right.
chronological order? Is what I asked. And
Yeah, I mean, again, like answering just that question doesn't really, accomplish anything. So
well, that's your opinion, dude. I need to know. I need to understand. Like, we need to set a baseline, and that would help me. That's why I prefaced with it's not a gotcha question. It wasn't going to be like just because you answer yes, it has to go chronologically. I wasn't.
yeah, but this style of conversation though is to me it just doesn't work because the point is to have a conversation, not like one person asking the questions and the other person answering the questions, not knowing where that question is going to lead. You see what I'm saying? So I don't do debates. I do conversations. So instead of just like me answering your questions there.
All right, I'll pause it there for a second. Let me pull up that list, Glenn. All right, is this the list you're referring to?
Yeah. Yep. So, and I could continue reading it if you don't have it up, all of it. But basically, these are characteristics or traits that women have that will make them like more marriage worthy, right? In the RMVs, are they fit, friendly, feelings? Do they show sympathy? Are they polite, pleasant? Are they peaceful? Are they accommodating? Are they agreeable? Are they conscientious? Are they nurturing, cooperative, deference for her man and elders with more experience? Do they have etiquette and decorum? Are they trustworthy? Are they respectful? Are they prompt? Are they compassionate, passionate, responsible, intuitive, understanding, nesting, eagerness, enthusiasm, naivete, like a childlike curiosity? Do they have innocence? Do they practice self-care? Do they practice modesty? Are they elegant? Do they have restrained sexuality and unrestrained sexuality for their man? Are they loyal? Do they have self-validation, meaning internal validation? Do they practice timeliness? Are they self-aware? Are they active listening skills? Do they have sense of values? And more importantly, do those sense of values align with yours? Willingness in relation to deference, mirroring. Do they mirror you? Are they, open? Or do they have openness? And do they have good nature? Those characteristics, regardless of how attractive the woman looks, but if the more characteristics and traits like this a woman has, those seem to be the common traits and themes that we have heard husbands say about their wives after 20, 30, 40 years of marriage, and that they're very happy in this relationship that they have with their spouse. None of them are dependent upon she sucks my dick good. None of them are dependent upon, she dresses sexy for me.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You said unrestrained for her man. Unrestrained.
But no. That didn't say suck your dick good.
That's
unrestrained sexuality for her man.
Unrestrained.
Meaning that she is willing to please her man, and she's not making him jump through hoops like chore play. She's unrestrained for her man. There's no barrier for her man because her man already meets the barrier.
Right. She's sleeping with him because she wants to, and not just because.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
By the way, let me just pause and say I have to applaud you for this list, Glenn. Well done, man. I mean, this is one of the most comprehensive lists of requirements that a man should have, or, you know, I mean, not all of them, but like you said, right, the more that a woman exhibits these characteristics, the more worthy she is of, you know, his dick, essentially, his marriage, his loyalty. I definitely love this list, and I just wanted to pause and applaud you for that because it's wonderful.
Guys, this is
Thank you.
the section of the show where we glaze Glenn. So,
Well, I'm just
No
saying, if we're
facial
going to
glaze.
talk about,
No facial glaze, please. Okay.
no,
and, you
dude,
know,
what
it's
the
just,
fuck?
it makes me happy that this is where the conversation is heading, because we've been talking about what men are, what are expected of men all of these years in the red pill, and we're finally reaching a point where it's like, okay, well, what is expected of women?
Let me throw a wrench into your before you glaze me too much, okay? I think these traits and characteristics, one, I think they could already be observed in a woman, but just by being around them, you could tell, you know, if she has any of these traits, right? I think another portion of it is that you will experience these traits depending on your relationship with her. Like if you're in a relationship with her, you should be able to see some of these traits. Another thing is some of these things need to be taught. I mean, in society, to women, yes, but taught by her man, because, you know, society has taught women one thing, right? And let's say,
Well,
okay,
that kind of goes into like Captain Save-A-Ho territory, right?
well, it's not Captain Save-A-Ho. I'm not saving a woman.
Just saying, like, I don't necessarily want to put up with an unruly woman in the hopes that she might exhibit some
No.
of
See,
these things.
there's a difference of
In other
unruly.
words, it shouldn't be my responsibility to put her in her feminine, as some of the red pillars would like to say.
I think you're mischaracterizing what I'm about to say here.
Okay, fair enough.
Like, society has deemed it to be acceptable for women to dress rather not or immodestly, right? Society has accepted that. Her father is even probably doesn't say anything about it. So culturally, she thinks that this type of attire is okay. It is. If I see that this woman already has enough traits that I like, right? I'm gonna tell her, like, hey, guess what? If you want to be in a relationship with me, you need to dress modestly. And that is me teaching her what's expected of a relationship with me. Now, she has the choice to be like, fuck you, I'm going to go do what I want. Fine. She just weeded herself out. She just made herself unmarriageable in my eyes by her not wanting to meet the standards. And this is where build a bitch comes from, because parents can only do so much. And I can prove this. There's an example. I know this couple, or this father and mother, great parents. They raised a daughter, great young lady. She gets married to a man with no leadership, no backbone, and constantly defers to her, becomes a doormat, and the relationship ended. Why? Lack of leadership, right? And so this is where build the bitch mentality comes into play, is because it, depending on the leader, is going to be has a huge a huge deciding outcome or factor of how the outcome of said relationship is going to have. If a man is a good leader, a benevolent leader, right, the odds of him having a good outcome in that relationship is great, whether the woman came from a single mom or between a two parent household. It's the leadership that she falls underneath that really determines a lot of the outcome of said relationship. So when I say that, like, so a build a bitch is, wives don't come pre-made, they're built, and they're built by the leadership of the man that the woman is married to. So if a guy's not a good leader, then she's not going to learn that she may need to practice, decorum and etiquette, or that she needs to be fit. Because if his leadership is fat and he doesn't care about himself, well, why would she? Right? Because her leadership is the standard that she's going to look to as a model to mold after.
Okay. Do you land your plane? So I'd like to respond to that.
Yeah.
Okay. So I was not previously aware of this term, build a bitch.
I have a
think
whole
so.
course coming out about it. It's branded. You like it? It's like Build a Bear.
I get it. I mean, it's funny, you know. It's maybe a little
Uh-oh, are you guys
disparaging, but
not
it's
friends anymore? Uh-oh.
well. I mean, it's Tom. Just let us have a conversation, man. Come on.
Oh, sorry. My PG version is Build a Bride for
Build a
those.
bride. Okay, so that's maybe a little less disparaging because I wouldn't want to marry a woman that's a bitch, right? But anyway, I know it's a joke. I would say okay. So let me actually ask you if you're familiar with Joseph Campbell's work. So
I'm
the
not
hero's
familiar
journey,
with the
essentially.
name. I'm not familiar with the name.
Are you familiar with the concept of the hero's journey?
Oh, well, yeah, like the Odyssey, and yeah, I get the hero's journey.
Yeah, there are 17 stages, if I'm not mistaken, that a person, you know, essentially goes through. I can't remember every single one of them off the top of my head, but the
It's
basic
not
idea.
phrased but he doesn't frame it as a person. He frames it as a man must go through. Correct.
He does, yeah, and that's actually there has been a lot of criticism
And then
about that.
I would think that that's a very important distinction because one will have
But
it.
there has been legitimate criticism, is what I'm trying to say.
Sure, you could say there have been legitimate criticism, but what I'm saying, like when in the context of the writer and who he was writing it to in that time frame, I think that it's safe to assume that he was speaking to more of a male audience. Correct.
Um, I think that might be oversimplifying his concept. He was talking. He was referring to men, yes, but I believe that he also would agree if we could ask him. He would agree that this could apply to women as well. But
And
without getting too
I
off
could
track,
agree that I'm not trying to push too back on it. I'm saying I could think that there's certain elements of it can be applied to both genders, but I think that it's safe to say that the idea of who he was writing to, he was writing to a majority of a male audience. Not saying that principally that the qualities and the things that he's talking about can't be applied to both men and women, but I think it's safe to acknowledge that, like,
yeah, but it's kind of irrelevant to this conversation to say whether it applies to just men or women. I think the basic idea that I'm trying to get at, which I'd like to illustrate here, is that there are stages that a person has to go through in order to reach a certain psychological level, right? For lack of a better way to describe it, right? You understand what it means to be a good person. You've nurtured wisdom. You've focused on wisdom. You have information that can help you, that can help guide you in life, so that you're not making as many mistakes. You're making better decisions. You're choosing better partners, et cetera, et cetera. Within those stages, if we're talking about the man, he does come across a woman temptress, right? So if you're not familiar with that, it's essentially like he's on this journey to achieve enlightenment or some level of enlightenment, and he comes across this temptress, a woman who kind of pulls him away from that journey. And I think every man who's listening to this topic right now would say that we've been in this situation before. Like, you're focused on becoming an incredible person, right? You're focused on reaching these incredible levels, but then you meet a woman and she's seductress and she pulls you away from that, and it kind of you're led in a different direction and you crash out and all that stuff. I would say the same thing can apply to a woman as well. If a woman is expecting a man to be her to be her savior, well, then isn't he also being a temptress in a sense, like in a sense, like he's pulling her away from a journey that she can achieve a psychology that relates to some of these characteristics that you outlined just a second ago. Like, she's not going to be able to achieve very many of these characteristics if she's you know if she's not intelligent enough, if she hasn't challenged herself, right? She needs to be held accountable, hold herself accountable as well. And oftentimes that needs to happen before a marriage. Otherwise, there's nothing really encouraging her to become a better person. So
Well,
that would be
let
my
me ask you this:
yeah.
that list the characteristics that I listed. If Men in society said we will not marry or even consider a relationship with women that don't hold at least 10 of these characteristics in this trait. Don't you think that would incentivize women to probably adopt those characteristics and traits?
I think there needs to be. I mean, that's a good question. I'll give you that.
Because if the woman's end goal is
I
to
don't know
be
if it's
married
enough,
and have
though.
kids, I'm not saying all women will do this, but I'm saying all women that want to be married or want to have families. If all men said, "Hey, we're not even considering a woman marriageable unless she has at least 10 of these," don't you
Right.
think that right there would change the behavior in the women that would want to be married?
I
To
think it
maybe
would help
display,
women understand, yes, that men do have preferences beyond just her looks. I think it would definitely help. It would definitely aid in that direction. But I think
would you
more needs
think?
to be done. And by the way, I mean,
Well, no, I
I think
agree
we're in
with you.
agreement that it used to be the father who would, kind of,
Yeah,
not just the father, but the culture that she lived in is
absolutely.
reinforcing these ideas.
But in modern day, when we know that the father has been snuffed out for the most part, but if the man said, "Hey, you know what? I'm not going to even give women attention, even acknowledge their existence, if they do not display these characteristics or traits." Don't you think that would influence away a lot of how women behave and act?
Absolutely, but I think it also needs to come with, uh, again, like, how are you going to convince the rock star, the Leonardo DiCaprios, right? Because those men are still going to
Yeah,
reward
but
women
sure,
regardless of whether they have these characteristics. That's where the
that's
issue comes
true.
in.
That's true. And then there's no perfect system, but I could try to
Well, there
save
used
one
to be.
rock star. Hold on. I could there can't be. We're flawed. There's never going to be a perfect system as long as we are humans, because humans
There
are
used to be
flawed.
a really good system called the dowry system in arranged
I
marriage.
have no problem with the dowry system in
Right.
arranged marriages. But even in that system, there was expectations
Hmm.
that were held, and duties that both sexes had to uphold to maintain those relationships.
Right. A woman needed to come to the relationship table with money, with actual money,
No, it
or
was more than
something
just
of
money.
monetary value.
It was more than just money, but yes, money was like, it could have been a goat. I wouldn't take a goat. I don't like
But
goat
again,
milk.
when we're talking about the
But
dowry, we're talking about the dowry ethic, right? The
yes, and we're
idea that
also, but
the
what
culture.
was the consequence though if the husband failed to uphold his? There was also that factor also in place during the dowry system.
Well, I mean, if you understand the dowry ethic, then you also understand the culture that this dowry practice existed in, right? The
Yeah,
culture itself was very, like, held so everyone was held accountable, right? Like, you couldn't fake your way to the top back then, not as a man and not as a woman. In other words, if a groom is, or if a young man is being considered by a woman and her family, now keyword is her family, right? If he's being considered to be her husband, well, then he's being, they're going to find out who his family is, what kind of wealth he has. Has he lived a life of being degenerate, or did he, go to university, or did he work? Is he handsome? Is he, there's all these, like, requirements that they put on a man, and they made sure, the family made sure that he met those requirements. And I would say, in addition to that, the woman would be held to the same standard to the same standard, right? Is she a hoe? Does she
I
come
mean,
from a good
you're
family?
basically pointing out what I already said though, because I said, let's say if we just use 10 of those characteristics and traits, would we see a different change? You agreed. And let's say if society at large, if both men and women upheld, women to that standard, to meet those characteristics and traits, then you would see a different outcome.
You're almost there, Glenn. Again, you keep, like neglecting the idea of, like, how do we make sure the rich, high value men are upholding this standard as well? Like,
I mean,
you're almost there. Yes,
you
of
can
course, the
institute
culture does need
shame.
to change.
You can institute shame on them if you want, and that's
We're
fine.
not
I
going
have
to
no
shame
problem.
someone like Leonardo DiCaprio. People have tried, by the way.
Well, women have tried to shame him.
Everyone shames him. Yeah, does it
But
stop
I'm
him
just
from
saying, like,
sleeping with the
I mean,
hottest, youngest woman?
but what I'm getting at is that what you want to punish him financially, strip him of his wealth, be like, because you
No,
are.
but you have to understand how incentives work, right? I
Well,
mean,
I
that's
do
Yes,
how
understand how
these
dowries work.
people have consequences. Like
Yeah,
men understand consequences. Like
And yet we have all these value men that are doing it regardless of the consequences.
I don't,
So the
dude. It
consequences
sounds
aren't.
like your utopia is just like
I'm
everything
not
needs
saying
to
it's
be
a
perfect.
utopia. It was never a
Kind,
utopia. I'm just
kind of.
saying that.
I don't think anything needs to happen to men. Men suffer consequences, and like I'm dealing with consequences right now. Am I dating a much younger woman? Am I happy and everything's good? Yes. Am I dealing with consequences that I don't? I'm in my 40s and don't currently have 10 children already. That's a consequence, and men have to deal with this. Same with Leonardo. He's got to deal with this. Everything's not like you're making the assumption that like he's just a benefactor, this huge benefactor. He
I'm just saying
maybe
if
I would
maybe
say,
something
lonely.
used to work.
here's the thing. If I look at Leonardo, I think he operates out of fear.
It's possible. But can I just make a quick point? If something used to work and that same thing no longer works, wouldn't it be wise to look at what worked in the past so we can see what kind of value we can extract from it?
Absolutely. I mean, I have always said we should go look back at history and see what worked and apply it to the future, and to some newer model of it that's going to be productive for the culture that it's in now. Because I mean, we can't go back to the 1950s, or we can't go back to all the way to the dowry system, because we have technology and we have all these different things in advancement. Things are changed entirely from back then. But can we implement the value system that they've had? Absolutely, we can. What that looks like, well, that's going to be something different from even what it looked like back then. But it's still going to have the same spirit or idealism behind it.
Right. I mean, back then, I mean, you're absolutely right. And I'm glad that you're reaching that conclusion. Something did work in the past. We can't reinstate it exactly as it was. Of course, technology, women are in the workplace. It's just a different world, right? I mean, it would be ridiculous to say, I want an actual dowry from a woman in today's world, even though some people do still expect it and it does work for the families, but we can't, maximize this on a societal scale. But the point is, something used to be valued in society. The ethic itself was valued, and people knew you have to bring something to the table. If the father wasn't around to teach her, if the mother wasn't around to teach her, the culture itself reinforced this. And
And then what we're talking about is more of a cultural problem, because both men and women lowered the standard of entry to relationships to "she touched my pee-pee." That they have,
which by the way, I'm glad that you said that, because a lot of that does stem from the romantic model. And by the way, there is one specific article that I'll try to find it once I'm done speaking here, that was written, I believe, in the early 1900s, that differentiates between the romantic ethic and the dowry ethic, the marriages of romance versus marriages of reason.
Absolutely, I'm not disputing that at all. I think that there could be a hybrid of the two, but that requires people to have the shared values. That requires society to uphold those same values. That requires the court system to reflect on those values. And let's be honest, we are in where we're in now because of boomers. All right, can we just be honest? The boomers did the sexual revolution. The boomers produced commercialism. The boomers produced materialism and mass-produced sex in the way that it has never been done before in society's history.
I would go further back. I would go back to gynocentrism, medieval Europe.
Oh,
That's really where the problem stems from.
I would say because I would say even before, like if you go back to commercialism and sexual revolution, that's when we've seen all breaks, all hell loose, no standards, no value of duty from either side. That's where it really kind of it launched off. You could say, yeah, it showed its head in the medieval times. I could say it showed its head all the way in the biblical times. But I would say to where it has become unchecked on both sides, and to where we're at now, the boomers are the one that broke the model.
When you say biblical times, are you talking like about like Marianism and like the idolatry of
well, yeah, because I think like the spirit of Asherah, which is like the Queen of Heaven theory, right?
A lot of that came actually after the advent of romantic love. The Marianism.
Well, I think Asherah is mentioned in the Bible, and that was that's spoken like back in Isaiah's time. But like, I'm not gonna like.
Yeah, I mean, this is a side conversation. But yeah. Go ahead.
But what I'm trying to get at is like if you're looking at to where we're at now, I don't think. I think if you remove the sexual revolution and the commercializing of sex the way that the boomers did, right? I don't think you would have the problems that we have as much today in that regards.
Sorry, I'm going to ask you to repeat it just because I lost connection for a second. Can you repeat the last sentence or two that you said?
Yeah, I said if you remove the 60s, basically the boomers, commercial, like the sexual revolution, and commercializing sex the way that they did, I don't think we would have the problems that we would have as much as we have today, because we devalued what sex was.
Okay.
Because prior to them, every other previous generation valued matrimony and sex together.
Yeah, I mean that's a good point. But so the two counterpoints that I want to make here. First is if we're gonna go back, because you were saying earlier that we're not going to go back to the 1950s or the times of when dowries were practiced. But it seems like you're suggesting that by going back to the time before the sexual revolution that things would be better. Or
no, what I'm saying is that. Yeah, so if we look at what the sexual revolution did, right? It made like the pill made sex. You didn't have the consequence of children, right? You could have sex without having the risk of children. Well, people would only get married. They were afraid to have sex because they didn't want to women didn't want to get pregnant and be married, or they would have to go off to some aunt's house in the country and to come back and having a little brother, right? That's how they did things. Because her being known as a single mom was distasteful and not a good look in society, right? So once the pill came into play and we removed the accountability of sex, and then we monetize and commercialize sex, right, with Playboy, Hustler, pornography, and we're telling everybody to go out there and have sex, free love, do your thing, and we're saying that you could do this without consequence, right? That's problematic. So if we want to look at history and be like, where did things start falling apart and what can we learn from? I would say we should learn from the boomers and where they fucked up at, and say, hey, maybe we should course correct from at least this point, because we could really see an epicenter of problems stemming from around this area in history. And if we course correct that moving forward, maybe we could minimize the effect that this sexual revolution and this like commercializing sex will have on our children's children.
Okay. Thank you for explaining. You clarified it for me. But wouldn't you say that pedestalizing women is also problematic?
Oh yeah, but I'm not pedestalizing women when I say that, because I look at men's
but the
behavior.
Culture itself. I mean, you do know that the culture back during courtly love was a culture of pedestalizing women. So in other words, the problem that you're referring to didn't just start in the sexual revolution, and the boomers aren't completely responsible for it.
You're right. I'm not saying that they are.
We're jousting with each other for a woman's favor back in the whenever it was too.
Well, I can say this: like when my grandparents got married, both of their families were involved in the courting of that relationship, right? So both families were involved. The Italian family were a big Italian family. And both my great grandfather on both sides had, hey, you two, we're putting you guys together. And they've worked out all the way until my grandfather passed away. And my grandma is 96 now. So, I mean, through the majority of her lifetime, it worked. And and there wasn't, it wasn't this devaluation of what sex is and where sex is supposed to be practiced in. It was upholding the sanctity of the relationship of marriage. Like, what we have done is we have given husband and wife benefits to people that are not husband and wife. So then why would anybody be wanting to get married when they could get the same benefits without even getting married? You have to incentivize that. And the biggest thing in history that we could look at, be like, hey, when we devalued sex and we commercialized it and made it to where anybody could get it, and there's no consequence to it, that is a huge, like, time in history where it only exasperated.
It's a legitimate argument. I will definitely give you that. It's very legitimate, and it's something that I think a lot of people can learn from. And I think there's value in making that argument. But I would say there's also, like, going just a little further back, or not a little, like,
I think you're going back 200 more years.
900 actually.
Okay, but so then what I'm saying is, okay, we could look at the.
But hang on, but I want to explain, because I know what you're saying. I heard you say it now.
Do you think it's more relatable? Do you think the people that would be listening about this today have closer relation culturally to?
I'm just saying, I know what you're going to ask. I'm just saying that if we go back to a time, let's just bring up an imagery of what used to happen during courtly love, just so you understand what I'm saying, so I can kind of pinpoint it. Okay, we've all seen Game of Thrones and medieval documentaries and things like that, where a woman is dressed in a beautiful gown and she's got jewelry on and everything, and she sits on the bleachers while she watches two knights essentially joust to the death for her favor, right? How is that any different than saying a man must earn his value while a woman is born with value? When you have a system that idolizes, yeah, there you go, idolizes women to that effect, where, like, they're essentially they objectify. You are the trophy that I must win, right? That leads to the outcomes that we have today, because we're not expecting women to do anything to win his favor.
I hear what you're saying, and I agree with you, but I think that's more on an individual standpoint, right? Individualistically speaking, like, I know my value, and I know the type of woman that I would allow to entertain my time, and I know the type of woman that I would not allow to entertain my time. I determine that, not the woman.
Right. I'm just saying that the culture itself is what needs to change, right? We need to stop.
Yes, but at the same time, the man has to also know his value and not think that he's more valuable than he truly is. Because I'm sorry to say this, but there's a lot of guys that I will categorize as males, but not men, right? And there's different characteristics and traits that I would say that would contribute to what I would say is a man and versus a male.
That's a legitimate concern. That's a legitimate argument as well. I would say that if a man is like that, if he thinks that his value is too high, well, then he needs to come back down to earth and understand what his station.
And I think that's where a lot of the red pill guys are.
Probably, but here's the thing: he still expects to be with an attractive woman, or a woman who's at the same station in life that he's in. Like, for example, the example that I brought up earlier, where a woman worked at a Starbucks, and then she ended up marrying an NBA player, and then he ended up leaving her. Well, why is that? Why did he leave her? It's because she's the male version or the female version of the man who's just in his mother's basement, and she needs to step up. She needs to step up, right? The man is going to use her briefly while she's attractive and young, but he's going to leave her, and that's what happens. So if a woman wants to be realistic about marriage, well, then she has to marry someone at her station in life. Did I lose you guys?
Nope, I'm here.
Oh, we might have lost Glenn.
All right, we'll wait for him to get back. Just to that last point, as far as the NBA
Well, you're
exam.
speaking to. I'm sorry, I was trying to unmute. What you're
That's
speaking
the
to is a
sophistication of
sort
the
of.
dowry ethic, in other words. Sorry to go ahead, Glenn.
What you're speaking to is a sort of mating strategy.
What I'm speaking to is not a mating strategy. It's
Well, I mean, that's basically
understanding
what.
Yeah, I'll answer. I'll answer your question.
Well,
It's
because like you're talking about
understanding.
like not seeking someone above your station, right? So to
Yes,
say.
I'll
Like,
explain in another words. Okay.
but like a 5 getting with a 5.
So okay.
Right? Like
We-
we've seen historically that a sort of mating strategy is the average, is what most people tend to settle down with, historically speaking, right? It's only recently and with the advancements of technology, and that we think that we deserve more, but historically speaking, like a sort of mating strategy has been the thing that's worked, and this is the thing that Rollo
I
even
would say it's not
bastardizes.
technology. It's the fact that we removed all the checks on hypergamy, the checks and balances that used to exist in the dowry ethic. We've removed them. It has nothing to do with technology.
I think technology has helped remove those systems.
Technology has amplified the problems, but the problems existed before technologies.
I mean, if you're
The
trying to
problem
say like the
existed when we
dowry
replaced
system,
the problems existed when we replaced marriages of reason with marriages of romance. When you replace marriages of reason with romance, you're essentially saying all that stuff that used to work in the past, that doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is how beautiful she is, and my love and my feelings and emotions and all this stuff. The ethic itself is what works as a check on hypergamy.
I don't necessarily agree with that, because there's been many times when there's been women that would be married to someone, but then go have sex and risk losing their life for someone else.
Yes, but that was not the norm.
But
Right
wait a
now,
minute, wait a minute, wait a minute,
we
wait a
have
minute.
all kinds of women that prioritize romance.
Sufjan, though. But
Yes,
if I said that,
okay.
if I say Leonardo DiCaprio is not the norm, and you're saying, well, we still got to fix this Leonardo DiCaprio issue, and when I present you a situation that is not the norm, you just try to dismiss it, then in principle, your argument is flawed there. Would you agree?
No, okay. So I was disagreeing with you when you said that it's not the norm. I actually am saying that there's enough of a percentage of men who expect that, and enough of a even larger percentage of women that expect to be with a Leonardo DiCaprio, that it is a problem. That's what I'm saying. Did I describe that properly?
So,
I'm saying because you're saying that in the past, there were examples of women that left. She left the guy that the father wanted her to marry because she was in love, and she fell in love with like a Romeo and Juliet kind of figure, right? Or even like the Titanic, right? Like she was supposed to marry this guy who was like suitable for her because they both come from like a better station in life, and she left him for a fucking bum. Right?
yeah, so like I would say, like this is not a shot at dowry system issues, but one of the dowry system may create like skin in the game, right? She's bringing something to the table, right, culturally, but in practice, it has been tied also to coercion, right? Family pressure, abuse, and in violence in some societies, not all societies, but some. And like there is a huge study that points out how dowry system and domestic violence kind of went hand in hand, right? So although I understand the principle of the dowry system that you're saying, I agree, but I think what's fundamentally missing, if you if implement the dowry system, if it without having a covenant system.
The dowry ethic. There's a
Or the
difference
ethic,
between
yeah.
implementing, reinstating the dowry is not what I'm saying here. I'm saying let's look at the dowry ethic and try to extract from it what works. Obviously,
And
there
I
were
would say
problems in the
even
past.
I would say that even the foundation to that is going to be restoring the covenant order between men and women. You know, that you know, again, back to the traits that I listed. Men must lead, provide, protect, build, discipline themselves, and become worthy of respect to proving their value, right? Women must respect, cooperate, nurture, bring peace, by not being chaotic and, chaos, bring calamity to him, preserve loyalty, and stop treating independence as a replacement of partnership. Once you fix that in the sexes, right, then society has has to back that up with marriage accountability, family accountability, and sexual restraint on both sexes. Until then, we're not going to get anywhere, because whether if it's a dowry in ethics, or if it's forced monogamy, and making guys like Leonardo DiCaprio have to stay with one person that he dates with after 2 years, that's looked at as a marriage. However you want to do it, to try to restrain or put buffers in without having the restoring of the covenant order between men and women, and the roles that they are in and that they should respect, we're not going to get anywhere.
Sorry, I have no comment at the moment. I stepped outside for a second and lost
No, you're
focus.
good.
But
You're good.
I mean,
I
I
can do
think we can move
housekeeping.
on from this. Tom, you direct it. It's your space, so go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, I was just gonna. We could do housekeeping. I just want to thank everybody for coming in. Have been having some good discourse here. So thanks for the people that showed up. I think that Glenn, you want to go through some of these comments?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Why do I don't have power to put them up to the screen? That's you do.
Oh, you can't see them?
I could see them, but I don't have the way to control which ones I'm going to go in order with.
Okay.
I think you have to go in order. You can't start from the bottom and go to the top. You got to start from the top and work your way down, man.
Okay, yeah. Well, I'm going to put them up on the screen. You can speak to them because you guys have been going back and forth on this, but I definitely want to highlight. And Marchese did say something, but I don't know if it's related to what you guys were talking about. Let's see here. Actually, no, I do have to go to the bottom because like this is related directly to what you were just talking about.
True. Okay. Yeah. And Tadakis is right when it comes to this. The dowry system seems to ethic is like a check of like a divorce insurance mechanism to establish family formation strategy. And today similar to like a wedding registry. Yeah, I could see that. And I would say then what's the point of having a prenup? What's the point of like putting your things in a trust, at that point? Because we don't necessarily, we already have that in practice. If you put your assets in a trust, if you have a prenup in place, because the woman automatically gets a prenup based off of the way that the divorce law is. So in the marriage contract, so if you create a prenup that is signed and held in the state that you are married in and divorced in, if that's the case, then you're fine. I mean, I've talked to James Sexton about this numerous times, and he echoes that sentiment as well. But I guess like the dowry system really does the same thing. There
is a caveat which I'd like to comment on, but go ahead.
I would say it's the male protection plan if you're looking at it from that point. Right?
Yeah, I mentioned this too about the wedding registry. I mentioned that in the conversation that I had.
And I would say like I'm not looking at like trying to protect one side or the other. I'm trying to protect both sides.
Which is what the dowry ethic does. And that's the caveat that I wanted to mention, right? If you have an ethic, if you have a society that understands the ethic, then women come to the relationship table with accountability. You don't have to have all these safeguards to protect you against an unaccountable woman. She's already accountable.
Yeah, but where's the protection for her?
The protection for her is the dowry. I mean, you should really like.
Well, I mean,
I'm
how much of the dowry?
Yes, I'm going to answer.
Okay, let me explain. Okay, let me give you a hypothetical.
Yep.
Woman marries Prince Charming. She thinks he's Prince Charming. She comes in with the dowry, right? After, let's say, 6 months of the relationship, Prince Charming turns into, I don't know, an asshole.
No,
Right, but the dowry ethic ensures
she's not
that the man
fertile.
is held accountable too, right? You don't
He
just say
finds out she's not fertile.
Yeah, there you go. Find out she's not fertile. He can't have
You-
kids. So he's like, you know what? I'm gonna go get me another bitch.
Yeah, then the dowry that she brought to the relationship goes back to the family. You should look into.
Oh, hold on, but see, this is a thing. A problem with that is that he is breaking the covenant here.
Okay, let me just preface.
This is why I say covenantal. Restoring the covenant is much more important than any other system.
Hang on, we're getting ahead of ourselves. I want to explain. I want to answer your question because I have an answer. But before that, let me preface with there is a guy on YouTube. He goes by This Is Shaw.
I know Shaw. He's a friend of mine. He's a friend of mine.
Well, okay, that's
really? that's where I get most of my dowry information from.
Okay, well, so then you know a lot of it already. But if you look at some of his work, I don't just look at his streams. Look at the newspaper clippings that he's extracted from the archaeological record. Right.
Yeah, but I want you to answer the question.
Yeah, I'm getting there. It's a nuanced answer, so I gotta kind of build it up. So just give me just 1 second, okay? If you look at the newspaper clippings, and he's got like a Rolodex of these things, right? He's very organized with it, so he can pull them up and share them with you if you're really curious. If you have that answer, if you have that question, he'll be able to answer it way better than me because he could just pull them up real quick. But from my memory, what I understand is that the dowry ethic functioned to hold both men and women accountable. Now, does that mean that he can't lose interest in her or decide to marry a woman that is more fertile or whatever the case may be? Of course it happens, but there were safeguards against that too, right? The dowry would go back to the family of the wife, right? So it held him accountable. Like if he received a $100,000 or whatever the equivalent of $100,000 in dowry, and this is going to make his life way better, he's going to think twice about cheating on her because now he's going to lose the dowry. You see what I'm saying? So both men and women are held accountable, and they understand this logic. They were fed this logic at a very young age because the culture reinforces it. That's the point of the dowry ethic.
I disagree, and I see in theory what you're saying, but I don't think that's how it was practiced.
Well, I mean, again, the only evidence that I can point you to is the newspaper clippings.
But I'm asking you to answer this specific question.
Sure.
Man marries woman. Woman comes out to be infertile. Man discards now woman. So you're saying that she gets the dowry, but he broke the covenant.
Well, he's forced with a decision to make here, right? Either go and find a more fertile woman, or stay
uphold
with
his covenant.
Yes, but again, the sophistication, the covenant itself wasn't enough to hold people accountable. There needed to be an underlying structure, a sophisticated structure, like so people are religious all the time, but they still go into a business partnership with a business plan, and that kind of protects them, right? There's an ethic there. You follow that ethic so that you're protecting yourself. So in other words, if he's
the problem with your dowry system is that it's only one party has to come in with skin in the game in case the other party chooses to back out. And I would say that's where
not true. That's not true. Both are held accountable, like I said.
No. Only the woman's family has to come in with.
Yeah, but his part of the deal is he works, right? He's not just like some fucking loser who's sitting in his mother's basement or whatever. He was chosen by her parents because precisely because he came from a certain family, because he has money, because he's proven himself that he's not a degenerate. All of these things, all the things that used to matter to people in the, back then. So he is held accountable. The trade-off is that he works, she gives the dowry. That's how equilibrium existed between the sexes back then.
And I don't have no problem with dowry system. I think that the dowry system in model was, it did provide some equal footing there.
Safeguards for both. Yeah, it's a very sophisticated.
To a degree.
The ethic is a very sophisticated ethic.
It is a noble system of ethics, but then you also have to have people of noble behavior. And I don't
reinforced by the culture, yeah.
And I don't.
Hey, I pinned a chat, Sufyan. If you want to read it, more than welcome to.
Give me a second. This is my first time using Streamlabs here. So how do I get?
Oh, you're all good. It's all good. It's just it's pinned right on the main screen.
Oh, is it where Savaya?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see here, Savaya. Here it is. Okay. Sorry, I'm late to the party and only have a few minutes. I just want to say that dowry ethics or ethos is an equal investment from both male and female. As it stands now, women are the only ones who are not. Yeah, I mean I would 100% agree with her on that.
Yeah, and I'm not disagreeing with that. I think that men could actually mitigate a lot of that ahead of time with trusts and prenups, because our culture doesn't require skin in the game from women. And you can say, well, what if we could implement? Sure, we could try to implement that. I just think that there should also be a higher standard barrier to entry into marriage in general. I think like just going to the courthouse and be able to pay $25 to get a marriage certificate should not be the entry to show that you're capable of operating in a covenant. You know what I'm saying? I think that.
Yeah, but I want cheaper car insurance, so.
Well, then get Geico.
15% saves you 15% or more, or whatever.
I wonder, maybe I'll get paid for this. I'm gonna submit this to Geico.
Because the one thing that like me and James Sexton agree on in our conversation was that if you have a higher barrier of entry, like a mandatory marriage course, premarital course, that the two parties must go through together. You can have husband school, wife school, and then couple school, right? And prepare them to understand what's going to be expected of them once they are married. One, you're going to see a lot more people choosing not to get married. And I think that out of those people that choose to get married, you're probably going to have a much stronger and fulfilling marriages being birthed out of that, rather than just letting two idiots go down the courthouse and get married with Elvis.
Yep. You get it. You're getting it. That's definitely part of the logic. And that's the beautiful thing about this, is that once you understand the sophistication behind it, the logic is just flawless.
But I think but I'm speaking more to understanding the covenant, not necessarily implementing a system, because you can have a system, but without the honoring of the covenant that's being made in marriage and respecting that covenant, it doesn't matter what system you have, people will find a way to abuse it.
I mean, I think they go hand in hand. I think they do go hand in hand, especially in European cultures where dowries were practiced, because obviously the dowry exists in cultures that are not Christian as well, and they still work there. But I'm saying, like, there needs to be some, I guess a religious backing to. I don't actually know I don't know the answer to that. That would be a question best suited for maybe Peter Wright. But I think that there's no contradiction. You can't have one without the other, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that, but I would say you can't prioritize one over the other is what I'm saying. So you can have a dowry system in place, but people will find loopholes in that if they do not honor and uphold the covenant that they're making. And You can have a covenant in place, but then you will have, like, if you don't have social buffers, then all you're gonna have is like harems.
Yeah, which is kind of what's happening today. I'd have to think about the way you just phrased it is very interesting, actually. So it's there probably does need to be like a set of values. I mean, you know, even if you're not in a Christian practicing country, because like I said, they do the
The
dowry does
values,
exist
the
in places
values
like
are,
India, and they practice Hinduism there, right? So there's a
but the
difference
values
there.
are implemented. The values are reflected within the laws that govern them, right? In America, our values are so much in the gutter, right? That doesn't matter what laws we put in place. If nobody values the thing that's, you know, to begin with, they'll say fuck the laws. And we're already seeing that. We're already seeing people find loopholes in the laws. You know, like, for example, like Rich Cooper says, don't ever marry a woman. Pay for her house, you know, pay for your kid, whatever, separate, but don't live with her. And don't get married, because then she'll get you for half. Well, you're already giving her half of everything by paying for everything in advance.
Yep.
You know, like, to me, it's like, where's the value of it?
Yep.
You're throwing away the value of the relationship, and the relationship, the marriage, the nuclear family has to be so valuable to the culture that they are willing to implement these buffers to safeguard the thing that they know drives society.
That's a very interesting way of looking at it, and I have to admit, man, you're introducing me to like a new way of thinking about it. But that again, like I don't think it invalidates one or the other. I think you were right earlier when you said that you can't prioritize one and not the other. They both kind of have to be prioritized. I think that's what I'm coming out of this. That's what I'm
Yeah,
learning
like, if
from
you
this
value
conversation.
something, you implement safeguards to protect the very thing that you value. So you could implement laws to protect the very thing that you value. If you find that family and marriage is important for a functioning society, then you will implement laws that would safeguard said family implementation and creation, right? But by not having a higher standard of entry, and this is kind of like, it's kind of like my debate I had yesterday about voting rights, right? Do I think that everybody should be able to vote? No. I think those that have demonstrated uh, understanding the responsibility that comes with the power to vote, right? Do I think everybody should get married? No, not until they have demonstrated the responsibility that comes with being responsible for a family, right? Not this hedonistic, oh, how this affects me. No, how does this affect the family? How does this affect society? And how will this affect the future? Like, you have to have some skin in the game for the future of where this nation is going, or where society is going, to be able to have a vote, in my opinion. It's the same thing with marriage. Like, you know, do I think that before people should get married, they need to prove that they're capable and that they're competent and they understand the responsibility that comes with getting married. That it's not just some, you know, legal thing that you do to get tax breaks. No, that you are coming together with a joint mission of having a family, and that you're merging these two families together. And there's a responsibility there that I don't think that modern society and culture appreciates or
Yep.
values as much. And until we actually fix that problem, no matter what laws are implemented to benefit one side or the other, without the increase in value of marriage in society, it doesn't matter. So you need to have them both, but you need to have the values to protect the marriage, which would be the implementation of those values, would be the practice of the values of the laws or the system that you are protecting or using as a protection of marriage.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it makes sense, and I'm 100% on board with you on that. The problem that I see arises, though, is that most people are not religious. I mean, even religious people are just pretending to
It
be
doesn't even
religious.
have to be religious. If you look at it from us values, now I would say in the West, you could say values come from a more Christian worldview. But no matter where you go in the world, in different cultures, they all hold values based on there's no society that doesn't base or that doesn't see family creation and the preservation of a family valuable, except now in the West.
Mm-hmm.
And that doesn't have to do with religion. You mentioned before, people practice Hinduism. They still value marriage and they value the family. The West practices Christianity, and we are seeing that they do not value marriage or value the family like they once did.
Right.
So it has nothing to do with religion.
Okay, so I want to challenge you for a second, because so now you're saying that um, valuing family, valuing religion, wouldn't you say that monogamy is, goes hand in hand with valuing family and religion? Because you were saying earlier, and I know this is probably like shifting the conversation in a different direction. I do have actually something else to say that is more related, but let's, like, really briefly, if you can kind of address that seeming this contradiction that I'm kind of pointing out here.
What's the contradiction exactly?
Because you're saying, yes, the valuing of family, which I think goes hand in hand with monogamy, is important, but then you also said earlier that you value polygyny. How can you resolve that contradiction, or how do you resolve it?
Well, simple. I mean, I come at it from a biblical worldview, right? And my framework is based on my worldview is based on the Bible, right? And there's no scripture that the Bible actually condemns or calls polygyny a sin. If anything, there's scriptures where the Bible gives a framework for polygyny, and we see that God gives framework for everything that is good. Right now, it may not be ideal. It may not be the way that God created things to be, but it doesn't necessarily make it a sin. And for example, I will give you like the reference of in Exodus. This is regarding the Mosaic law, and the Mosaic law came from Moses in his conversations with God, right? uh Exodus 21:10 says, if he takes another wife, her food, her rations, and her duties of the marriage shall not be diminished. Not saying this is a bit of a perfect time for God to be like, if a man takes a second wife, sinning, condemn him, hell. He doesn't. He gives a framework, said, hey, if this guy's going to take a second wife, then the first wife's food, her clothing, and her marital duties or marital rights shall not be diminished or infringed upon. Then again, in Deuteronomy 21:15, it says, if a man is like, he has two wives, and he has the wife that he loves and the wife that he doesn't love, right? That he's not to give the birthright to the son of the wife that he loves if his firstborn was from the wife that he does not love. So the firstborn birthright goes to the firstborn regardless of the wife's status. So there's another framework where we see God, instead of condemning something and calling it a sin, giving it a structure and a guideline to operate under. God says sex outside of marriage is a sin. We call it fornication, right? So if sex is only sacred and valued as good in a marriage, all right, so then when we see God give a framework for marriages, right, then we have to say, hey, polygyny, practice the way that it biblically speaks of, is not sinful. Now, you could argue, well, is that good for society? That depends on the society that you're in. But I think that if we're saying, like, okay, if a guy has 50 wives, that probably is not good for society. But you also have to understand that, biblically speaking, when I'm talking about this, if, let's say, me and Sufyan were brothers, and let's say I got married to a woman, and let's say Sufyan is married to a woman, but let's say I died before I could give my wife an heir. Well, biblically speaking, it would be Sufyan's responsibility, my brother, to give her a son so that his brother's name would continue in the book of Israel. And if he didn't, she could drag him in front of the elders at the gate and call him out. And if he denied, then she could spit on him and step on him for shaming his brother's name. Right. So culturally speaking, this is where I say I don't have a problem with polygyny if it's in the right framework. Now, today it's not in the right framework. Right. And I don't think today polygyny is necessarily a necessity. I could see if like we went to World War III and we lost 50% of the population in America, men, and we still had the 100% of population of the woman. I could see how polygyny would probably be implemented and not looked down upon, because you would have all these fertile women and very few fertile men, and now you need to repopulate, right, to get your men back. And that's exactly what drove the baby boomers, was the war. So does that answer your question, Sufyan?
It does. I'd have to take a look at the excerpts that you just quoted there from. Did you say it was Exodus and Deuteronomy? Because the
Yeah.
ones that I usually
It'll be Exodus. I think it's 21:10 and Deuteronomy 21:15 through 17.
Right. I
Yeah.
will look into them. And I'll probably listen to this recording again. You brought up a lot of really interesting information that I haven't considered in the past, so it's nice to have.
Oh, here's one more.
More of an understanding of all of this. But
I would like to point out is that King David. Right?
Okay, I'm glad that you. Okay, I was going to bring up King Solomon, but yeah, go ahead.
So King David, God sent the apostle or the prophet Nathan to David. This is after Bathsheba and him did the thing, and Uriah is dead. And King David is telling him the story, right? He said there's two farmers, one rich farmer that had plenty of sheep, and and then one poor farmer who had this one like runt like lamb, right? And some wealthy person was coming into town, and the rich farmer went over and stole the little lamb from the poor farmer and cooked it and made it and presented the rich man that was visiting that as a meal. And King David was outraged. He's like, bring that man here, I will slice him down dead, right? And make him pay back for what he did. And Nathan is like, bro, that was you. he's like God gave you the kingdom of Judea and Jerusalem. He gave you all of your predecessors, your master's wives, and all of his households. And if that wasn't enough, he would have given you more. What he's pointing out was King David stole from Uriah's wife, and then murdered him. It wasn't the fact that King David had multiple wives was a sin, because King David already had multiple wives. He inherited all of King Saul's wives, right? So it was the fact that he stole another man's wife and then murdered him was the sin. So the polygyny aspect wasn't sinful. It was the adultery aspect that was sinful.
Yeah, I guess my problem with polygyny and any type of polygamy in general is that it's not really sustainable for healthy families and monogamy and just healthy societies in general. So,
I
whether
would
the
agree
Bible,
that
hang on, let me just finish my point. Whether the Bible says it's okay or not is one thing. I'm not sure if it probably isn't prescribing this as a realistic solution for all men, because there are passages like, for example, Matthew chapter 19, passages 4 through 6, verses 4 through 6.
well, he's talking about
Genesis.
primarily divorce in that one.
Okay, I mean, there's a bunch. I mean, listen, there are tons
I mean,
of
because if you're
Christians.
going to use that one, you have to understand.
I know, but hang on, just a second, Glenn. There are tons of Christians out there who are way better suited than I am to to debate whether polygyny is okay or whether it's not. I've heard that most people I've talked to seem to suggest that it's not, that monogamy is actually
I would say monogamy is
preferred.
ideal.
Right.
Monogamy is what God created and said was good. I am saying that
Maybe
if
for
you
the
look at,
select few, like King David, right? Like if you're a
I would
king,
say if you look at the way that it was practiced, it was not. It was more of a duty bound rather than I want to get all the women bound. It was like if your brother died, you had the responsibility of fulfilling your brother's covenant to his wife and the wife and the family of her, because you took her on as your responsibility, and now it's your family's responsibility, which would be your brother's responsibility to uphold that duty. So it was more duty bound rather than lust bound. It wasn't like, I think
right?
even Saint Augustine writes about this in like 354 AD, when he talks about like the ways of the patriarchs was not sinful because it was based on duty, but is no longer necessary.
Right. I think what I'm
Saying-
hearing is that there's a distinction between what King David did and what Leonardo DiCaprio is doing, because that's not
exactly.
has nothing to do with duty. That just has to do with satisfying his lustful desires.
That's a lustful. It's a lustful thing, right? So
Got
I
it.
I think I think
So if you are a king, or if you have the wherewithal, and
well, not
you
even the
are
wherewithal. I think it's like if there's if it's
a
a
necessity,
necessity.
right? Like your
Yeah,
brother died, or whatever the case may be, right? If there's a necessity, then in those very rare occasions, it's okay.
exactly.
Oh, okay. So then we've reached the same. I would say I'd have to look at those passages a little more closely to come to an agreement on that. But I think I understand where you're heading with it. You're not
I
necessarily
think there's a
saying,
greater responsibility
yeah, you're not
that
prescribing this as like a
no,
go-to
no,
for
no,
men,
no.
right?
I would never prescribe like
Okay.
to me it's like if you want multiple women, good luck. You must be crazy because
Right.
one woman being crazy is more than enough.
For the
Um
rest of us, monogamy, essentially.
yeah,
The vast
I think
majority of us.
monogamy is and again it goes back to duty, right?
Yeah.
You're asking, okay, so let's say example, this woman's family, her husband died and he has no heirs, right? Now, back in those cultures, the government would take over everything because there's no heirs to live on the name. In order to preserve that woman, because she can't necessarily go back to her family, like her father's authority over her is no longer there because he gave that authority to another man. So it would be the responsibility of the family that she was given to uphold her, right? So then now you're like, well, what does she bring to the table, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if he takes her on as a wife, then she brings value to that table.
Okay, so I'm actually glad that we're bringing it back to the dowry, because I have one question that I'm really just curious what your thoughts are on this. So if we are in agreement that we can't reinstate the dowry as it once existed, but we are also and we are also in agreement that the dowry ethic is a sophisticated system that we can learn from, what would be an example of a modern day dowry that can work in today's world?
What if we, like, let's say both parties had to contribute X amount of funds to, like, I don't know, like a bond or it's like a Bitcoin or something, right? That was able to mature over time, right, and say you guys cannot get married until there's, let's say, $50,000 in this fund that both of you must be responsible contribute to if you both want to get married, right? That goes to,
Well, how's she going to be able to do that if most men still expect women to stay at home and be,
because
housewives?
most women have jobs before they're married. That's the real. You're saying in today's society,
just the money that I mean,
so
essentially just the money
like
that you've accumulated while you're single.
Yeah, while you're single, while you're courting, you should be putting aside money for this dowry.
Mm-hmm.
That should be the responsibility of.
Is that enough? I mean, I don't know how much money she can save, during the. I mean, assuming we're still talking about young and fertile women, right? So
yeah,
let's say she graduates from university.
Let's say the average woman is able.
I mean, they're buying houses and taking school loans. So I mean,
well, I mean, let's just say this: like the average wedding now is like what, $30,000, right? And a majority, none of that in most modern senses are contributed by the family. They're really on the bride and groom that are paying into that. So if you just took that money and said, hey, once you reach this amount of money, you guys could get your marriage license, but this money has to stay in this account and be able to mature throughout time. That would be like them putting both into a dowry system.
Yeah, I mean, it's still it's better than what we have currently. I'll give you that. But I mean, if she's going to college, which, by the way, a lot of men don't even want women to go to college because they're too worried about her cheating or not cheating, but like racking up a body count. I think it's a legitimate concern.
Also getting this liberal education.
But then that's when you have
useless degrees and shit.
Well, that's when you have to fuck the feminism out of them, literally.
Okay, so if we don't want a woman that went to college because the indoctrination that she might have been exposed to and the body counts that she might have racked up, then, what kind of money is she saving up between the time she graduates from high school and the time that she gets married that would be consequential enough to balance the dowry that he's
we have to look at
he's going to work for 30 plus years.
Well, let's again, the dowry system would be what she ends up leaving with. Nothing more, nothing less. So let's say they put in $30,000. Let's say they court each other for 3 years before they get married. So each year there's like $10,000 added into this dowry savings account or whatever, or this stock or whatever. And over time, let's say they can stay married for 15 years, right? Over time, whatever that money matured to would be what she leaves with. She doesn't get to take anything away from
but how's that holding him accountable? Because if it's only $30,000, but he's making $200,000, he might be like, yeah, you know what? She's not really the $30,000 isn't really worth it.
Well, you would still
do away with that 30,000 because I'd rather have.
Well, that 30,000. What if that 30,000 turned into 300,000? Right. What if that $30,000 turned into $3 million? And also, you could still have fault divorce.
Well, does that mean? Hang on.
Hold on.
Do you give her back the entire 30 million, or do you give her back only what she came to the relationship with? Because I mean, what you guys accumulate together during that marriage should end up being split between the two.
Well, see, now that you want things to be equal, and I'm just saying, like, well, if it was just based off of what she's able to bring in and what would be matured into is what she would have, because that's what the essence of the dowry system was that if she came in with $50,000 and he financed that money, to where it was now $1.5 million, right? That's what she would leave with, would be the 1.5 million, not just the 50,000.
Well, let me ask you a question. Let me ask it a different way. What would be the problem of telling someone like my friend Strawberry? Actually, you probably don't know this, but I'll just give you a brief explanation. So the girl that I'm referring to here, she's 24 years old. She's absolutely gorgeous, and she used to work. Hang on. She used to work at a Starbucks at one point. She made $12.50 an hour. Now she works as like a brand ambassador social media, etc. She gets paid probably $15 an hour, but she's gorgeous and she's young. And she's looking to marry an NBA player. She's actually dating an NBA player right now. Now, chances are that NBA player will leave her in the same way that Leonardo DiCaprio leaves his 25-year-old women when she reaches a certain age, because there's nothing holding him back. So any amount of money that she brings to him isn't really going to be enough for him. So what would you tell a woman like Strawberry that she needs to do to bag an NBA player? Or would you just tell her, sorry, you don't have enough money?
Well, one, I would be like, if the standard is like he has to be an NBA player and you don't have any other value system in place, like for men, this is what I tell women that they should look for in a man, all right? And this regardless of profession, but a man that is honorable, that is strength, he is strong, he's self-disciplined, he understands self-mastery, ownership, conquest, emotionally regulated, durable, foresight, understanding perspicacity, leadership, inspirational type, provisioning and security, respect, ambition, has a sense of pride.
Are you bringing all this up? Like, hang on, I'm trying
This
to
what I
understand
just
why.
remember how I listed this. How I list for men what they should look for in a woman. This is what I tell women that they should look for in a man. So regardless if the guy's an NBA player or not.
So I think I know where you're going with this. So basically, you're saying that if a man does have all of those qualities, then he wouldn't necessarily divorce her once she reaches a certain age and is no longer
Exactly.
Okay. The reality, though, is that she doesn't, in the same way that women aren't going to just abide by those virtues, men are also not going to abide by those virtues unless there is something.
And that's the problem.
Yes. Okay. Great. So
You were pointing out the problem is that we don't hold the virtues and traits that we know that
because yes. So we don't hold it because we no longer have a dowry ethic. So I think this kind of goes back to what we were saying earlier.
With the dowry ethic, we don't have a value system that could even. We don't even have a set of values to.
But the value system itself isn't enough, and I think you were saying earlier that you can't prioritize one without the other, right?
Exactly. So if you don't have a value system, then what are you safeguarding? What are you protecting?
So yes, there needs to be a value system, which, by the way, I mean, I think the value system still exists, even though like a lot less people are religious, but our values are still, we still understand Christian values, even though we don't follow them. But we completely neglect the dowry ethic.
Understanding a value and protecting and living by said value are two different things.
I know. I'm just trying to kind of bridge the gap here, because earlier you said that
you're saying that the value system and a value and a system that protects said value, whether it's dowry or whatever system that you want to implement, go hand in hand, are equally important. But you have to have the set of values first before you could implement a system that protects said values, whether that's dowry or something else.
Okay. So maybe one way of implementing the dowry ethic is by telling these women, like, hey, your beauty isn't enough. If you want to marry the NBA player, if that's what you have your eyes on, you gotta pay him $500,000. Otherwise, he's going to leave.
Now you're equating their value to a monetary gain. And I would say
that is essentially what the dowry ethic is.
Well, yes, but I would say this is where I would differentiate and have a problem with the dowry system, is because I think a woman's value it can be more valuable than, I mean, this is where I'll quote Proverbs 31. A woman of virtue, a woman of virtuous value is more precious than rubies. So then there's no money amount that you could put on that set of value.
Right, but that man is still going to leave her if there isn't a dowry ethic that is reinforcing this. It's not about like prioritizing money.
But you're trying to monetize. Trying to put a monetary value to it.
No, I'm trying to say that a woman like Strawberry should get that out of her mind, that she's going to get an NBA player to commit to her. She should understand that he's going to leave her once she loses interest, because she's not in the same station as him. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Or she could be looking at, I want to get an NBA player because I know if I bag an NBA player, I could extract enough resources from him to sustain my lifestyle that I want, even if he does leave me.
Yeah, but more and more as we learn,
Why not
as
just
the red pill becomes more, as more. Let me repeat that. As more and more men become red pilled aware, they are going to avoid those women because we're now moving into the age of we understand the liabilities, right? We're walking away from it. That's why
And
men
this
are
is
walking
why
away.
this is why I think the best thing to implement and champion is values. If somebody doesn't, if like, okay, for example, the woman that I'm dating now, if she didn't uphold or practice the values or have the characteristics or trait that I seem valuable, that I determined to be worthy of my time and attention, she wouldn't get it. And the moment that she displays behaviors that those values, my values, are not priority, they're not number one, then this relationship is over. Right? It has nothing to do with her beauty. It has nothing to do with, how much money she has. It has nothing to do with anything other than my values.
No, I understand that, but and it is important. Like I said earlier, I'm just saying that women still believe that they can marry someone without having. I mean, let's say they have all those values, but they don't have the money component, right? Because we said earlier, you can't have one without the other. You can't prioritize the values without the ethic, right?
And the ethic is
The dowry ethic.
Well, I would say, and I said that you could have whatever protection plan involved, whether it's a dowry system or something else, but if there's no value there, the value is not being protected because the dowry system is there's the mechanism that is in place to protect the value, right?
Yep.
Or the value. So if you don't have the values, it regardless of what ethic system that you put as a protection in place, it's irrelevant, is what I'm getting at. You have to have one. You have to have one to implement the other. So if you don't have the values, whether it's a dowry system or whether it's some other form of system, and you're leaning on, because I don't want to say the dowry ethic is the one piece that will fix everything, because that's never true in reality.
Well, that's not what I'm saying either.
I know, and I'm just clarifying that. But I'm saying, like, no matter exactly what Taticus is saying, an ecclesiastical covenant ethic, in addition to SMV and dowry, etc. Exactly, he's clarifying it perfectly for us there at the bottom.
Well, I would replace SMV with RMV, relationship.
True. Yeah. That, I mean,
but I agree with what he just said there. Yeah, he gets it. He gets it.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm in agreement with saying that. Yeah. Regardless if it's a dowry system or whatever, if that implementation is not protecting of the values of the culture and society, or of, in my opinion, of the nuclear family, then it doesn't matter what system you have in place. And that's the problem. Our system right now does not protect the nuclear family. It actually protects a broken family. And until we change our system and we de-incentivize, like, personally, I think that we should like, people that stay married and they have 4 kids or whatever, after so many amount of kids, and they stay married for the rest of their life or whatever, tax free, no income tax.
So I want to keep it focused just for a second. It's actually interesting what you're saying, but I just want to, because I don't want I don't want us to gloss over this one really important thing, because I'm going to tie it right back to why the manosphere needs to be repaired, right? So if we have manosphere creators that are only focused on teaching the value, but they're not focused on teaching the dowry ethic, well, then something is missing from their prescriptions.
Well, see that you're entirely putting it on the dowry system and you said you weren't as the only solution. I would say
no. I didn't say it's the only solution. I'm saying it's in combination with value.
What if you put the values, but also teach a man to be a good steward of his resources, and say, hey, before you get married.
But then you're skipping over the dowry ethic.
hold on, you didn't let me finish. Before you get married, you need to establish a trust that all your assets are in.
And we just established earlier, the manosphere focuses on the value, right? It doesn't focus.
No, actually,
on
I don't think the manosphere focuses on the value. I think that's the problem with the manosphere.
Well, yeah. So let me rephrase it. Some sections of the manosphere, like I would say, you are definitely very value focused.
I'm more patriarchal, like a biblical patriarchal value.
Yeah,
focus.
you're broadly speaking, you are part of the Christ pill. Would you say that's accurate?
I don't like this. I don't pop pills. I
Well, I mean, you spent several minutes reading passages and stuff. So
I will, because that's my worldview. I'm not saying I'm a Christ pilled person. I'm saying I come from a biblical patriarchal worldview, because there's a lot of people that will say they're Christ pilled, but they're also servant leaders, and I don't practice that.
When I say the term Christ pill, I'm not saying like you need to pop pills or whatever. Like you don't need to abide by that terminology. I'm just saying you understand the importance of value from a Christian lens.
Sure. Yes.
And now you're starting to understand the ethic, right? The dowry ethic. So what I was going to say, like where the manosphere needs to be repaired is, and maybe the term repaired isn't the right way to describe it. I would just say where we need, the manosphere needs to elevate its prescriptions to also include the dowry ethic, because the two cannot work.
I wouldn't say it has to include a dowry ethic. I would say that it needs to include an ethic that protects the very value. And it could be a dowry ethic. It could be a trust ethic where the man puts all of his assets into a trust before he even gets married, therefore protecting his resources and being a good steward and responsible of the said resources that he had acquired.
Yes, but weren't you saying earlier that the dowry ethic is important? And
I'm not saying it's not important. I want you to understand. I'm not saying that it's not important. I'm saying there's more than one way to skin a cat. So let me explain it this way.
So we can replace the dowry ethic with a different ethic, as but it does, like, so what I'm hearing is that you don't believe that the dowry ethic is necessary.
No, I'm not saying that it's not necessary. I'm saying that there's more than one way to skin a cat. For example, let's say before you got married, and you are a very successful and accomplished young man. So let's say you put all of your assets and resources in an irrevocable trust. Okay. God forbid, let's say you got married, and then not God forbid you get married, but God forbid you get a divorce. Well, all of those assets and resources that you have acquired are protected and cannot be infringed upon because they're in an irrevocable trust. And that right there protects.
How is she protected, though?
She's protected in the sense of if there's a fault in the marriage, like a fault divorce, let's say you cheated on her, the resources that you acquire during the marriage is what gets divided, not the resources that you acquired and you put in the trust. Does that make sense? So
no, it doesn't. Because it's still not offering him protection. I mean, it's essentially what we already have today.
It offers him protection.
It's already what we have today.
No. If that's the case, then we wouldn't. More people would not be bitching about alimony and losing division of assets. A lot of people are complaining about the division of assets because they didn't put their assets prior to marriage in a trust. For example, let's say you own a house, you meet a woman, you get married, you move her in, she divorces you. Now she gets to take half of that house, right? Because that became the family house. Let's say if you did it my way, where before you got married, you put the asset, which is that house, in the trust. You get divorced. She leaves you. She does not get to touch the house because the house is in an irrevocable trust.
Oh, sorry.
Did I explain that better?
Not completely, but
So
what I'm hearing though is that what I'm hearing is that you sense that there's a problem with the dowry ethic, and you're trying to
no, what
circumvent
I'm saying is that a
relying on
dowry
it.
I'm saying that there's not only one way to skin a cat. There's not only one solution. There's multiple
Well, I would say
solutions.
that when a woman is expected to bring a dowry, she's also expected to be accountable. So how does that make her accountable?
Because if the dowry's there, the same way that if you removed like no fault divorce, like how things were before, the only way that a woman would have gotten a divorce and gotten assets was it was a provable fault that the husband did that would grant her resources from him. That was the mechanism that held them accountable.
Okay.
But now we don't have that. We've done away with having to have a burden of proof to prove that this woman is entitled to said resources. Now it's a free for all.
It still seems like a protective, we can avoid a lot of these problems by just expecting our wives to work. I don't
Sure,
see why that's a problem.
you could do that. You could do that too. I'm saying there's more than one way to skin a cat. I'm not saying
Right,
that
there are easier ways to skin a cat, and I believe that
true.
just expecting your wife to work or to bring a listen. If she wants to marry an NBA player, she has to be NBA player worthy, which means that she has to come from the same station in life. Otherwise, she doesn't get to marry an NBA player unless she works for it.
Now you're getting into the female nature. So when a woman works and comes home from work, she's not the most pleasant thing to be around. It's not the most pleasant environment, right? She's been now exposed
She needs
to
to grow up
different
and be an adult and not be a fucking bitch.
Hold on, bro. Like you've monopolized the entire fucking conversation for a long. Can I speak for 2 seconds? And I'm not mad at the monopoly. That's fine. It's been a great convo. I'm glad I think people will watch this and get a lot of good info out of it. But I'm just pointing to a reality. I would like to hear both of your take on it, but and maybe again, I think what you were just about to say was, well, she needs to grow up or something like that. Well, fair, but men are not women. Women are not men. They don't handle the stressors of a working environment the same way.
Why are
that
we
men
making
do.
excuses for their behavior?
No, it's not an excuse. I'm just pointing to
It is an
a
excuse. You're
reality.
saying she can't grow up because it's in her nature.
I'm not saying she can't grow up because you're just reducing it to growing up. I literally biologically, they cannot handle the stresses in the same way, i.e., or example would be a boss says something to her in a certain way. Women love to tone police. They that affects them emotionally. Like
See, this
whereas
is
a
the
man,
problem
if
with the
well, you're
ideology of the red pill.
interrupting again, bro.
That is
Like,
the ideological red pill right there.
I don't care what it is. It's a reality.
It's
Are you so you're saying that to a man and a woman going to work, and I don't even like to do this in
yes,
this
my mother was
particular
a
case.
doctor for 12 years and then a professor for
So
24
you
years.
say all that to interrupt me just to interject an anecdote? Are you kidding me?
No, I'm just
Like,
saying
it's
that if
literally an
you are going
anecdote.
to say that women are naturally unable to work or they're bitches or whatever the case may be,
No.
in their
I'm
nature, you're
saying that
making
if you
excuses for
speak,
them. That's the hello.
Can I interject here?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. 1 Peter 3. Likewise, wives, submit yourselves to your own husband, so that even if he does not obey the word, that he may be won over without the word and the conduct, but by the conduct of their wives. When they see that you're respectful and your pure conduct, do not let your adorning be external, braiding of hair and putting in gold jewelry or clothing you wear, but let your adorning be of the hidden person of the heart, with the imperishable beauty of the gentle and quiet spirit, which in God's sight is very precious. For this is how holy women who hoped in God used to adorn themselves by submitting to their own husbands, as Sarah obeyed Abraham, calling him Lord, and you are her children. And if you do good and do not fear anything that is frightening. Likewise, husbands, live with your wives in an understanding way, showing honor to the woman as a weaker vessel, since they are heirs with you of the grace of life, so that your prayers are not hindered. What you're saying is like what, and I'm quoting this to point out what Uncle Tom was saying is like you can't expect women to be like men. So it's like live with them in an understanding way that you know what, hey, she's not going to be like you and be able to handle the stresses and the day-to-day things as you are, because you are designed to handle them differently.
But my mother did, and women
But
throughout
that's
history
anecdotal.
do.
Hold on, that's anecdotal. Your mother
I'm just
also had
saying
a
it pokes a
culture.
hole in the
Hold
ideology
on,
that you're.
I'm not. It's not a hole in the ideology, because I'm saying that it would be easier for them if they didn't have to handle the same thing that a man has to handle.
Yeah, and it's not, and it's not. I don't even want to dismiss it as an antidote, but
But
it's
it is an
there's
anecdote. But when he says my
it
mother,
is, but it's a false equivalency as well. Did
it
they
is.
have the exact same
But there are
job?
tons and tons
Did
of
they
women that we can point
have
to.
the identical job?
Why do we keep making excuses for women
It's
and
a
saying, "Well,
false
it's too hard for
equivalency.
it's too
Then
hard
it's
for
I'm
her."
not,
a
but I'm
false
not making
equivalence.
excuses for women. Or would you say that women
They
process
need to go to
information?
work, is
Hold on,
what I'm saying.
Sylvian, answer this question. Do women process information the same way men do?
They don't, but that doesn't mean that
Hold on,
she gets
stop
to
right
be a
there.
bitch
Thank
when
you.
I
Thank
come
you.
home. When she comes
You're
home from
right.
work.
You're right. You're right. But you just proved my point. So when I'm saying this, showing honor to her as the weaker vessel, meaning that she doesn't process information the same way I do, or she doesn't handle stresses the same way I do, I'm going to give her grace and honor her as the weaker vessel, knowing that she is not competent like me in these areas to handle things. And I'm not going to let that incompetency or her not being on my level hinder my relationship with her. I'm going to give her grace and understanding and give me that time to teach her so that my
So
prayers are not
how is
hindered.
she supposed to bring a dowry in the modern world if you
But now
you're
you're
saying
changing
that?
the topic from
No, it's not. This is
being to
actually
dowry,
very
though.
related because we the
How is
reason
that?
that I brought this.
Hold
I'll
on,
explain it. I'm
Tom,
explaining it.
Tom, Tom.
Can
Were
I
we not
answer
just
your
talking
question?
about
I'm listening.
the stresses or the things that women are dealing with? To now we're going to Valerie's. I am so What up? What up? Oh man, this is my boy. What up? It's complicated. I'm not gonna drop your legal name out there. But
What's up, man? Welcome to the channel, man. Good to see you, bro.
you know, we have yet to do a show together other than the one that we did at the studio in Vegas. When we had the studio at the where was that at? By the Palms. We need to do another show together. But anyways,
Yeah, and let me give the kind of give him an update as well, and anybody else who joined. So this actually this stream is my first ever stream, and it's just meant to be a test, really. I just want to test things out, the audio and sharing screens and all of this stuff. So I'm lucky enough to have Sufyan join, Glenn join, and help me test it out. Even had some and still do have some viewers consistently coming in listening. So appreciate all of you. Appreciate the comments that have come in and all that. And this was never meant to be an attack on Paul or Peter Wright. I've already mentioned in that they're great men, especially what they do with divorce and just a general awareness about men's issues.
But yeah, general awareness
So,
about romance and how it's really terrible.
can I answer
would
this
say
question though?
they're more
Like the
focused
reason
on
why
that.
women are
not
still
yet. You can't. So I just wanted to say all that because I think it's important, Glenn. That's why I'm saying this. So and then AI created a lot of the description. It created the title of the space, the thumbnail, and all that. So I just had AI do it because I do want to figure out the algorithm, how to push whatever channel. This won't be my only channel. I'm gonna have all different channels as well. just figure out, okay, hey, how can I make this work in the streaming world and all that. So that's what this is. Would love to have anybody who wants to come on the panel. The StreamYard link should be readily available
You
to
need to
see.
pin it to the top.
See, that's what. Okay, I thought I pinned it, and I guess I didn't. So
No, so like
that's what I'm having trouble with, actually.
so
So
like
how
if
the
you
hell?
go to the YouTube page, your YouTube show or streaming, right? And then you drop the link into the chat. I'm gonna mute it real
Oh, in
quick.
the studio. Okay, okay. So I'm
So
not
drop
going to
it,
do
drop
that.
it the link in the chat, and
Okay.
then you could go over to like the 3 dots when you scroll over, like in the chat itself. You could right click and then you could say like pin to the top, and then it will be pinned on the top of your YouTube channel, and then people could click on that link to join the StreamYard.
Okay. Cool. Cool. All right. So
So
I'm actually just gonna. So there's not many viewers right now, so I'm just gonna drop it in the chat. Everybody sees it in the chat. Click that link. If you have trouble with the link, let me know. But let's see.
So I had to download the streams, whatever it's called, app.
StreamYard, you do not have to download or log in.
I did. It's really loud here. Sorry, guys.
That's okay.
I did have to download it because
Oh,
it's
on your
easier to
phone?
kind of set
Oh,
up the microphone that way, and
you,
it's pretty easy.
okay, cool, cool. Because
So
are you on
if
your
you guys
phone
are
or
curious? Yeah.
you are on your phone? Okay.
Me?
Yeah. Yeah.
I am on my phone. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, I haven't used any of this on my phone yet.
Yeah, it was way
So
easier than I expected it to be. It was just like downloading it, and then you just paste the link that you just posted there in the chat, and then you can join. You can join the conversation.
I went to space for a bit, but
yeah. So it's complicated. It's got some fans as well. I just pinned a chat for you. It's complicated. He says he loves your content. So I think we all do. It's great content. It seems very impartial, really good questions being asked. It's not rage baity. So it's complicated. He's got the streamer stuff down. Like
I'm actually gonna send him the link right now. I'm gonna text it to him, see if he wants to join. Because
I already said I put it in the chat. He sees it. Right? Do you guys not see it?
I see it.
Yeah,
I'm
we
just
see
gonna
it.
copy. Yeah, I'll just copy it and send it to him.
All right, cool.
I could text it to him. I'm gonna text it to him.
All right, cool. Yeah, that would be great. A lot to, and then we can maybe even do some more stuff and if we wanted to, if there's video. I got
a jet here in like about 30 minutes.
Fair. Gotcha.
Okay. Yeah, we could keep on going for another 30 minutes.
All right, cool. All right.
Like
so what did you want to say, Glenn?
I mean, can I just ask a question?
Go ahead.
So we were talking earlier about what a modern dowry would look like, and I suggested having the woman work while she's married so that she can essentially meet the man halfway. I don't understand why that's a problem. I mean, you keep saying that women are different. To me, it just sounds like we're making excuses for them. Like they're biologically different and they can't work and their behavior is bad. Well, if her behavior is bad, don't marry her, right?
Let me ask you this: how long should she work for?
Well, that's going to be dependent on the family. I mean, but the idea is
no,
that
I'm asking you. Like, what do you think is a good amount of time? Because we both know that children are better raised when they have they're homeschooled, and they have primarily, we know it's like the mother at home raising the kids and homeschooling the kids. So when is it? How long should she? I mean, I think the data has proven that.
The point isn't to say how much she works or when
I'm
she
just
gets to work
asking you. You just said that she works, but then when it comes to family creation, how long until should she stop working and focus on creating a family?
Well, again, I'm going to say the same answer as I said earlier. That's going to depend on each individual couple, right? If she needs to work, long term, then they have to figure out how to handle the children. Maybe she works part-time, maybe she works from home, Maybe she has her own side business, you know, so that she can do the two things at the same time. But I would also say that the father is also involved in the raising of the children. I mean, why should
I'm
it
not
just be
saying
the
that the
mother's
father
job?
isn't, but I'm talking about, okay, then what is the husband's job to do?
To work? I mean,
Also, then, but it's her
what
job to work
isn't his
too.
job? Currently,
Hold
what
on,
isn't his job?
is it so now? Is it his job to work and provide for the family, or just meet a portion of it? Um,
I mean,
or is it his? Is she supposed to pick up the slack of his job because he's not able to meet those needs? I'm trying to distinguish, because before, in a very patriarchal society, men had duties, women had duties, and the only merging of the duties was raising of the children. But when it came to educating the children, it was the mother's responsibility to homeschool said children, and it was the husband's responsibility to provide and protect and bring in the resources to maintain the family's sustenance needs for life. So, if you're saying that the woman needs to work too, then is that saying that the man is not doing enough and she has to pick up the slack where he lacks? And then
what
that
I
would
am saying, Glenn, is that if we are allowing women to just have this cushy life of being at home and watching reality TV and doing all these things that modern women do, they're irresponsible, they behave badly, then it's no wonder why we have unruly women today. So if she's working, she's going to be accountable. If she's working, then she's contributing to the family in a meaningful way, not just, you know, doing all these things that modern women do.
what if your woman worked for you?
She can. I mean, if you are a business owner, then sure. But most people are not. Most
You
people
don't have
work
to
for
be a
others.
business owner. Hey, your job is to maintain this household, all right, to a standard of my liking, and to raise my children in the standard that of my liking and meeting that standard.
If you
And
want to
here
do
are
that,
the
that's fine.
tools
But why is that the standard?
that has been the standard historically since the beginning of time.
Right. But we established earlier that we're not the same
But you
people, and
also
it's not the same
established earlier that
culture.
we should take the things from the past that were working, that were good,
I just
and
don't. What I don't
implement them into
understand
the
is
future.
why all this pushback on holding women accountable and expecting them to be
It's
adults.
not
That's
holding them accountable. I would say the pushback will be, why are you not holding men accountable?
how,
Because the
men
standard,
are held accountable
hold on.
every single day.
The reason why I'm saying you're diminishing the standard of accountability for men, because the standard has always been men would be the protector and providers. Now you're saying, well, you know what? Women, you also need to be providers too.
No, no, you're reframing it different. I'm just saying if there isn't a standard for women, then women will turn out the way they are right now, right?
And I'm saying that you could have a standard, but that standard doesn't have to require them to be in the workforce.
And
I
that's
mean, you've
fine if
even
that's what you
mentioned,
want for yourself, but it shouldn't be the
but I mean,
standard that all men follow.
I'm pointing out that you've even mentioned yourself in previous conversations, women being in the workforce is problematic for relationships. So, I would say
No,
that it
actually,
would be.
I don't believe I've ever said that.
You said that that's where she meets Chad or somebody from
No, I've
accounting.
never. I that those.
You used
That,
that conversation with me before. You
Uh-oh,
mentioned like
I
Chad
uh-oh.
from
I've
accounting.
never said that, like Glenn. I've
Would you
never
be
said.
fine with a would you be fine with a woman being a traveling nurse?
I mean, if she's a good person, then yes. If
Okay.
she has character.
Is there any jobs that you would exclude besides like sex work? Like a
Um,
stewardess,
I mean,
I
it's
guess.
the thing is if I'm with a woman who has character, then I trust her. Obviously, sex work is not. I would say that's a woman without character. But if
Right.
she's a woman of character, then I trust her to do whatever she wants.
Oh, real
Okay.
quick, it's complicated. Just messaged me back. He's busy dealing with some things at the moment, but he's listening in.
Cool,
So
cool.
he would have joined if he could, but he
Yeah,
can't.
yeah. Privilege having him listen.
Again, it's like if the woman is a healthy person and she has character and she understands that she needs to be an adult in a relationship, well, then she's a trustworthy woman.
Yeah, so thank you for saying that actually, because all that now what you've done is you pointed to, as long as a woman has faith, Nothing else is required. No dowry, none of that. No dowry ethics or ethos. Nothing is required if she has faith. Because if she has faith, any of the concerns you have
But we
would
established
not exist.
earlier that you can't have one without the other.
You can't have one what?
Were you not paying attention? The dowry ethic is what makes the values meaningful.
No. Okay, so it's not only dowry ethic. It is a mechanism that protects a value system. And
Which
a dowry
historically was
ethic,
the
hold
dowry.
on. And a
But
dowry
you don't need
ethic
to
is one
protect
of
it,
many things,
right? But you don't even need to protect it if you have all the things you just said. Well, if she has character and integrity, that's what faith is. That's what, whether it's Hinduism, which is number one, like most successful relationships or marriages or whatever. If she has this, then you don't need any other protections. Period. Point. That's it.
Well,
Like,
the protections
How
are
are you
built
going to
in.
reinforce it without an ethic?
you don't. Why do you need to reinforce it if she has character and
I mean, that's
integrity?
the problems that we have today. We have.
What do you mean? The problems we have today
understand
include
Christian
traveling
values, but there's
nurses.
nothing
Hold on, the
enforcing it.
problems we have today, we've identified traveling nurses, stewardess, certain jobs. Those are the problems we have today. They are cheaters. So that goes against. So you're kind of like moving the goalpost around, and it's
No,
not
I'm
really
not. You're not
working for
understanding
me.
my perspective. The
Maybe
values
not,
are
because
the
it's not
value.
making.
Understanding the value is important, but there needs to be a mechanism that enforces those values, right? So, in other words, there needs to be checks and balances. Meaning, hey, these are our values, and we're going to enforce
Right,
them.
and a check and balance. You got to let me finish.
Yeah.
By that logic, you need to put a check and balance on a woman who's a traveling nurse. There needs to be checks and balances. There needs to be, and maybe for some men, that check and balance is not allowing them to be a traveling nurse. So the logic follows on all of this. Everything I'm saying, the logic follows.
But then you don't have trust in the relationship.
What? It's not. No, that doesn't mean you don't have trust. It means
Essentially, you're marrying a woman that's not trustworthy. You don't trust her.
Let me ask a question here, because the only ethical system that seems to be brought up is dowry system. So I would like Sufyan to point out another system, another ethical system that could be implemented that would preserve the values.
Being held accountable, and you can achieve that by working, by understanding that you have responsibilities. That's what that's what makes the values stand out. And
so you're saying if there's no dowry system, a woman just working would be enough?
I'm suggesting that since we can't go back to the dowry system, we can extract the sophistication from the dowry ethic and apply it to
and what is
today's world.
The ethic that you're trying to extract is the whole point I'm trying to get at. Because I want something outside of a dowry system. What is a system that would also protect the values that you're trying to preserve?
Being responsible, having responsibilities,
and
contributing financially. If you get fired, it's a big loss.
Would not maintaining the health of the home and the children being responsible?
It's not enough, because again, women do leave all the time. Women leave. There's videos.
No. The reason why women
videos of women with children and women with responsibilities in the house.
Let me ask you this: before no fault divorce, before women were able to extract resources from men from no fault, what was exact? Well, it does protect the assets. James Senskin looked it up. But if you are dealing with a woman, right, and she's taking care of your children, would you want the state to be raising your children, or your wife to be raising your children that you hold the same values?
I would want both myself and my wife to raise our children. And
but you have to work.
I'm just saying that.
And if she has to work, who's going to be watching and raising those children during the hours?
Well, we established earlier that she doesn't have to have the exact same job that I have, where she's, at the office from 9 to 6 p.m. She can work as a teacher where she gets home at 1 p.m. She can work as
Teachers get home at 1
have her
p.m.
business. But the idea here is that if a woman is accountable and has responsibilities, then we're talking about a woman who is
You're wanting them to have
has
equal
character.
responsibilities to the man. And I'm saying that I think that the responsibility is due to the station that they're in. So if you're a man, you have the husband responsibilities. And if you are the wife, you have wife responsibilities. And the husband's responsibilities is not the same as the wife responsibilities. And trying to equate them to be equal responsibilities in the same essence, this is problematic.
I just don't understand why women can't work. I don't understand it. I don't understand why we can't expect women to be just as consequential, just as responsible as men are. You know, but when a woman is bubble wrapped and she's at home and she's she's a trophy or whatever, like she just gets to look pretty and make sourdough bread. She's not an adult. We're essentially infantilizing her.
I like sourdough bread, man.
Yeah, I can get sourdough for $10 at the local bakery.
Or I can get it for
$10?
free by making it myself.
Holy
Or you
shit.
can, yeah, exactly. You can make it yourself if you can't afford the $10 either. So I'm just saying sourdough isn't enough, right?
But see, why are you trying to equate women to the same standard as a man? I don't want women to be the same standard as a
That's
man.
the problem. I don't want to date a man. That's fucked up.
Yeah.
You're not beating the allegation.
Hang on. You're making a leap here, right? You're essentially saying because she works, she's now a man.
No, you're just not that. You're just holding to the. You're saying you don't see why.
Saying that her being responsible could only be done so is if she's working like men.
I'm just saying that we need to expect
because
more from our wives.
Do you
That's
expect
all that I'm saying. The whole conversation.
I understand the responsibility, but let me ask you this: do you expect the general to be held to the same level of responsibility as the captain?
I think that's a false equivalence, but
it's not. It's
the
not.
Point is,
can you answer the question? Can you just answer that question?
Do I expect the general to be as responsible as his employee, essentially, or one of his soldiers?
A soldier that's lower in rank than him.
Well, why are you, again, if you're marrying someone who is lower in rank than you, well, then that's an unequal exchange of value. That's the definition.
No, actually, I would disagree with you.
That's the definition of simping.
Do you know what the word hypatos means?
Explain it to me.
It is the Greek word for to submit oneself under another one's authority, right? And that's exactly the word that is used by the Apostle Paul in Ephesians 5 when he's talking about marriage.
Okay, what about non-religious people who want to abide by
I'm sorry,
this?
I mean, you can't be asking me to change my worldview to support your argument.
I'm
talking
saying,
about. Hold on.
If there's a standard, right? If we're expecting people of all religions and different backgrounds to follow
hierarchy,
the same standard that you follow, well, then isn't no wonder that we have the problems that we have.
No, I'm pointing out hierarchy because I'm saying God established a hierarchy for relationships.
Yeah, you're God. Yeah.
Okay, sure. And we establish hierarchy in our military. We establish hierarchy in our careers, in our jobs. You have a boss that you report to. There's a hierarchy there. That's the relationship.
Why do you want to be with a woman who's your employee? Is what I'm trying to say. Like, don't you want someone who's going
you can't have.
I want to be with my actual employee, but I think that you're also if you're going to call out false equivalencies and these types of things, you also have to put the disclaimer that it's not all men. Even in the trad world, or you could call it not trad if the woman works, but like a lot of women.
You guys for a second, sorry.
You're good. You're good. I was just going to point out that a lot of men who maybe are red pill or looking for trad are fine with their woman working. They're totally fine, and their goal may be to someday retire their woman. And none of this, I don't think there's a problem. So if they retire their woman one day, if that's their goal, let's say, then what's going to end up happening is they're going to be in return getting a woman that's a lot less stressed, doing, let's just say hypothetically, the house is going to be cleaner. There will be less fast food coming into the home. It's going to be more cooked meals. It's going to be advantageous. So so if you had the ability to retire a woman after a certain time, you're saying you would just never do that because she would risk her bringing value, or I guess I don't understand the fixation on her like needing to work.
The understanding isn't that. I guess the point that I'm trying to say, I'm kind of losing steam. You probably hear it in my voice, but
Well, gentlemen, I hate to interrupt. I do got to go now.
yeah,
I got to jet.
yeah. Why don't we just pick this back up a little bit later or another day or something?
Yeah, that totally makes sense.
We achieved a lot actually already.
I think so too. Congrats, guys! My first stream, 4-hour stream. It's Complicated channel. Check him out on YouTube. He pulled up for this at It's Complicated channel on YouTube. He's got clips. He's got some. I think he's got some even long form. He's doing some interviews. So thanks again for pulling up, everybody who did.
Yo, I got a jet. I got a jet right now. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
No.
And
Do you want to do any? Do you want to do any plugs, Glenn, before you go? Or?
I want to plug too.
Y'all know where you can find me. Just look at my name. Find me there. Until next time, love, peace, greasy chicken, and stay away from hoes.
And you can find me on Twitter, Sufjan Fanon. It's the same name that I have here on the screen. How else can you find me? I guess if you just search for The Gold Pill, you'll probably find my content that I've written. And I host spaces on X as well. So I'm still new at this, but yeah, I'd love to have a conversation with you. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for joining, buddy. Peace be with you. Thanks for people who said it's a great discussion. I'm actually not going to end the stream. I'm not going to end the stream. I'm going to keep it going. People may pop in and out. We'll see. I don't know. But I'm going to actually get to kind of the purpose of the stream, which was to talk about the drama that popped up. So
I got to get going, but
no, I know. I said, yeah, cool, bro.
Yep,
take care.
See you.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna actually talk about why people were interested in the conversation in the first place, because I would feel bad if I just did some clickbaity thumbnail and then didn't even get into why I got blocked. I was blocked by Paul Elam and Peter Wright because I was critical of this post that was done. And like I said, I'm going to keep going with the stream until I run out of steam myself. But I haven't been talking a lot so far, so I don't mind. But I'll be honest, it's my first stream, and I do sit on X Spaces and different streams for a long time, but I don't know how these people do it. I guess if you're getting paid a lot of money, I could see it being worthwhile, but it's definitely a little bit of work to kind of manage it and stay on the topic and follow and all that. So I do have, for me, I guess I'll plug myself. You can see, I don't know if you can see, but it's at Tommy LaRusso LLC. And that's on X. So you can see some of the stuff I post. I've done spaces. I've debated Andrew Wilson many times. I do debate a lot in X spaces. I've done over 1,000 X spaces. So I'm pretty savvy with that model. This is something new for me with the streaming. And I would love to, I think with the streams, I definitely want to have the open panel. I like the open panel. It's better to have the voices. It's almost kind of like using the X platform and being on there in spaces. I just think this is a little bit more valuable. People can follow you, and eventually you can get monetized and all that. And I think it'll probably pay better than X, but I'm not really counting on the money. I'm actually railing against the whole reason I even joined X was just kind of some activism. And some of you may know, just in my spare time, doing what I can to activate against COVID restrictions and woke ideology. And for the last 9 months, it's been the Charlie Kirk investigation. That's been important to me. That's what I've debated Andrew Wilson on. I will be reacting to the debates I've done with Andrew Wilson in some future streams and kind of breaking those down. So for whoever else is staying, glad you stuck around. So let me see. I'll pin your comment. Unk, thanks for sticking around, Unk. Is there anywhere I can find a video where one of you defines the gold pill and its tenets? Good question. Yeah. So that is what I was speaking to. What I was playing was that discussion with Sufyan on X about gold pill. We were debating it, and some of the tenets were brought up. And I'm glad this comment that you made, Uncle, is perfect segue into this post on X by Peter Wright. And I say that because if you want to attract people to gold pill, in my opinion, you won't do posts like this. I feel that it's not inspiring to men. It's not attracting men. It's kind of shaming men. So I'm not familiar with Peter. I am familiar with Paul. I've heard Peter's name brought up a whole bunch on X. I know he talks about gynocentrism, so I have an idea about them, but I thought I was expecting more like professionalism and just something more inspiration for men and trying to attract men to your movement. This wasn't attractive to me because I'm someone that is like stumbled into red pill, and I kind of use red pill and manosphere interchangeably. But some of you may know, or maybe even heard today, there's different kind of categories. There's different influencers. That's why I don't like to necessarily generalize. But one thing I can say is that gold pill, it has nothing to do with evolutionary psychology, as far as I know. Which red pill does tie into the work of Dr. David Buss, Rollo Tomasi, borrows some stuff from Dr. David Buss in regards to evolution psychology. And so that's what interests me. So let me read some of these comments here. I work with someone who used to organize debates for Wilson. Oh, that's pretty cool. I think Glenn also worked with Wilson as well. I don't even know how many pills are out there and their respective dogmas. Yeah, there's a lot of pills out there. Probably too many to list. But one that I find that Peter Wright and Paul Elam kind of lean into, in my opinion, is black pill. I've had other gold pill folks even agree with me on that. So it's a little bit odd. You'll notice Pearl Davis, she leans into black pill as well. And that's again a little bit odd to me. It's black pill. You could, if you think of nihilism, you could kind of think of it as nihilism, meaning women are going to do what they're going to do. I don't really care if they like me, they don't like me. If I want a woman, I'll just buy a prostitute.
and it is what it is. And if everybody on planet Earth gets STDs and dies, that's fine too. If I get a STD and die, that's fine too. Again, I'm just kind of going through what black pill is. I feel like I have to say this kind of stuff live streaming because people might clip this and say, "Oh, he wants an STD." It's like, what are you fucking talking about? Shut up. So internet's a crazy place. And yeah, MGTOW, I'll pin this here. Yeah, MGTOW, men going their own way. Uh I I'm not going to speak to that right now, but yeah, I mean, it's essentially, I'm not going to go in depth because I really don't know much except for men kind of being like, oh, it is what it is. Women do their thing. I'll do my thing. If a woman comes along, then great. If not, that's great too. Whatever. I'm not getting into the whole getting on one knee. I kind of think of MGTOW a little bit when I think of gold pill, but it's not black pill. I don't think MGTOW is black pill. I don't think it's where men don't care about society. I think they still care about society. They're just making sure that they handle business. So an example might be if they get a message from a client or customer or whatever that where this customer client needs help with something in relation to their business, but also a woman is doing the same thing, they're going to immediately like not even reply to the woman because they just don't care. They're going to take care of their own personal responsibilities in business. You could argue that everybody should do that, but no, I think there's men out there. I might be one. You could call me a simp, but I might be one that might neglect some of my clients or customers if there's something significant going on with a girl that I'm dating or significant other or whatever. So we could talk about simps too. I'm not one of the red pill guys that shames simps at all. My theory is that most men are simps and that's never going to change, right? Only 40% of men who have reproduced throughout history. So in my perspective, 60% of men are simps and that's just how it is. And if those simps want to level up and not be simps and be part of the population that reproduces, then great. I think but I guess there is such thing as being a parent, father, and still being a simp. I mean, I think that's not impossible for that scenario to exist. So let's go back into the drama real quick. So as you can see here, I am definitely blocked. I can't do anything on this. I can't interact with these guys. But so what he wrote here is you guys probably read it. I've had it up on the screen for a while. But grown men with 12-year-old psyches all want submissive virgins who don't work, not allowed to have any friends, must give him genuine desire, sex 1 to 3 times daily, and he'll strive to earn all the money, place her in a bubble wrap, and direct her behaviors. 50% of the manosphere. So he's not talking about all manosphere. I guess he realized there's some red pillars out there that don't espouse this or prescribe this. But I'm here defending the other 50% that I feel like he kind of is attacking. And because first of all, I think it's a mischaracterization for one. Let me just check. So again, I've got the stream. I'm going to pin just in case people do want to come in and have a conversation. I'm going to throw it in the chat, the StreamYard link. Let's see here. Let me see this comment here. By the way, I've been in the men's space since 97. I was a teenager then myself. I was part of the writer's room that forged the nails that helped build the manosphere. Feel free to pick my brain about anything related to it all. Bro, how are we going to pick your brain? You didn't grab a mic, man. We can't pick anything right now, but that's fine. Yeah, Find me on X, DM me, whatever, engage. Yeah, we'll chat. I'm down to chat because I wasn't part of that. I had to learn the blue pill way first. I wasn't a part of any of that. I think probably there's a lot of guys, obviously like me. I learned the blue pill way. Like parents tell you, parents tell you. I was laughing at his comment. Just be yourself, right? Parents tell you that. Yeah, that definitely doesn't work, especially when you're as autistic as I am. But yeah, just be yourself. No. What other blue pills? Taking women on dates and just being like super nice and understanding and polite. All of this stuff, the romance stuff. But Gold Pill would call this I think they would call it the romantic model. So I don't think they're necessarily all for. They're definitely not for blue pill anything. Actually, I know that for a fact. So, but I had to learn that way, right? And then you try certain things and you realize, wait, this isn't working. Um, and it makes sense that it's not working, right? Be yourself. What does that mean? Like you can just wear t-shirt and shorts and sneakers. You mentioned 1997, so I'll say sneakers from 97 that are worn, torn out, whatever, look like a troll under a bridge, and expect to be wanted by women. And I'm going to pin this next comment here. Thanks for engaging, guys, because I like seeing it. It's kind of funny to see this. Yeah, boomer dating advice. Exactly. Yeah. So my parents are definitely boomers. Um, and yeah, so that obviously that doesn't work. You have to be groomed, right? Have a haircut. Some guys don't. Some guys can get away with being looking like a troll under a bridge. And kudos to them. But I guess I wasn't that good looking to where I could pull that off, right? So you have to have you kind of got to level up and look a certain way. And then so what red pillars we'll talk about, which this part I didn't know as a blue pillar, you have to have it like be an experienced man. So experience meaning uh like having like been with a woman, experience in the workplace, like level of vocabulary, maybe some level of sophistication in some way, knowing how to dress potentially. um and so I forget where I left off, but anyway, yeah, like blue pill, I found out is not the way. And then once you fail enough times, you start to figure out different things. Oh, I guess I was talking about experience. Red pill talks about experience, and I've learned. So basically I turned into a pickup artist. Long story short, I turned into a pickup artist before I knew what even a pickup artist was. Back in the 90s, early 2000s. It's just men or all people, men and women, have pattern recognition. So I had pattern recognition about what didn't work, and I just did the opposite of that, and I got results. I didn't read. I knew there was books on dating, but I actually didn't. I didn't read any books on dating. I felt like if I don't know what it was just kind of something really stupid. I just thought that if I had to read books on dating, that I was definitely going to fail or I was a failure. So I probably would have been that guy that got into the Rolo or the Paul Elams I would have got into this stuff. So, but I didn't. And I just simply organically figured out how to pick up women, and I used it, and it helped me in some ways, and I'm sure it hurt me too, because I became impatient. Uh, I knew what to expect from women, so I knew how to pick them up. So when I didn't pick them up, I just disqualified them. I'm like, all right, well, you seem to be too difficult. I can't pick you up. And I get to the club. Let's say I go to a bar or club, get there 8, 9, 10 p.m. You're out by 1 or 2. So whatever that is, 4 or 5 hours.
So I'm thinking, hey, if I can't pick you up in 4 or 5 hours, like I'm not, like I'm good. Like I don't need to spend another, week or 2 or 3 or a month or any of that. So I think pickup artistry can give you a level. It ends up being competitive, and you get impatient. And so I think it's beneficial because you do get that experience aspect, and the experience can come in handy, especially if you're outnumbered. You go to some event or you're in some situation where there's one or two women and there's five guys. Well, it's not necessarily all about looks in that situation. If you're the one that has the confidence to make the move, and you can say certain things, or you have humor, and then that can work out in your favor. So yeah, just a little bit of my background there. Figured it was a good segue for that. So going back to the drama, so this statement by Peter Wright, if you don't know who he is, you can look him up. But he's actually friends with, I didn't realize how many of my friends are friends with him. So I kind of feel bad about getting blocked by him, because some of my friends might be like, uh kind of concerned, like, oh no, like don't worry, we're not friends with Uncle Tom, like please don't listen to Uncle Tom, like, because they really respect him and they want to keep that relationship. So Peter, if you're listening, um please don't uh, uh please don't like have a problem with any of the mutual friends, I guess, that still want to hang out with me or talk to me or whatever, because it's not their fault that I be the way that I am on X. It is a platform for rage. It is a platform for conflict. We know that the people behind these platforms built it that way. So I felt like my response, which is here, was just matching energy, honestly, and I point that out. I felt like I was just matching energy, because I kind of felt like um, was being a little bit, he was mischaracterizing, maybe being a smart ass and attack. He was essentially, again, I hate to use that word attacking, but it kind of seemed like he was attacking men, a certain subgroup of men. And um, I just came to their defense in a way, uh, or tried to. So I've said, you and Peter are well respected thought leaders. I actually enjoy satire, cynicism, hyperbole. So I'm more matching energy, not trying to be disrespectful. So I try to make it clear, like, hey, because I know they don't know me. So I didn't want to just come in and start, being an asshole. So I just said all that, thinking there'd be some just playful banter or whatever. But uh, so I'll continue. So, but you don't seem to like. Wait, what? Oh, but you don't seem like you'll be happy unless men are raging homosexuals. So what I meant by that was, uh if men, I feel like there's parts of gold pill that can cause more isolation. I think the problem that we have in society is men and women are actually they're giving up too early on relationships, right? They know that if they quit a relationship or ghost someone, they can just get back on the apps, find someone new. And so I feel like I think definitely screening and discernment is good. I just feel like, but you have to be careful about being too selective. I think that is a problem. People are being too selective. They're selecting the wrong thing. An example would be a woman is very selective about a having this masculine man that is kind of like not just big in stature. That's one thing, but basically can beat up other men, which is a good thing. I think women should keep doing that, but they're picking the wrong ones. I mean, it's supposed to be a man that has is more stoic. He's capable of violence, but not going to commit violence, not be emotional and just start committing acts of violence. Literally, we have modern women just picking men because they're violent.
they're forgetting the other side of it, where it's like, no, it's not really how it works, because now he's beating on you too. So you need to pick the saying is, and I'm debating if I can, I guess I can say this, but this saying, some of you probably heard this, but basically, slit someone's throat and hold a baby in the same day, right? So uh yeah, so people are just kind of selecting wrong, and men are selecting just attractive women, even if they are promiscuous and misbehave, and they're essentially, and they're doing some crazy simping on the OnlyFans and this kind of thing. Um so then he responded, I'd like to respond to that, but first, I need to know just how you came to that conclusion. Seriously, make it make sense to me. So it wasn't a conclusion I came to. I just, I guess he could have said, what do you mean what do you mean homosexual? But I don't know. He just, obviously, that my joke didn't land. He didn't get it. I just meant men are going to be lonely if they are like even more selective than they already are. That's all. That's kind of all I meant by that. I didn't mean they were going to be literally homosexuals or anything like that. Uh, and then I wrote, the same way you came to your conclusion, hyperbole. I watched your convo with John. He's a friend of a friend. I'd actually like to have an informal convo with you on X. But the manosphere doesn't need repairing, and your prescriptions sound nice, but would increase loneliness. I guess I'll give an example of the prescription, just so people understand the loneliness side I'm trying to make. I think one of the prescriptions is like, rejecting romanticism, so like not doing the whole buying the wedding ring, or getting on one knee and doing that whole thing. That to me stands out as a red flag, because not that it doesn't benefit men, it definitely would benefit men, it'll be a lot cheaper, but it's already hard enough to find a mate. Then when you find a mate, now you're going to have to explain to her that, oh, by the way, I'm not going to get on one knee ever. I'm not going to buy you a ring ever. It's like, yeah, men may want to reject this. It may be a good idea to reject it. But in practice, you're going to see, like, you're going to be lonelier, because I just feel like women aren't going to go for that. So I asked for just kind of an informal convo, uh, just to kind of get some clarity around that. I explained about the loneliness, and then it gets worse from here, I guess. So he writes, if a man finds value in his own existence, sharpens his purpose in life, practices self-respect, self-care, cultivates male friendships, and screens out women that ultimately cause loneliness and worse, that increases loneliness. So there's a lot baked in there. So if a man finds value in his own existence, some of that, I mean, some of this is kind of a little bit, to me, common sense. I mean, pretty much like when I was born and a young man, I felt fine value with my existence. I was totally fine. You get to be a young man. Uh, I guess the only thing you wouldn't, maybe, yeah, I guess if you had rejection, maybe you would start to think you don't value your existence. If you're getting rejected, or there could be things in life that cause that. But yeah, the things your father should be teaching you, uh, to find value. But you can't just find value in your existence if you're a lazy bum either. You can't be like, hey, I play video games all day, but I value my existence. You kind of have to like earn some of that. Let's see. Oh, okay. Uncle's got to go. All right, bro. No problem, man. Thanks for staying as long as you did. Appreciate it. Uh, we need to define gold pill I'm just reading this comment. Dedicated video defining gold pill. Yeah, Sufjan would love to do that. And I can get some more people, I think, that would love to do that.
actually. So that's good you pointed that out. Seems like a lot of people are interested, so that's amazing. And who could benefit from it? Um, yeah, I think I can tell you right now who would benefit from a gold pill, in my opinion, would be men in church and just the institution of church in general. I think they would because, and I think they would not benefit from red pill because, first of all, red pill is based on evolution and evolutionary psychology. So typically, people are in the church in that institution. I don't think they definitely don't obviously subscribe to anything related to evolution. So red pill 100% wouldn't work for, in my opinion, for uh, people of faith. So that's the only part of that question I can answer. Uh, so so what else does Paul say? He said sharpens his purpose in life. He kind of, I mean, that's kind of obvious to me. You got to sharpen your purpose because, um, like, you got to stay alive. You got to provide, make money, and all that. So some of this is pretty common sense. And I don't think it's different than anything Red Pill would say. Practicing self-respect, self-care, no different than Red Pill so far. Um, and no different from what your father would say either. Cultivate male friendships. Yeah, I mean, Red Pill says don't be friends with women at all, honestly. That they don't bring anything. So this is different. So far, we haven't seen anything different than Red Pill. So shaming 50% of Red Pill, that's why I'm saying didn't make sense to shame. Um, and I hope nobody takes offense to me saying attacking red pill, shaming red pill, or any of that. This is really just lack a better word for that original by Peter. Um, so sorry, still waiting for you to explain how you got here with something other than hyperbole. To be honest, you just sound thirsty, willing to settle for less in order to not be lonely. Scarcity mindset. So he's making some assertions, claims here. I don't need to go. I don't even want to go too much into this. He just kind of sounds frustrated with me already and angry. And I was asking for a convo. But again, these apps are designed for this kind of back and forth and rage. And so I think he's like a good guy. But he's just kind of doesn't have time for whatever it is he thinks I'm trying to do. Um, and he says that's why the manosphere needs repair. So he's definitely defending his stance that the manosphere needs repair. That's the part I have a problem with. I don't think it needs repair at all. I think it's just fine. Men, I think what Red Pill does is brings awareness to the issue of what's going on with women and just using some low hanging fruit of like say body count, bringing attention to these things. I think all that's good. So even if somebody gets online, they start a Red Pill channel and they just start shaming women for pornography, sex work, or whatever. And let's say that so they're basically like, let's say they know nothing about red. They're just basically, I was going to say, kind of bad faith, or maybe they're just mad at women. Even if you do it the wrong, I'm making the argument. Even if you do it the wrong way, it's still a net positive. Because not that you just want to get online talking bad about women, but it will lead people down a rabbit hole of, well, why is he saying like a promiscuous woman is bad? Because when I was growing up, um, like there was this innate fit with a promiscuous woman, or knowing that they were out there or considering a promiscuous woman. First of all, sometimes you wouldn't know if they were, but if you, but there was this innate thing that you would feel like if a woman was promiscuous, you'd be like, oh, she's kind of dirty, or like, I don't know about that. But if you're in a slump and you might go to lean towards a promiscuous woman because you're just like in a dating slump. And I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying that you may again you just may not you may not know that it's how problematic it is or why it's problematic, uh
And I'm gonna read your comment here in a second. Yeah, so you may not know why it's problematic, but you may still indulge. Now we know. Now what we know from red pill or from evolutionary psychology, the reason you have that innate feeling that it's not a good thing is because, well, she can have somebody else's child, and that would be problematic for you if you're dating someone and she has someone else's child. So uh, I that's not something I considered necessarily, but yeah, so my point was, even if somebody's doing red pill, quote unquote, wrong online on social media or whatever, I think people can still benefit because they start asking questions. Why is promiscuity bad? Because again, I didn't necessarily, other than this innate feeling when I was growing up, I didn't necessarily know it was inherently bad for a woman to do that. I just thought that it was maybe a good opportunity to see if I could be the one that she would stay faithful with or something like that. I probably made something up to condone it back in the day. So now we know, because of red pill, we do know like why some of these things are bad. And not to say people aren't redeemable or whatever, but I'm not going to get into all that. So let me read this. Fair point about framing. The need for repair of the manosphere is interesting. A praxis of hope from a black pill MGTOW adjacent is irony. Uh, yeah, that's true. That's true. It is ironic that he wants to repair, but he talks about like he's kind of black pill. So I'm gonna stay away from that because I don't want to. I don't want to piss off anybody else more than I pissed them off. But I like that. That's a good point. There's more than one way to skin a cat. So yeah, thanks for saying that. So let's see here. Um, where was I? Oh, then again, it's just kind of ad homs. He's saying I sound thirsty. And I'm willing to settle. I don't know how any of that means I'm willing to settle for less. If you go back and you talk about if you're claiming red pill men talk about submissive women who are virgins, if that's the case, how is that settling for less? That's not settling for less at all. So that doesn't seem to make sense to me. Um, then he's saying that's why it needs repair. Okay, so I say a fruitful convo cannot be had here, but fine. So again, I'm pointing out that I'm giving multiple chances. I'm just going to say this. I'm giving multiple chances because I don't want to embarrass anybody because I can, I am a debater. And not a professional debater or anything like that. I just enjoy it. And I don't want to make anybody look stupid. So I'm going to give people some warnings. You ad hom me a bunch of times or call me names. I'm just kind of warning you. It's not going to go good for you because it's not going to make you look good if I start breaking you down. So I remind again, a fruitful combo cannot be had here, but fine. How is screening out women not gynocentric? Because to me, if you're screening out women, it means you're mentally tied up about what to look for, and I got to be conscious of this and that, and like what's she up to? Does she work? That's to me is gynocentric. You're thinking about women. If anybody doesn't know what gynocentric means, you can look it up. But essentially, it's like where all the focus is on the woman. I'm not going to try to explain it necessarily here just because I'll probably butcher it, not explain it right, or whatever. I'll leave that for another day. But essentially, like where you're fixated on a woman, and I'm just pointing out, like on the surface level, anyway, like screening out women, which I think people should be discerning and screening, but it is gynocentric. So I'm pointing out that everybody's gynocentric. So I point out this is a fixation on rules, not to get burned, which ironically is a scarcity mindset. And why is it that you think manosphere does not already suggest this? doesn't need repairing. So screening women is exactly what red pill talks about. So how is that? How does that need repairing? They're literally saying stay away from promiscuous women. So how would that need to be repaired? It's screening. Uh, so not clear to me. So he responds again. Men will almost always choose to pair bond. That would be a whole other stream if we talk about pair bonding. So I have my thoughts on pair bonding and genuine desire, and I don't know 100% all the science of it, but I'm assuming there's a lot to do with obviously hormones and this and that. And they say you can only pair bond with certain people. Men can pair bond with multiple people in their lifetime. Women not so much, and it's like I think a lot of it's really unfalsifiable anyway. So I don't like to get too caught up in things that are unfalsifiable, even though the claim is that evolutionary psychology is unfalsifiable. But I don't. There's parts of red pill that aren't unfalsifiable. Meaning, um, can a woman get pregnant by another man? Absolutely, she can. So if you're watching out for that kind of thing or protecting against it, that's shouldn't be a problem. So again, I'm not trying to be too scientific here. If my logic doesn't quite make sense, then people can uh, comment or reach out to me, DM me, or they could even make a whole video about me, like how flawed, like whatever the logic I'm using is. But I kind of stand by that. I don't think I know evolutionary psychology is unfalsifiable, but some of the some of the things to me, prescriptions, even though red pill claims there's no prescriptions, but some of the prescriptions to me are real. Like, you there's a reason why you would want to pick a woman if you have the choice between two women, one with three baby daddies and one with no children. Well, to me, it's objective, like literally objective. You wouldn't pick the woman with three baby daddies. It's objectively problematic. There's way more like, so if somebody wants to say, well, it's unfalsifiable, that's unfalsifiable too, because maybe the woman with three baby daddies would be amazing and it'd be like great for you. And I'm sure you could think of some scenarios that maybe it would be, right? Because if she's got a bunch of kids and depending on the age, maybe you could argue that, hey, that's going to be like more people to protect you in life and help you out and all that, and whatever it is. But I think it could be problematic. So if you want to get with someone that's got three baby daddies, then that's on you. Let's see, Tacticus. I try to stay curious and open-minded to as many views as I can and listen to many podcasts to refine my understanding, challenging myself to examine criticisms, origins, arguments, pros and cons. Yeah, that's exactly what I did. So I would never tell someone stay away from gold pill or stay away from red pill or stay away from Christ pill or stay away from me. Like, I would tell them stay away from nihilism. That I would tell them, like black pill. But uh, continue on here. Excuse me. Let's see. So then we have, I think you're right. A fruitful convo will not be had here, but it's not the format that's the problem. You're stuck in the blue pill manosphere that masquerades as red, amigo. If you don't think that needs repair, it's no sweat to me. Indeed, I have enjoyed the exchange for the object lesson that is now on full display. So think he thinks he's got a W here in some way. I assure you it is not a W. Fine, sir. Because I think the W would be having the fruitful convo. You want to help men, you want men to um come to the gold pill. And I think we should want men to get married, have healthy relationships, have more children, um, prevent lonely men and unaliving. So I don't see why you would just throw someone in a bucket
and they're stuck in blue pill, and then like just wash your hands of them. And I mean, that doesn't seem to make sense to me. But to each his own. Thank you for your message. Agree, extremes of hedonism or nihilism are equally destructive. Absolutely. So my response was, glad you mentioned, because I realize how tightly woven pair bond is to your brand. Again, he talks about it a lot. I don't want to get too much into it, but we can have some podcasts about that too. But that's as blue pill as it gets. Um, and I guess I should talk about it if I'm saying it's blue pill. I do think it's blue pill because if you're focused on this such and such bond instead of the actual what we need to do pragmatically, which is have good relationships, marry, have kids. That bond, even the pair bond thing, that could even be broken. But if the pair bond breaks and you have children, that doesn't mean you say, "Oh, well, guess what? The pair bond's broke, so we can't do this anymore." No, you have to stick it out because you know that your kids are going to graduate college at a higher level, at a higher rate, graduate high school at a higher rate, make more money, live longer. So there's a reason why you'd want to stay in a relationship, stay married, regardless of a pair bond. Um, so I said so pair bond can be okay. That's why I wrote that. But shouldn't be a major consideration in modernity. You should know when a man fails his burden of performance, that goes out the window. Yeah, so pair bond can be broken, is what I'm saying there. And one reason it could go out the window, maybe the man does fail his performance, burden of performance. That doesn't mean the woman's sticking. So the woman's not necessarily sticking around because there's a pair bond. So there's that. And this was just somebody else having some criticisms of Paul, his model, um, espousing that men will stay bitter and alone. Um, so I don't want to go into this because I'm not here to like bash Paul or anything like that. I was just pointing out that a criticism. So this isn't even why he necessarily blocked me. He blocked me for another post. I can get into that as well. So I'm curious now. What I will do just for the sake of the stream, I am gonna get into the other thread that we had going. Why why I did literally get blocked. This was just kind of leading up to it. So let me pull that up. In the meantime, while I'm pulling that up, I'm gonna play some more of the audio from Sufyan and I.
And you say that it's not a gotcha question, but it's obviously a leading question, right? Because you're trying to establish some kind of premise based on the answers that I'm saying. When I'm here saying, well, actually, no, that question takes the conversation in a completely different direction. And so in order for me to bring it back to the center where it makes sense for the two of us, well, then I need to add more context to it. I need to add more nuance to it. So that's how I like to converse with people.
That's fine, and that's fine. And I get what you're saying, but it's the reason I'm having the conversation this way. It's and asking the questions this way, whether they're leading questions or not. Is specifically because I'm convicted in what that I know for a fact, based on what I've heard and seen, that the gold pill has major flaws and is hypocritical. And I'm trying to outline that for you so that way and you should be, if you don't have sunk cost fallacy with gold pill, then you should be completely open to, hey,
he's debunked the whole gold pill in 5 minutes. You should be open to that. I would be open to you debunking anything I say. If you can do it in 5 minutes, it means I need to go back to the drawing board. So I don't see why it would be a problem, no matter what questions are asked, what the motive is. If I'm being upfront about my motive is I'm convicted that gold pill is really flawed, and so is and it's hypocritical. So, but I'll have the conversation however you want to have. I expect to ask questions. You in the replies, you asked me 4 or 5 different questions. I don't know where those questions are leading to. I don't care where they're leading to. It's just a question. It shouldn't be a problem.
So
But
okay, hang on. So you're saying, okay, so now you're the one making claims here, right? Claiming that the gold pill is problematic and it's hypocritical. Um, and you're also saying that if you're going to debunk it for me, then you expect me to concede.
no, I don't expect you to concede. I
Well,
expect you to.
didn't you just say that, or you might have phrased it
No,
differently? But you're essentially saying like, okay, well,
no, I don't expect you to. I said I expect you to be open to that.
yeah, I mean, well,
Let me comment right there on the hypocrisy that I've think that I see. One of them, I think there's several, but getting women away from gynocentrism, getting them to agree that, hey, by the way, I'm not getting on one knee. I'm not getting you a ring. We're going to get coffee. I won't buy you dinner. I won't pay for dinner. And you got to pay 50-50, whatever it is, that like that is molding a woman. Like Glenn was talking about earlier, build a bride. To me, it's kind of building a bride. So, which goes against one of the tenets of Gold Pill is like, no, you have to screen out women until you find a woman that you don't have to necessarily work on. Well, um, how are you going to find a woman that doesn't want to be married in a traditional sense? It's not impossible. It's just going to be difficult. And typically, if you find one that's open to it, you're still having to mold them. Uh, so they kind of, I feel like that needs some work on their end. So I just wanted to address that real quick. And I'm going to play some more of this while I look for those messages or those that thread that got me blocked.
I guess you would have to, instead of asking questions, just tell me why you think it's flawed and why you think it's problematic. Just
Well, I can't fully do that without asking questions, because if I do that, and I don't mind doing it, but if I do that, then and without having a full understanding, because if you tell me what gold pill is, and Paul does, and Diagosta does, and different people do, I'm probably going to get variations. You're not all going to say exactly the same thing. So since I'm talking to you, I want to get an understanding of you. For example, if you're asking me, you keep name dropping Rollo as if I've read his book, as if I've quote tweeted him, as if I've actually,
well, let's stay on topic. Let's stay on topic because you said, hold on, because okay. So you said that if you talk to me, I may give you a different definition of the gold pill. You talk to John, he may give you a different one.
correct.
Dagosta might give you another one,
Yep.
etc. Actually, I would claim that every single one of us would point you to the very short definition of the gold pill, which John has done, by the way, and I have done this in the past as well,
Well,
which
you
Peter
said
Wright
it's
came up with, and
nuanced.
we're all pretty much
Bro, you
in
said it's
agreement
nuanced.
with the short definition of it.
Yeah, but a short definition is not nuanced. You said it's nuanced.
Right, but okay. Yes, but you're going to have conversations, nuanced conversations surrounding the short definition, but the short definition, which you have seen it, right? I believe John pasted it in the thread that we
I
were
think
in
so, but
earlier.
that would definitely not be answer like some of the different that doesn't allow you to really test some like all like
I
some of
just
the
put it up in the I just put it up in the
sure. Does it
jumbotron.
say family
Okay.
centric in there? Where does it say family centric?
So it says, based on conversations about the gold pill, the shortest description of it involves a twofold motive: men expecting women to come to the relationship table with a material financial commitment, and rejection of the unbalanced romantic model that favors passion over pragmatic concerns.
Okay.
So does it say family centric? Not exactly, but you can follow the logic and lead to, when it says pragmatic concerns, why else would you need pragmatic solutions for a relationship if it's just a short-term solution, right? You would need a pragmatic solution if you're expecting that relationship to be a family-centered relationship, right? So the
So
short definition is, gives a person, the foundation or the framework to build on, and you can build on that short definition by following the logic, and the logic leads you to the gold pill is family centric, and articles have been written about this, by the way.
I'm not saying they haven't. Um, so your response to me, based on everything I've said, is here's the definition. It's not flawed. Here's the definition. It can't be flawed. That's sunk cost fallacy.
Well, you didn't demonstrate how it's flawed.
Okay, if I do so, are you gonna just point to the definition?
No, I'm pointing to the definition because you said that if you talk to all these different people, they're going to give you a different definition of it. And I literally gave you the definition that all of us referred to. I mean, this was posted by John earlier or a day ago or whatever. Paul Elam, it's pinned on his profile somewhere. I mean,
Right.
this is the one that Peter Wright came up with. So a lot of us who talk about the gold pill are constantly bringing up this definition because it is the shortest, most like straightforward way to begin conversations about the gold pill. So you asked for something and I gave it to you.
No, I didn't ask for the. When I said you just assumed by definition, I just meant like just some text on a sheet. When I mean definition, meaning going through all the different nuance of. Hey, what's up? Thanks for your chat here. I'm going to pin it and read it. So I was at that time, we were looking at the definition. The definition, I'm going to look for it and read it, but I didn't really want to get into the definition because I felt like him defining it kind of was a little bit derailing at the time during the time of the debate because he was just pointing me to a definition instead of like us talking about some of the claims that he made versus some of the claims I'm making and so forth. But um, Tacticus, the build a bride approach can contain the dowry checks and balances and centered on biblical patriarchy values, duties, roles, expectations, qualifies more females than a dowry selection method. I like it. Cool. And all of that as well. I personally need to research. I do have faith, but I haven't read the Bible. And I really care about men, even if they're atheists. I care about them being successful in relationships. I think red pill does help as a as just I think it helps men of faith and not of faith. And you could argue it doesn't help men of faith because it's based on evolutionary psychology. That's fine, but men of faith don't necessarily shouldn't need help staying married or any of that, or even getting into relationships. They shouldn't need help because if the Bible's all you need, then the Bible's all you need. Uh, and I think I guess my example of that would be if a man said, "Hey, I'm having trouble dating," and he went to his pastor, the pastor would probably point to something in the Bible. So for me, I don't think that's particularly helpful in the real world with this ever changing landscape of online dating and all of the everything that entails. I think real world examples,
it to me, it's almost like the advice of, hey, just be yourself. It's not going to work for all men. So, uh, for some men, let's say they become disfigured in some way, an accident. For some men, I don't think any advice is going to help except for the advice of, hey, you become disfigured, you need surgery, right? You need to get, I get you have faith and all that, but you may need surgery. You may need to look better. And it would be nice to say, hey, man, no, you've been disfigured, no problem. Just have faith, be yourself. Everything's going to be fine. And I get that. But and I'd like to think that, and I'm not saying that people should give up on the faith aspect, but you do one thing that's like I could say is Father Time is undefeated. So like it does make sense to try to expedite things to have children for one, and also be have more children. So if it's I would be okay with somebody getting plastic surgery, especially if they've been disfigured, to expedite the process instead of just hanging on to faith. Uh, but that's just again, and that's just really an example, an extreme example to test the logic there. So hopefully that makes sense the way I said it.
A relationship like courtship and, you know, like what having a family, like marriage, all of these different things. And the definition doesn't do anything for that conversation whatsoever. Um, so I
Well,
don't want
okay, so that's another claim that you made. How does this not do anything for the conversation of relationships and male female dynamics?
okay. Um, so we've gotten pretty far off track from where we were, but
Well, only because you keep making claims. So if
you
you're going to
keep
make claims,
pointing
I'm
me
going to
back to
hold your
the
feet to the fire.
definition, dude. Like that's like so
Well,
easy to do to
listen,
say,
if you
hey,
don't want to, if you don't want the conversation to go in different places, then don't make claims that I'm going to ask you how
okay,
you came to that conclusion, right? So if you say things like, this definition that you just read, that you just posted up in the jumbotron, does not lead to that. I'm going to
okay,
ask you, that's the logical questioning, right? That I'm going to ask you, how did you get to that conclusion? Because
sure.
in my view of things, the definition does do that.
All right, sure. So let's talk about the definition. So the first one, men expecting women to come to the relationship table with material financial commitment. So this is widely talked about in Red Pill. What do you bring to the table? That's a very common theme. Um, that's not anything different than that doesn't need to be fixed in the manosphere. There's no repairing that needs to happen. That's one. Are you, or unless you disagree that you've never heard that before in the manosphere?
Um, okay, people do ask that question, what do you bring to the table? But the manosphere does not focus specifically on that. It focus when we're talking, okay, when
I'm gonna pause it there because Sufyan's having a little bit of difficulty right here, disputing that is not the case. That what do you bring to the table? It's a common trope used in Red Pill. So if that's a tenant or pillar or part of the description of Gold Pill, I don't see how that's any different. There's plenty of Manosphere Red Pill guys that say, "What do you bring to the table?" It's like I said. So he's having a trouble. He's having a little bit of trouble refuting that. I wish he would have been a little bit more direct there, but he's doing the best he can to try to gather his thoughts and figure out how he wants to respond or make me understand whatever it is he's trying to make me understand there. Um, Tacticus, if objective truths, John 4:16, 14:6, 14:6 is
is eternal and universal regardless of its location in the Bible or religion. It can be pragmatically applied regardless of the religion and beliefs, faith, etc. I like it. Thank you. And that is actually why I got into Andrew Wilson and why I like Andrew Wilson. Although I've debated him, yes, but I like him because when he talks about the way to pragmatically live in the world and be in the world and to have success and leaning in on data and statistics and numbers and all that, and not talking about Bible verses, and that appealed to me because I've never read the Bible. I don't understand some of the Bible and the verses that are said. So I don't think it helps enough men when you just bring things back to the Bible. So yeah, there's that. But subjective truths are ever changing as culture, etc., and not useful to anyone religious or secular, pagan. Agreed. Okay, cool. Subjective truth. So yeah, thank you for those comments. I'm gonna keep playing this.
Okay, hang on. Let's back up, because are we talking about repairing the manosphere? Because I thought we were talking about whether the red pill is family centric or sex centric. Because see, now we're introducing a different argument altogether.
No, this isn't a different argument. I'm testing the definition. Since you wanted to bring it to the definition, I initially brought up definition, not for this basic definition. I was just saying, if I talk to you or I talk to John, I talk to different people, they may give me different answers about certain they may answer the hypothetical questions I asked to test the logic. They might answer it in different ways. So I was asking you originally, hey, do you have to have does a relationship have to go in a chronological order? Because you mentioned when we were going back and forth on the timeline, you mentioned like gold pill's good for like the screening for women to be mothers, wives, and so I was referring to that. And then I brought up the I said so if we're going to talk about mothers, wives, screening, I wanted to get your perspective, and that's why I asked the question of the chronological. And what ended up happening is because I said the word definition, you brought it back to the definition. So now I'm trying to cater to you as much as I can. And so now we're talking of definition, and I'm pointing out the definition is no different than anything else I've ever seen in the manosphere. So I just want to point that out. So now what you're going to do, I suspect, is provide nuance. Then if you're going to provide nuance, now the definition no longer matters anymore, because now we're off. So the conversation's going to go way down some other rabbit hole, which is fine. That's what I want to do. I don't want to focus on the definition. I'm just doing it to appease you. So definitionally, number one, I've heard that from many manosphere red pill guys. What do you bring to the table? So that to me is not a big deal. It's not unique to the gold pill.
Well, there's a difference. Okay, you've made your point. Fair enough. There's a difference between if people are asking, "What do you bring to the table?" which I do. I have seen videos where, I don't know, let's say street interviewers might go around the streets of Orlando or something, and they'll just ask random women, what do you bring to the table? Not to be confused with John, who runs the It's Complicated channel, because his questions, in my view of things, are a little are fuller. But I've seen content where
and I also
men will go around.
I also brought up repair because that seems to be a big.
Yeah, fair. You've made your point. I understand why you brought it up now.
Okay, so I'm starting to, during this conversation, debate, whatever you want to call it, he's starting to understand where I'm coming from, and he's going to dive deeper. And but before he does that, or if I even continue with that, I'm at the 28-minute mark, so I may
come back to this another stream or whatever. But I do want to get to why I was blocked, uh, because that's kind of the whole point of the stream. So I do want to get to that just in case somebody did watch the video and they're like, hey, I'm actually wondering why you did get blocked. I want to know. I want to know more or whatever. So I'm just going to do it. Uh, so Peter Wright posted this video. He said, Exhibit A. Oh, no, don't play this. It's I guess I could play the video, but I don't need to. I could just kind of summarize what it's about. But Exhibit A. So he has a problem with the manosphere. Exhibit A, manosphere captured by romance. So he goes on here to play these videos where a bunch of different movies where romance is emphasized, which I agree that, excuse me, I agree that men and women are propagandized by Disney Channel and Sex in the City and all of this nonsense. And so he's just pointing out where men are, again, being super romantic. And I guess I could play some. I don't know why it's 15 minutes, but I'm not going to play all of it. I'll play a little bit. Maybe I can run it.
I'm here to see my gynecologist.
I heard the best of the best were going to be back here, so.
How about a ride, mister?
Jennifer. I love you.
I know.
All right, so you get the point. He's kind of pointing this stuff out, that this is problematic. This is romantic and it's problematic. So I point out that, and you could say that I'm being contrarian here, but maybe, again, I've kind of got Peter in my crosshairs a little bit for some of the things that he said before, or the posts he's made before. It seems to be shaming the manosphere. So I wrote, my response to this video is, men save other men and women all the time in reality, and we should never want to change. That would be nihilistic in nature. So I'm saying that men are heroic, and sometimes it works to our favor, sometimes it doesn't, whatever the case. Here's a post on X at sometime this last week, and that was going viral. This guy, this man, faced 6 men armed with machetes alone to save 37 children. And this just happens to be a post I saw. It was viral, and I just kind of responded in a red pill way. Imagine saving 37 children, and a woman would still disqualify you because of your looks, because he clearly got hit with a machete, but he saved 37 children. So ignore my red pill post for a second. I'm just responding to Peter, and I'm just pointing out that we should never want to get away from heroism. We shouldn't want to persuade men that this is somehow problematic in some way. It's not problematic. And so Paul actually responded to this. Granted, I didn't know anybody was going to respond to this. I didn't, but apparently it was engaging enough to where Paul wanted to respond. So his response is, I'm not risking me or mine trying to save a rando. That isn't nihilistic. It's survival of the clan. So he's condoning that he essentially wouldn't do what this guy did and save 37 children from an orphanage, because he's putting his life at risk, which would put his own family at risk, because if he got killed, he wouldn't be around. Which, that's his perspective. I don't like it. It's not my worldview. I think if in, my worldview, or in the perfect world, if something did happen to him and he passed away, that there would be other people to step up and help with his children, but he just saved 37 children. So I wrote, the logical entailment, if everyone adopted that idea, would not be survival of the clan, but the opposite.
So I'm saying if everybody just said, hey, let's ignore other people in distress, that's obviously going to be pretty problematic. And eventually your clan is going to cease, is what I'm suggesting there. I'm also willing to be charitable and consider how it wouldn't be nihilistic or even black pill adjacent, but it's difficult for me to say that. That's what I'm saying there. It's difficult for me to say it's not black pill or nihilistic on it. So he wrote an unfortunate reality, but sensible ethos at a time when society, as we know it, is on its way out. And so, again, another black pill statement, in my opinion, allegedly. So I'm not a big fan of it. And he just points to Daniel Penny, a case where this guy was saving people, and what even happened? I think Daniel Penny got time, right? He's in jail for saving people. He killed I can't remember. Or is Daniel Penny the guy that was on the train, that he was the one that was actually the problem and has a long record? I can't remember, but I know what he's trying to say, and to me it's black pilled. So this is where I become a smartass and I say you spelled selfish wrong. Because he's saying sensible and I'm calling it selfish. So, little joke. I like to joke. He said, that's right. I'm selfish. I and the people that depend on me are what I care about. Go ahead and play unpaid bodyguard for a society that hates your guts. No sweat to me at all. Spell check complete. So, he's doubling down. He's doubling down on this idea that people shouldn't save people or whatever. And that's fine. He can double down on it. I'm not going to agree with it. And I just not only I don't agree with it, it's also doesn't it's not scalable. If everybody thought this way, that would be a big problem. It'd be a really big problem. Change my mind, people. Change my mind. So I say odd take, but faith judgment aside, meaning I'm not going to attack his faith, even though I do know he's a Christian. So it's odd to me. He's got Christian in the bio. So it's odd to me he'd even have this take. That's not a scalable or recommendable solution. So one should be curious if any of your recommendations are logical. Would you at least thank someone if they saved your family, or just tell them they shouldn't have? So are you going to prescribe this? If somebody saved your family, would you say, why did you do that? That was really stupid. You could have been killed. You put your own family at risk for my family. And it seems like if somebody was prescribing uh, or suggesting, and to me, it is a prescription because he's got a platform. He's got people that follow him. He's got people that can see what he's saying. So this could influence others to say, yeah, why am I going to be somebody's bodyguard? Why am I going to, be an unpaid bodyguard and step in and help others for a world that hates my guts? So yeah, to me, it's like I said, it's a prescription, and I think it's problematic. So I'm asking, would you thank someone, or tell them, because what I'm looking for here is that he may not even thank them. He may just shame them. I don't know, but he wrote, of course I would thank them. So that's good. We're off to a good start. But I don't expect anyone to do it. We're capable of protecting ourselves and in God's hands either way. So he's saying he doesn't expect anyone to do it. Well, you should. I mean, you should. I would expect someone to, if my son was at somewhere and he was drowning in a pool or whatever, and there was a strong swimmer nearby that could save him, I would expect them to save my son. Uh, why not? Um, that would be silly. The long story short as well, I just really don't want to associate with people who are not brave and are not altruistic. Like I don't actually like being around people like that or associating with people like that. I don't think most men do. So
You're really missing the point here. You don't get to prescribe risk in my life. You don't get to prescribe anything. I'm not bound to live by your standards or to risk the welfare of the people I love because you think it's what I'm supposed to do, and I'm not entitled to require anything of you. I also think you've got unrealistic you've got an unrealistic of where we are in Western society, maybe unrealistic view. He's trying to say this is not a time to try to squeeze chivalrous toothpaste back into the tube. It's time to read the freaking room and act accordingly. So he's just saying, like, it's apocalypse now, just be black pill all the way. Uh, yeah. So he seems like, again, he's just given up. As a man of faith, Christian in the bio, I don't understand where the I just give up on societies comes from. What that's not really faith. So I put translation, the world has become selfish. The solution is to be more selfish. Yes, I can definitely make recommendations. I'm telling him, yeah, I can make recommendations. You're telling me that you don't have to live by my standard. You don't, but I can still make recommendations just like you make recommendations. You're making recommendations right now, except some people's ideas are much better than others. I'm just saying here, I think my recommendation is better. Sharing to the world that you don't have their back seems counterproductive. Self-explanatory. So Peter Wright chimes in. This is about the time I know I'm getting ready to get blocked. This is about that time. I've been reading your obsessive jibes at men for a long time, and to say Paul doesn't have people's backs after a lifetime of him having people's backs, short of him dying for them, is more than you'll ever dream of. You do little more than chase people around on the internet and nipping at their heels like a rabid chihuahua. I wouldn't be surprised to learn you drove a few men to unalive with that routine. And then he's proceeds to use profanity and ad hominem. So I don't deny that Paul's helped a lot of men. I think maybe just Paul was just having a bad day and he wasn't thinking through clearly his thoughts and whatever the case. This post, Peter's just shaming me and white knighting for Paul. Lack of better word. He's coming to his aid. It's fine. He wants to come to his aid of his friend. I get it. And I just think it was a few bad takes. I'm not really saying the guy's a bad guy. I just think it was just some bad takes, honestly. Yes, I'm guilty of calling out flawed logic when I see it. It's rampant here, like people with Christian in their bio, but when a mirror is held up to their worldview, they're the quickest to snap back with violent rhetoric. I simply restated Paul's own words. Yeah, the violent rhetoric, the whole unaliving, thing was really caught me off guard as well. That's like just assuming that men are just so weak that they can't handle um they can't handle basic criticisms or um like I mean, I stand by a friend will tell you what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. That doesn't mean if you tell someone what they need to hear, they just should unalive. I mean, what's his deal here? I don't know why he said that. It's again not something I would expect you're from other men, especially men that help other men and want to attract them to their platform and want to attract to gold pill. So I'm just calling it out. I'm not really it is what it is. I'm not really saying these are bad men or anything like that. Maybe just a bad day. Uh, I'm not the easiest person in the world to argue against. So, but yeah, I got blocked. He said you're arguing like a trad wife by making passive aggressive jibes. Shows you are arguing in bad faith. I don't think I was bad faith, but why don't you guys put in the comments? I'm getting ready to wrap up the stream. Put in the comments, was I bad faith?
Talk to me on X. I'm on X. Would love to hear from you. Let me show my X handle. There's my X handle. Comment on the video, like the video. I really appreciate it. It's the first time I've asked to like the video. It's at the end of the stream. I haven't said like or subscribe. Thanks for those that did subscribe though. But was I being bad faith? I don't think I was being bad faith. I was literally just holding a mirror with just using some logic and reasoning. So I don't get it, but thanks for you guys to join. We'll talk more. People want to hear about Gold Pill apparently. So thanks to Sufyan. Sufyan did a good job representing it today. That was a good back and forth Sufyan had with Glenn. So yeah, I wouldn't mind talking about more about Manosphere and Gold Pill, whatever people want to chat about. So thanks guys. Really appreciate everybody who engaged with the stream today. Thanks again.